Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our Countdown to Christmas show. I'm Blaine Austin, and I'm here at Sewing Machines Plus. I'm here today. I've got Roger in the studio helping us out back there. Hey, Roger. Got Andrea here this morning. She's actually filling in for Kyle. We got to say a big shout out to Kyle. All of y'all that know Kyle, his wife and him had their baby. So Kyle is at home taking care of the newborn, and so he's not going to be on the show this week, but I know he's probably watching, so big shout out to Kyle out there. But hey, thank y'all for joining in this morning, and we are so excited about this week. So as y'all know, we have these big weekly long marathons where we talk all about machines. We have great specials, for in the great thing about it is it's still time to get them in for Christmas. Roger, you can still get them in if they order on the show today or this week. They're probably going to be able to get them for Christmas. It's going to be close. I think FedEx is not guaranteeing it past the 15th. So if you see something you like early on, don't hesitate. Go ahead and get that machine, and so that way you can get it for Christmas. But hey, we've got a great lineup. I cannot believe the lineup we have on the show this week. Great presenters, and some of the familiar faces you're going to see. Maybe some new people you're going to see. And we got a ton of products. Oh my gosh. So today it's all about Brother and Handi Quilter. So the first half of the day, it's going to be all Brother. And then at lunchtime, we're going to switch over and Handi Quilter is going to be here. We're going to talk all about the quilting machines. But man, what a lineup we have with Brother today too. First up, we're going to have Cindy Hogan this morning. She's going to be here at 30 minutes after the hour. And, so that's about 12 minutes away or something like that. And so Cindy will be here, and she's going to talk all about that PRS 100 persona. And so we're excited about that. First of all, before we get going, though, I've got to say our thoughts and prayers are all with the tornado victims out in Kentucky. And I think it affected Arkansas. Actually, it hit a nursing home real close to where I grew up. And I think there was a couple of fatalities there. But man, I tell you, what a devastating thing. And I hope that none of y'all were in the wake of that. I know it went all the way up from Mississippi, all the way up through Arkansas and Kentucky, and I think even parts of Tennessee. So I know it was a big, bad storm. And so hopefully everybody came out of that okay. I know there was some devastating areas in Kentucky, though. So anyway, I wanted to say a big shout out to some people that tuned in today. If I could, I wanted to say Belinda Breen, she's watching from Florida. So, hey, Belinda, glad you're here. Kathleen Queen, she's up in Ohio. That's my mom's old stomping grounds. She's a Buckeye. I think she was born and raised in Newark, Ohio. Cindy Grant, watching from Houston, Texas today. Barbara Mangle, Kathy Heath is out there, and Kevin Morgan out in Texas. So, hey, welcome to the show, guys. Hey, and if you're brand new, if this is the first time you've ever watched one of our shows, hey, just say I'm new in the chat, just, in your comments, just say I'm new and tell us where you're from. And I know all of our people out there watching that are regulars are going to welcome you and with open arms. And hey, this is a great sewing community we have to here. And we all like to get together, and it's such a great tight-knit group. And guess what? You're going to have, 400 or 500 people are going to be your best friends. So it's good. So, hey, there's Ginger Israel. She says she loves SMP. Well, hey, Ginger, we love you showing up to our show and being on. And Carla saying new in New Jersey. So Carla, welcome to our show. And thanks for tuning in. Hey, we do this every quarter. We have a big show where it's usually about a week long. And then but every Thursday, we have a show. And we usually have a really great guest on. We review machines. We give some educational tips. So make sure you're every Thursday. We're on here, and we I think we started at 11. Is it 11, Roger? 10. 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Pacific time, which will be 12 p.m. noontime Central time. So, hey, Jennifer, she's watching from North Idaho. And Jennifer is new. So welcome, Jennifer, to the show. And thank you for tuning in. She's new here. Here's another. Diana's new from, is it Jack's? Is that Jack's? So it's probably Jacksonville, or is it maybe Jack's Beach? See, there's a little difference there, Roger. Jacksonville or Jack's Beach? I did not know that. Yeah, I know Jacksonville. I know Jack's Beach real well. So Shirley says, Blaine, where's your Santa hat? Shirley, okay. I got to tell you, you'll see the hat this week. I've got my red tuxedo, suit top that I'm going to wear with my hat. So I've got it all ready. I'm probably going to do that Friday. So y'all make sure you stay tuned Friday, because we're going to be giving the grand prize away Friday. And hey, there's another. Tanya says, or is it Tanya? Tanya, is that Tanya or Tanya? Tanya, isn't it? Tanya. Correct me. Is it Tanya or Tanya? Some people spell it that way and pronounce it both ways.
I guess it depends where you're from.
I would say Tanya. She's from St. Louis, Missouri. So she's up in my area where I grew, hey, Tanya, I grew up about 100 miles south of St. Louis, right down in the bottom of the Boo Hill in Arkansas. So I'm new from Hurst, Texas, and I can't see the name on that one, but there's Jean. She's new from Arizona. So, hey, man, we got a lot of new people here today. So, hey, Jean, thanks for joining the show. And thank all of y'all new people that are on the show today. I know all of our regulars are going to make you feel welcomed, and I'm sure they're going to be saying hello to you as well. Shelly is up in New York, new. Shelly Johnston. So, hello, Shelly. And all right, so I got to tell everybody really quick, and I know I'd like to acknowledge all the new people, but got to tell everybody what we got going on. All right, so we started back about a month ago, right, Roger, or maybe 2 months ago. We wanted to hit 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. So we decided to have a promotion called the 10 for 10 promotion. That means when we hit 10,000 subscribers, we decided we were going to give away a $10,000 sewing machine package on the show this Friday. So this week, Friday, you're going to be able to win something awesome. And we're going to tell you what that is just here in a second. But I got to tell you about this contest. So the contest it's going to start today. And I'm going to give you the code word, which is Santa Blaine. So everybody write that down. That's your code word, Santa Blaine. So all you have to do, in all capital letters, write Santa Blaine in the chat and just put it in there. And what that's going to do, that's going to enter you in the contest that we're going on. However, there's a catch. You have to be a YouTube subscriber to our channel. So if you're not a subscriber to our YouTube channel and you're watching from Facebook, hey, we recommend you go over to YouTube right now and subscribe to our channel. There it is right there. That's what you want to type on the screen. That's going to enter you to win. So how this is going to work, today we're going to draw a name out at the end of the day from all the people that are putting Santa Blaine in there that are subscribers to our YouTube channel. We're going to pick what we're calling a finalist. So at the end of the day, we're going to pick a finalist, and you'll be one of 5 finalists on Friday that will actually be for the whole thing. So each day, if you don't get picked today for the finalists, guess what? You have tomorrow, you have Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So you still have chances every single day. And during the day on Friday, we're going to pick our 5th finalist. And then we're out of those 5 people live on the air. I'm going to draw their name out of a hat, and we're going to see who wins the $10,000 package. So speaking of the $10,000 package, y'all probably wondering what it is, right, Roger? Yeah. Guys, we have an unbelievable Brother sewing and embroidery machine. It is the XJ1 Stellar from Brother. Look at that, guys. Not only are you getting that great sewing and embroidery machine, you're getting the luggage that comes with it to pack it all in, and you're getting a blue SewingMachinesPlus sewing mat to go in at the extra large size. So there is your $10,000 package, everyone. What a great machine. And you can see right there, the machine itself is about $11,000. You got the Brother luggage is about $600, and then the mats are $59. So that is it. That is a great package, and that's one of the Brother's top of the line machines. And we're super, super excited. And a big shout out to Brother. Brother really worked with me on this to help me pay for this package. So they gave me a really good deal on the machine to be able to pass it on to a great customer out there. So we're super excited about that prize. And I want to thank a big shout out to Brother for doing that for us. So you know what to do. Type in Santa Blaine in the chat. Make sure you go subscribe to our YouTube channel, and we're going to draw that name at the end of the day today. We're going to draw a name out, and then we'll announce one of our finalists for Friday. But again, like I said, don't get discouraged if you don't get picked today, because you can do the same thing tomorrow and Wednesday, and you'll just keep getting your, a chance to get in the finalists. So that's how it's going to work. And man, good luck to everybody out there. I know that it would be an incredible, incredible Christmas present to win. I mean, can you believe that? Win a $10,000 sewing machine, basically, an embroidery machine. So great, great package. Excuse me. So, man, I'm trying to think. My mind's going crazy with all the things that we got going. So guess what? We're going to give things away all week long. We're giving a product away. We're going to give 5 sewing machines away besides the 10 for 10. So we're going to give 5 other sewing machines away during the show this week. And we're going to give one of them away today. So all you have to do to get a chance to win anything is just go in there, make comments, ask questions, share the video on your page. Whether you're watching from Facebook, you can like it, share it. If you're watching from YouTube, again, subscribe, give us that thumbs up, and make comments and ask questions. So that's how you have a chance to win. So guys, we are super excited that you're here today. And I know everybody's raring to get going. And hey, I got to tell you, our first guest is Cindy Hogan. And I have known Cindy for many, many years. And she is probably one of the most talented individuals you'll ever meet, because not only is she just incredible with embroidery, sewing, the ScanNCut that they make, software, all those things, but she is also incredible at putting together the booklets and manuals and things. And Brother goes to her all the time, and she writes all these workbooks and things for the machines that they give away or they sell. And so, I always tell people that is a talent within itself. I don't know if people ever know how hard that is to do, but to write detailed instruction manuals and things, that is just incredible that somebody can do that. And so she's got such a wide spectrum of things that she's an expert at. And I tell you, I always, tell people too, I think if y'all been watching our channel for a while, you've probably knew a couple years ago, I showed y'all a quilt that I had kind of made and from my wife. And she had, her dad had passed away when she was young. So we got a quilt done out of all his shirts. And I wanted to put his picture on the quilt. And Cindy Hogan was instrumental in helping me do that, because she took the photo, digitized it, made an embroidery file out of it. And then we embroidered that in the middle of that quilt. And we did his signature as well. And Cindy did all that. And I've always been grateful to her for helping me do that, because I mean, it takes a lot of talent to do it, and she had it. So anyway, a big shout out for her for doing that. But guys, I hope y'all love our set behind us today. I mean, look at how great this looks. And I got to thank my wife, Michelle, for that, because Michelle came up this weekend and worked and decorated the whole set, made it very Christmassy. Is that a word, Roger? Christmassy? So, hey, if it's not a word, it is now, right? So it looks like we're in a festive holiday spirits. And hey, so Grandma Jay says, loving the background decor, beautiful tree, and the stars. I know, I'm like, all the stars lit up, and I don't even know if y'all can see the details. There's like reindeer behind. See, I'm the wrong way, right? Reindeer back here behind me. There's, the candles. If y'all notice the big lantern thing back here, the candles are actually flickering in there. You probably can't see that. There's a candle right here. It's flickering right now. So she did an unbelievable job. So big shout out to my wife, Michelle. Great job. And I love the look of it. So hope y'all like it. And Janice says, hooray for Michelle. So I agree, Janice. She did a great job. So guys, let's get this show rolling. What do you think? Let's bring in a big welcome to Cindy Hogan. She's a brother ambassador, and we always love Cindy being on our show. So good morning, Cindy.
Good morning, Blaine. How are you today?
I am so good, Cindy, and I'm in the spirit of the holidays. So there's no telling what I'm going to give away today.
It's too bad I don't get to enter.
I know. But I know that you have a ton of brother machines at your disposal and you know them all extremely well. But the one that you have beside you right now, that's that's kind of been mine and yours little pet project. We've loved that persona from day one. And I tell you, you make it look easy.
This one is actually one that I personally purchased. So this is actually my own machine. I don't have it on loan from anybody. I like it that much. It is a really nice little machine.
I've loved that machine. And I've always told people, way back when, nobody else was really selling them, we were selling them, if you remember. And I always told everybody, I was like, that's the premier hat machine in America. But it does so much more than just hats. And you're on here twice today, so that's awesome. We're the first session this morning. You're going to talk about the general, features of the machine, and we're going to talk a little bit about the hats. And then later this afternoon, you're going to come back and show some of the other amazing things that this machine can do.
That indeed. So we decided to split it up into 2 segments because there's just so much about this little guy and so many fun things that you can do. He even has an optional quilt, free motion quilting accessory. I don't have that one, but he does have that. And this may not last that long, I'll have to say, but thanks for liking my tree hat. I had to get a little festive because you can't see my Christmas tree in here. It's over there. All right.
Cindy, before you get started, I got to say, I love your tree hat and thank you for dressing up. That is awesome.
Got Santa earrings on too.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to let you get going.
All right. Sounds like a plan. So guys, this is our persona. And what makes it unique is the fact that it is a free arm. It's a tubular arm embroidery machine. So it allows you to slide things over it without taking them apart. So think about little onesies. Think about little teeny tiny bags. There's all kinds of things that you can actually slide over there without having to take apart. And that's what makes it amazing. It has up to an 8x8 embroidery area, which is actually rather huge if you think about it. So hold on just a second. I've got all my hoops hanging out around here with me. So this is the 8x8 frame. And so look at that. This is a really nice size bag. And I could almost embroider the entire front of it. So it has a really nice size embroidery field for it. And they really made this one to go for that Etsy person, or to be able to, the person who doesn't want a multi-needle machine, but wants to be able to do things without taking them apart. It's a nice secondary machine, and we just absolutely love it. It has 405 built-in embroidery designs, and here are your categories. So you have your general designs, and there are 6 pages of these. And as you tap them, it just kind of takes you through them. Real simple to pick it up. You pick up a design. You can mirror it. So if you need to have it facing the opposite direction, you can mirror it directly there and then touch set, hoop your garment, and you're ready to go. Let's go look and see what else we have in here. We have frame designs. So these are some of the frame designs that we have. And we have quilting designs. These are some really nice 8x8 size quilt patterns. So it basically has a ton of stuff to appeal to pretty much everybody. You have font designs. Now, these are not included in those 20 fonts that I was talking to you about. These are actual designs, and they are large embroidery designs. So look here at this guy. He is absolutely gorgeous. If you touch the little zoom key, you can actually see it in the hoop, see how much it's going to take of your hoop space, and you can zoom in to get a closer view of what that stitching is going to look like. How amazing is that one? Let's go ahead and touch OK, and I'm going to return and take you into your fonts. So these are the fonts that are built in. Remember, I said there are 20 of them. So these are your basic regular fonts. When you go to the second page, up here are some tiny fonts. So these are 1/4 of an inch or less. Great for monogramming cuffs and collars. Great for doing quilt labels and monogramming socks. Think about pockets, all kinds of stuff in there. And you just simply touch and type in what you want. I'm going to go ahead and set this one so you can see. You can see this is teeny tiny. You see the thumbnail of what I've typed in there, but it's really hard to see what it is until we zoom in on it. Let me zoom in the hoop and see if you can see it. But you can see that's teeny tiny, but it stitches out beautifully, especially if you use 60 weight thread, which is a lighter weight thread. So in thread numbers, you want to think the higher the number, the thinner the thread. So it has a single needle. As you notice, there are 4 spool holders up here, but it is a single needle. So you don't have to worry about threading multiple needles. What you do when you want to change threads is simply cut it. And I love that little cutter built in. Come over and pick the thread that you want if you've got it staged. Tie a little knot in it. And then simply take it out of the needle and pull it through. So there we go. I've got it pulled through. I'm going to bring you in closer down here so you can see what else to do. We're going to, let me do one last thing here on my screen. We're going to touch the needle threader key. And then I'm going to go down here and show you how to actually thread this little guy. We're going to take it up and under, bring it over the top of the thread cutter, press it down. Voila, your needle is threaded. And I am telling you, I don't like a machine that doesn't have a needle threader, and this one does, and it stitches up to 1,000 stitches a minute. So let's go in here and let's look at the cap frame. You'll see I've got my cap set up over there. Before I do that, let me do one last thing. I did want to show you the tubular stuff. So here's my onesie. And, you know, if you're doing this at home and you're trying to do it on a flatbed machine, normally you have to hoop it inside out. You've got to kind of work around it. You simply take it in here, slide it over the hoop. And we're going to take my little screws here. And let's see if I can get it unscrewed. There we go. Slide it in to fit my 4x4 frame. And while I'm at this, I'm going to show you another little thing. So here it is. It's hooped in place. And let's pick a design. And let me show you other things that are special about this machine. So I'm going to go ahead and touch home. And I'm going to pick a design out of our general category. I'm pretty sure I may have a Santa in here. There we go. There's my Santa. I'm going to go ahead and touch set once he comes up. Oh, he's too big for my 4x4. You'll notice here, it grays out which hoop you can use. So if I can't use my 4x4, it grays that out for me. So let's just do a fleur-de-lis. I think that is, yep. We'll go ahead and touch set. And I'm going to go ahead and touch embroidery. On the machine, you have rotate. You have single color. Let's go back and return here to this screen. You actually have, you can change your colors. You can do border features, which is a replication menu. So you can add designs up and down, and it color sorts it for you, which is absolutely wonderful. But if we want this facing the appropriate direction for what we're working on, we do need to rotate this guy, and we can do that directly on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and touch OK. Now I'm going to touch embroidery, and I want to show you the special part of this. Let's see here. Nope, that one right there. So you see, let me turn off my light of my machine so you guys can see what I'm doing here. Do you see that little LED pointer there? That's how you line up your design. So if I come in and I touch my screen here, this little dude right here, I can touch center, I can touch right, I can touch up, the top center, and you can check and see if you're in the right place. I'm almost perfect. Well, I can't believe that one. That's shocking. But if I want to touch move it, all I've got to do is touch my arrows on my screen. And as I look at that, I want you to see down here on this camera, I got to figure out which camera I'm doing today. So I'm going to touch those touch points again so you can see what I'm talking about. I can simply check my alignment to make sure that my LED pointer light is going right where I want it to be. And then I'm aligned and ready to go. So that is one of my favorite parts about this particular machine is that LED drop light, being able to check it out, making sure that I know what it's going to do before I get started. So now let's go ahead and talk about the cap frame. So to do the cap, you have to put on the cap driver, which means we need to take off our embroidery frame holder here. There are 2 screws that I'm unscrewing here, and it's going to tell me something about not having to be, there's a little beep that comes up telling me I need to put on a different frame because it doesn't realize it. We're going to go ahead and touch OK, and I'm going to touch home to go back to the home screen so that it doesn't give me an error message when we go to do our cap frame. All right, let's see here. I believe it's this one. All right. So here is my cap driver. Let me pop this right there. And there's these 2 little screws here on top. And I'm going to unscrew those 2 screws first of all, and then throw them in the floor promptly. That's not what I meant to do, but that is actually what I did do. So let's grab those. Once you've done that, you want to take this and you want to slide it up underneath the needle bar and underneath there, just gently putting it in. And then you'll take it and slide it onto the frame. Now, I do need to turn my machine off and reset my arm to where it's further back. So I'm just simply going to push this back just a little bit. And then we're going to take this and pop it up over the top of that. I say that. You do have to get in the right position to do this, gang. And I'm usually sitting down here. Aha, there's 2 screws down on the bottom that I forgot to loosen up. That would be my problem there. Now, there we go. I'm going to put these 2 screws back in out on the outside. And then tighten my screws on the bottom. And your cap frame is installed. So now let's go grab the cap frame itself, the item that we're going to use. So here is my hat, and I've actually already got it. This is the little jig, and you basically want to line this up and pop it over the top of it. Once you've done that, you simply pop it off the jig. Here we go. Whoops. I'm a little bit too far over. And I just kicked the camera. So let's see here. We're ready. I did kick the camera. So let's pop it back in position here. We're going to take this. We're going to turn it sideways, rotate it, and then pop it into position. You want to make sure that your cap is underneath. So I'm going to show you that from the front facing camera. Here we go. You want to make sure that this is down below. Ask me how I know that one, because I have actually sewn a cap together, and you wouldn't think that you could do that, but it is possible to sew a cap together by accident. Let me turn my machine back on, and we're ready to get moving on this guy. So it's telling me to oil my machine. It always tells me to do that every time you turn it on. We're going to go ahead and touch OK. Now, there we go. What is nice about the cap frame is that the machine knows that you're using it. So if you come in and you grab an embroidery design, so let's grab the pig today. I'm feeling a little piggy. We'll go ahead and touch set, and I want to add something to that. So let's say I want to add some text to it. I'm going to come in and grab my fonts. Let's see here. That one's cute. And I'll put Blaine's name on here. We'll call him the little piglet today. Oops. And if you make a mistake, you simply press the delete key. So there we go. There's Blaine's name. I'm going to go ahead and set that. And I'm going to show you, oops. Let's edit. So let me delete that one. I forgot his E. So let's go ahead and add back in one more time. B. I may have to have Blaine spell his name for me. Evidently, I'm not grabbing it today. There we go. Now I'm going to set it. Now, I usually set mine first so that then I can play with the size. So if I want to come in and array this text or size it, I can simply touch size and it's completely resizable. So there's my size change. I'm going to array it to arc it over the top of it. So let's arc it. And then let's move it upwards. You can drag it on the screen with your cursor like this. But I like to use my touch arrows because guess what? Then it stays in the center of the hoop without me having to worry about it. So if you want that arc to be stronger, you simply touch this little key right here and it increases the arc. This one decreases the arc. You can also array them diagonally, put it underneath it, whatever you want to do. When you're done with your design and you have it all ready to go, let's go ahead and touch embroidery. And I want you to see, oops, it tells me I'm too big for my frame that I have on here. So let's see if I can shrink this down a little bit more. It won't let me make a mistake. That is one of the nice things. We are in a cap frame, so it knows I need to be kind of tiny. Let's go ahead and touch embroidery. There we go. You'll notice if you look at this, it has rotated my design and put it in upside down. I didn't have to think about it. It does it for you automatically when you're using the cap frame. And that is one of the things that is the bomb. It keeps you from making that mistake. Let's go ahead and touch OK. And let me see here. Let's show you a couple of other little tricks with this. If you want to check your center position on this, the LED drop light doesn't work with the cap frame on. What you do instead is you have a needle drop key right here. You simply press the lock key and the needle drop key to see if you're in the center. And let's look. You can see I'm right in the center of my seam, so I'm ready to rock and roll once I know that. If I want to go further down in the hoop, let me go ahead and press lock and bring that back up. This will let me move. Oops. This lets me move it as far, as close to that brim as it will possibly let me go. So there we go. And you're now ready to embroider. Okay, Blaine, I think we have time for questions. Are you there? You there? No, not for, so I do not always have to turn off the machine when I'm loading the frame. I did that for the cap frame because I knew I wanted to actually move the arm. So the max sew area of the cap frame is about 2 by 3. That, I mean, it's not a huge area. I don't have those exact dimensions. And I'm not hearing anything from Blaine. You'll have to ask Sewing Machines Plus what's coming with it this time around. I don't know. I do love my stand. I will say that. It is a nice feature that comes with the that you can get for the machine. The most often used thread weight is 40 weight for embroidery. When you're doing tiny text, that's when you generally want to switch to a higher number, the lighter weight thread of 60 weight or 90 weight. 60 is a more common number. So well, thank you. I do love this little guy. I didn't think I made putting the cap frame on that easy, but it actually is very simple when you get in the right position to do it. Once you play with them, you can do it. You can actually wind your own bobbins on this machine. It has an independent bobbin winder on the right-hand side right here. So you actually can create you can wind bobbins on here to match your top. If you're doing, if you want to do freestanding lace, you can match your bobbin thread to your top thread. So the machine doesn't have a large footprint, surprisingly so. I mean, if you look at this, it actually takes up less space than my sewing and embroidery combo machines. It's way less space than my Luminaire. So it about the space of maybe a dream, and not even a dream. a quattro. So, I mean, it really is not that huge of a space. It's about 3 feet across by about 3 feet back. I'm guessing on that. So that's my eyeballing it. There are tutorials online, but let's take a look at also what's built in. If you look at the machine itself, do you see this little question mark here? When you touch the question mark, there are built-in tutorials on how to do different things. So it talks about all of the principal parts, basic operations. So if your dealer's not open at 5 o'clock in the morning, you can go ahead and you want to learn how to wind a bobbin, touch that, and it will walk you through how to do that. So there are built-in tutorials on the machine itself to walk you through the basic steps of using the machine. And there are 11 pages to this particular tutorial on how to wind a bobbin. If you want to hoop a cap, there's actually one showing you how to prepare the cap frame, how to actually set everything up to make sure that you know what you're doing. It walks you through preparing all the parts of that. So if you're not real confident in doing that, it will actually take you to that. Other questions? So Blaine, you can pop back on if you've got microphone again. It does use a flash drive, and you can actually, on this machine, you can use files from my embroidery. I have a USB drive in here. If you go to, let's touch OK and go home. When you touch the USB drive, you can do direct connect. Oops, it doesn't think my USB's in. I must jiggled it. Let's take it out and pop it back in. There we go. So it does take a USB drive, and as you scroll through, it will show you the things that you have on your USB. There's a little design that I have. Oops, let me bring you up closer. So let's return. This is your USB drive. You can also pull things out of the machine's memory and save things to the machine's memory, and it has a direct connect to the computer as well. So if you're sending this, it reads it just as a USB drive, basically, if you've got the optional cable to direct connect. Stitches per minute, 1,000 stitches per minute. So it's a pretty fast little guy. If you guys want something to embroider, we can go ahead and touch. I don't have anything set up for this one. Why don't we? Let's go ahead and just do a name on it. I should do somebody in my family, but then I'd have to think about how to spell them. And I am not going to try that today. So let's go ahead and touch. We'll go ahead and just say embroider. It's going to automatically rotate it for me. Let's move it down in the hoop. And I have white thread in. It'll show up pretty well on this. Let's go ahead and lock and load that guy. On a cap, it will automatically slow the machine down to 550 stitches per minute, just so you know. You touch the lock key, you touch the start button, and it's ready to embroider that hat. So now it's going to take its time, and let me let you see it stitching here. There we go. I did not check to see if that was in the center. Let's hope it is. If it's not, I'm going to have a cockeyed hat. Oh, well. But there it goes. So you've got to see it embroider there. And Blaine, I'm back to you again.
Well, Cindy, can you hear me now?
I can. You're no longer mute.
All right. So, Cindy, I got to tell everybody how they can get this machine. And I know you're going to be back on later this afternoon, and we're going to dig into quite a few more things that this machine can do. But right now, guys, I got to tell y'all about this machine. So this is the Brother PRS 100, and guys, they call it the Persona. And this is the one needle embroidery machine. It's the cylinder arm machine. It has 4 thread holders, but you can change the thread out very easily on this. Basically, you just cut, tie, and pull it through. You can change the thread colors in just a matter of a few seconds. It's really easy. But let me tell you a little bit about this. It has the maximum embroidery area of an 8x8. Now, Cindy is going to show you this afternoon how we can increase that to an 8x14 using a split design. However, it's an 8x8 embroidery field. The sewing speed, when you're embroidering, it's from 400 stitches a minute to 1,000. And then when you put it on the cap frame one, it goes from 400 to 600 stitches per minute. It has 405 built-in brother exclusive embroidery designs, 20 lettering fonts. It has the thread sensor, automatic thread cutter, the touch panel LCD display. It's a 3.6 inch by a 6 inch. So it's a big LCD screen. On-screen editing, which Cindy just showed you. It has 4 LED lights under it that really lights up and illuminates that work area. And the machine only weighs 68 pounds. And like we were talking about, the footprint on it's about a 3x3 when you're on that stand, so it doesn't take up a lot of area, a 3 foot by 3 foot area. And 68 pounds, you could easily have 2 people. You could move this if you're doing a fair or you're doing a flea market and you wanted to make hats or do embroidery, it'd be easily very portable. What the included accessories in this, it comes with an 8x8 frame, a 4x4, a 2x2, a 1.3x3, and then a 3 inch by 1.3, and then a 1.2 inch by 1 3/4 inch. It has a 2-arm embroidery frame holder, comes with the accessory cape, needle set, 5 pre-wound bobbins, 3 metal bobbins, 4 spool nets, a seam ripper, a stylus, a needle changing tool, and then 4 spool caps. So guys, I got to tell you a little bit about the pricing on the show today. When you see up on the screen a call-in special, that means we have a special price on it. Now, I'm going to explain to you how that works. In the sewing world, the manufacturers set our retail price, and that's called it's called a minimum advertised price. They set a price that we can, the lowest price that we can actually advertise. So that price that you see on the screen, the $49.99, that is the lowest price that we can advertise. And so without getting in trouble, I can't tell you what our special is. So it's a call-in special. So if you've been interested in a Persona or any of the machines you're going to see on the show this week, when I say it's a call-in special, that means we're going to have a better price or a better package, but you have to call to get the details. Now, what we want you to do, give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you can't get through on the phones, because we know it's the busy time of the year, Roger and Andrea are going to be putting up a link in the chat. It's called the Google Sheets link. And what that does, it's a link that links to Google Sheets, and that updates in our call center real time. Just put your name, your phone number, and the machine you're inquiring about. And as soon as they get freed up off the phones, they're going to give you a call back. So make sure if you see an 800 number, it is probably us calling you back. So make sure you answer it. But we're going to do that all week long. I'm going to say it's a call-in special. Now, also, if you're looking on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, we have live chat agents that are on the chat as well. They can also help you with your order and take your orders as well and tell you what the price is. And then if you're on YouTube or Facebook and just watching, I have a group of ladies over there today that are actually trying to answer your chat questions there too. They can't discuss any pricing on there, but they can, lead you in the right direction and can answer technical questions for you. But anyway, guys, this is it, the Persona PRS 100. This is a great embroidery machine. The normal price is $49.99. Hey, we have some special financing available, and we are going to ship this thing free right to your door. And if you order now, you're going to get it in time for Christmas. We have plenty of them in stock to be shipping them. And so we got a great special on it. So make sure if you've been interested in one of these, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, because we have a fantastic special put together for you. And again, we always work hard for you, and we go out there and beat up the manufacturers on the price a little bit. And like I always tell you, if we get a better price at the manufacturer, I'm going to pass that savings right on to you. And that's the way we do it. So I go out and try to work hard to get these prices so we can give the savings to you. So if you've been interested in Persona, now's the time to get it. But we'll have Cindy back on later today. She's going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit more about that Persona and some of the great accessories that come with it as well. But guys, we're going to move right on along. And next up, we got Jerry Granata here. Hey, I got to tell you a little bit about Jerry. Jerry is going to be talking about the 3600D, the Brother 36. It's the NQ 3600D. That D stands for Disney. And this is one of my favorite machines. I actually bought this machine for my wife on Valentine's Day this year because of Jerry's recommendation. And this machine is just a great one of those mid-type machines. It does a 6x10 embroidery area. And, Jerry's fantastic on this. And just to give you a little background on Jerry, Jerry is he's an award-winning quilter. This guy is so talented, and he's a musician. He played music in the Navy. He has played for presidents and dignitaries from other countries. And so he has been around music and quilting and all these different things. So the guy's creative, and we love having Jerry on our show. So Jerry, welcome to Countdown to Christmas Day 1.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Blaine. How are you?
Love the hat, man.
Well, it's the holiday season. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean.
Well,
I was a
you are
musician.
singer,
I
so.
always go back to music. So.
Well, hey, we're super excited you're here today, and I love this machine. And based on your recommendation, I bought this for Michelle, and I tell you, I know you love it, and we're going to have you on here twice today as well, talking about this 3600D. And this morning, you're going to go over the sewing functions. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, there's so much to this machine. We had to split
I know,
it up.
we talked about this, I think on our Cyber Monday show, you had 15 minutes. We were like, 15 minutes doesn't scratch the surface. So today you have a complete hour. The first half is going to be the sewing. And then later this afternoon, you're going to do the embroidery functions of it. So I know everybody's going to be super excited to get to see all the details of this machine.
Well, I'm really super excited to show this machine to everybody. So welcome, everyone. A very happy holiday to everyone. I hope that you're safe and you're happy and healthy and your holidays are going great. Get out, get with your families. That's what this time is all about. My name is Jerry Granata. I am from Palm Springs, California, and I am a brother educator. And one of my duties is to go around the country and talk about these amazing machines to you. And I'm here today, and I'm so thankful. I want to thank Blaine and his company for having me on. I love talking about brother machines. So let's talk about the real star of the show. Today, I am talking about the NQ 3600D. Like Blaine said, D stands for Disney. So I'm going to show you the sewing functions first in this first half hour. And then I think I'm going to be back in an hour to show you the embroidery side of this machine. There is so much to this machine that it really is, like Blaine said, we tried a 15-minute segment and it was tough. And I can talk. So it was really hard to keep me in a 15-minute window, but we did it. So for this first section, we're going to talk about the sewing functions of the 3600D because this machine is a combo machine. It is a combination sewing and embroidery machine. So if you have limited space in your sewing room or in your studio, and you wanted a nice compact machine that gives you just the biggest bang for your buck, really hard to find a machine that beats this one. I love this machine. I have this in my studio as well. I did highly recommend this to Blaine when he was looking for a machine. It's quiet. It's powerful. It's only 21 pounds. So it's great for classes. It's great as a studio machine. But enough about me talking. Let's go over and see the star of the show. So I'm going to switch my camera over. And dun, da, 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 there is the star of the show. This is the Brother NQ 3600D. D stands for Disney, and we'll get into that in the second half. So come back in about an hour if you want to see the embroidery side. But for now, if you notice on my screen here, I have the sewing functions pulled up. And you can see the top 5 categories are in blue. The rest of the categories are in gold. And what that means is the blue stands for the utility functions. The gold stands for the more decorative and buttonhole type functions and fonts, and also my custom stitch. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit as well. So let's kind of take a little tour of the front of this machine. So let's start in the lower left-hand corner here. It's red right now, but this is my stop-start button. And this functions in sewing and embroidery. So for the sewing mode, which we're talking about today, this functions as your stop-start button. And I have my foot pedal plugged in, so it's red, and it's telling me that I can't use this button because I have my foot pedal plugged in. If I were to unplug my foot pedal, that light would go green, and I could use that as my stop-start button. Going up from there, we have a reverse button. So if you're looking for your reverse, there it is. Right here, we have a reinforcement stitch. So this will work either in utility or character and decorative. We move over to the right. Here is your manual needle up and down. Over to the right of that, we have a thread cutter, which we love. We have the manual presser foot up, down, and we then have the speed control. Now, I'm going to go into settings and show you a little bit into settings, but the speed control also works as a satin stitch with control. So as you are doing your satin stitches, right on the fly, as you're sewing, you could make your stitches wider or narrower. And then down here, we also have our function keys. So if we wanted to go to sewing or embroidery, go into our settings, which I'm going to show you that in a second. We also have videos and tutorials on the machine as well. Here is your directional buttons for function buttons. You have your machine lockout. So when you're changing your needle or your presser foot, you want to do that and lock out your whole machine. And then you have a back button. So it's really that simple. This machine is big yet small. It is so compact that it will just sit wonderfully in your studio. Again, great for classes, but you get 8.3 inches from the needle to the machine. So huge space there. So even if in its compact size, you have great functionality here. It is quiet. It's a very quiet machine, and I'm going to be stitching out and show you that in just a second. So the first thing I want to do, I want to get sewing because I want to show you some of the features. But the first thing I want to show you is there is something called we call it in Brother World, the AHA feature. And that is a fabric height adjustment, automatic height adjustment. And what that means to you is that you, if you are doing cosplay, if you are doing home deck sewing, if you go from very thick layers to very thin layers, if you're working with really funky type fabrics and you're going from one to the other, the machine will automatically adjust for you to go through all of those heights and levels and different fabrics as you're stitching along without having to adjust a thing. And I'm going to show you that right now. And I want to show, I think that's one of the amazing features of this machine. I'm going to go into my settings here. And as you can see, I can customize this machine as much as I want to. So I've got my presser foot height, my initial position, needle position, up, down. I can customize this for exactly how I want to sew. But here's what I want to point out. The automatic fabric sensor system. It automatically defaults to off. I'm going to touch on, and it is now ready to go. So I'm just going to choose a stitch. And in this case, I'm just going to choose a straight stitch. And it defaults to 1-03. It's a straight stitch right in the middle. My width is 3.5 millimeters. My length is 2.5. And my tension is 4.0. Now, I can adjust these. In Brother World, when you have something that's has a black box around it, that's the default. So if you're ever in somewhere and you're not sure where you are, you've gone up too far up or too far down, just keep going until you see the black box, and that is the default. So very simple. Now look, I have manual control of my width and my length and my left-right shift. I could shift my pattern left and right, and I have manual control of my tension. So if I were working with metallic threads or monofilament threads, I'm going to automatically come and adjust my tension down. But remember I said, if you get confused as to where you are, just keep going until you see that black box, and there we are. That's the default. That's what the machine was set to do. So I'm ready to go. So I've got my automatic height adjuster on. I have my needle set to where it needs to be, and I've chosen my stitch. And I do want to, yes, Linda, that's a great point. I want to point this out to you. Look at the color screen. So I'm going to put my hand here. You can see how large that screen is. It is a color touch screen. On this machine, you get a color touch screen. It is almost 5 inches. It's 5 inches diagonal. So we love that. It's amazing. That really comes in handy, not only in sewing, but also embroidery, as we'll see later. So let me show you this automatic height adjustment. So I'm going to switch cameras again because I want to kind of get in even a little closer for you. So there we are. And we are at the machine. Now, you can't see it because it's just off camera. I do apologize. I'm not a videographer. So I don't have a video studio. I don't have 300 cameras at my disposal. But on this side of the machine, just above the screw, there is an automatic needle threader. So if my needle were to come unthreaded, I would just press that button. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do that for you right now. I'm just going to release that lever. If you notice, that just clicked into place. My needle is now automatically threaded. Do we love that? Yes, we do. Another thing I want to point out, on my machine, right back here, this is the new Brother Dynamic Walking Foot. This works on the low shank machines, which is what this machine is. It's a beautiful walking foot that works it works forward and reverse. I'm going to say that again. It works in forward and reverse. A walking foot that works in reverse, folks. That's amazing. It comes with two plates for the feet. It comes with your general sewing foot and this open toe. Now, by open toe, notice that there's a cutout here so that you can see very clearly what it is you're sewing. So if you need even more detailed visuals on your project, you have that with this foot or with this plate. So I have my general plate on right now because I want you to see how this works. So I have a sample here that I want to show you. This is probably thicker than most of you would ever work with. This is a quilt sandwich that has a top and a backing and 2 layers, yes, 2, of high loft batting. So that's probably more, this is overkill than what you would ever use probably, but it's to show a point. So I'm going to lower my needle and I'm going to lower my presser foot and off we go. Now look at how powerful and quiet this sewing machine is. Now I'm going to touch my screen. There's on my touch screen, there is a pivot function that I have engaged. What that means, the needle will come down, the presser foot will pop up, and I can now pivot my fabric wherever I need to go. So let me get my hand out of the way here so you can see this. And I don't have to touch anything. Once I'm ready to start sewing again, needle down, presser foot up, pivot. All I have to do is touch my foot pedal and it will automatically lower the presser foot and start stitching. Now, another thing is this quilt sandwich that I've put together, it is not basted together in any way. It is just all these layers put together. I have not spray basted them. I have not pin basted them. They're all ready to go just the way they are. And what's nice about that is this foot keeps everything together beautifully. Now, what about character and decorative stitches? So I'm going to go to my screen. I'm going to choose a decorative stitch, and I'll show you how that one works as well. And off we go. Notice I can use that with this foot. So I'm doing some care, and I'll show you all this at the end, so fear not. So I'm doing some decorative stitching. I'm going to go back to utility stitch, and I'm just going to choose my straight stitch again because I want to show you. I'm going to pivot, come straight down. Look at how fast I'm doing this, folks. I mean, this is just so fast and quick. Now, right on the heel of that huge sandwich, I'm going to take a piece of organza, and I'm going to go right onto that. Look at that. Not a problem whatsoever. I'll start slow. I can go fast. Do you see any bunching or any kind of problems here? I sure don't. Look at that beautiful straight stitch. And again, I'll show you that in total in the end. Now, let's grab some thick denim. This is a thick jeans weight denim. I'm going to plop that right on there and just plow right over that. Go right into that. I'm even going to make this harder and pleat it. Whoop. There we go. Do you hear this machine just smoothly going through? There is no buckling. There is no problems. There are no hiccups. This machine is just plowing through all of these layers. And I'm also going to show you another brother feature. Look at that. I'm not saying that this is a serger, but what I'm saying is look at how beautifully that you can go from, if you are chain piecing, quilters, listen up here. If you're chain piecing, this would be beautiful because you don't have to worry about stitches getting all bogged down as you go off your thread. Now, speaking of quilters, here I have a piece of Handi, which is another one of my addictions. And on the back, I have just a piece of fabric. Now, this would be my quilt piecing. All I have to do is put that under, go right through. Let's go over here. Again, notice I'm not doing anything fancy. Just running my stitches right through. Notice I did not even hang on to that. I'm going to touch my needle, the thread cutter, and off we go. Now let me show you what we have here. Look, we have beautiful stitching, absolutely beautiful, front and back. It's hard to see on the white. Then we come over to our denim. Look at that, beautiful. not a skip stitch in the bunch, not a hiccup. The machine was like, really? That's all you got? I could do more than that. Look at the beautiful straight stitching on the organza, not a pucker, not a problem with that whatsoever. And then here is the little quilt sandwich that I did. Not a pucker, not a problem at all with any of this stitching. So beautiful front, beautiful on the back, just does beautiful stitching all the way around. So what else can this machine do as far as stitching? So let me pan out just a little bit here. That is video speak, for I'm going to make a wider picture here. And I'm going to go over to my other camera. And there we go. So let's see what else this machine can do. So let me scan over here so I can get my light out of the way here. Let me show you some samples of things that I've done. So free motion quilting. Yes, this machine can do beautiful free motion quilting. I used a silk thread here, and the fabric that you're seeing is a dancewear spandex. It's a spandex, folks. That's kind of what I'm known for using. But it's a spandex, and this machine will go through all of these funky fabrics beautifully. This little sampler was made on this machine in free motion. Loved it. Loved doing it on this machine. Here's another quilt that I did and free motioned on this machine as well. Now this is a Lone Star that I have painted and appliqued on top of a piece of brocade. On the brocade, you'll notice that there is texture. That's because I free motion quilted around each of the elements. So the flowers, all of the stem work, I free motion quilted around those, and then use that dynamic walking foot to go in between all of these pieces. Now this is painted. This is not a pieced quilt. This is painted. And notice how the machine just went, and I used metallic thread, kind of hard to see, but I used metallic thread in between the pieces to mimic a Lone Star. So this machine plowed right through all of that paint beautifully without any kind of problems whatsoever. And again, the D in the machine stands for Disney. So because we have the ability to stitch out Disney designs, did some quilting in the background, pieced all of this together and used a gold lame, because of course our princesses have to have crowns. So they have gold lame, and then did some free motion quilting in the border. Also did the quilting in the hoop on the machine. So this machine will do so many different things for you. I love it. I love this machine. I think it's fantastic. Again, it's just so much time. It's so little time to be able to show you this. Okay, so let me show you My Custom Stitch, because that's a brother exclusive. We love our My Custom Stitch. And let me show you what that means. So here's our menu. So what this is this is the ability you have out of the 291 built-in stitches. You may not find exactly what you're looking for your project. You know what you're going to do? You're going to go into My Custom Stitch and you're going to create it from scratch. That's right. You can create decorative stitches from scratch. Now I'm just going to play around here. So I'm just going to create some designs here. And if you notice on my screen here, it's being created. Now I'm going to go over, maybe down. I have done this for hours because I think it's so much fun. And we're going to just do this, maybe come over, set. We're going to come down, going to come over again. Now you're looking at this and going, Jerry, this is a hot mess. What is this going to turn into? But here's the magic button right here, the test button. So watch what happens over here when I touch test. There's my stitch. I've created that custom. Now I could come over and I could change that to a single design, that's exactly what I created on the screen. But once I link them together, I actually have something. I have a custom stitch that I created myself. Now there's a little pocket here. So I could place this custom stitching in a pocket so I could save it for later. I can audition it. I can see what that looks like. I can get in real close to it if I want to see what it looks like. Depending on my fabric, I can change the color. And so this is all the amazing things that you can do. Again, you can also change the width, the length, and the tension. Maybe you want to stretch that stitch out just a little bit. Maybe you want to make it shorter. If you were doing this on a doctor or nurse's quilt, this looks like a heart monitor right there. It look like kind of like heartbeats on there. Again, if I was working with metallic thread or monofilament thread, I could easily change that tension. So Folks, this is the incredible Brother NQ3600D sewing and embroidery combination machine. On the sewing side, I've shown you a lot of the major functions that are have the ability to do. You can sew directionally. Yes, this machine will sew left, right, up, and down with straight stitches and zigzag stitches. So if you were sewing on a patch or you were sewing on some kind of design, all you would do is remove the little box here. So you have access to this free arm, and the machine will do all of the movement for you. You do not have to twist and turn your fabric in any way, shape, or form. The machine will just automatically move its feed dogs and sew for you. Also, you have access to all of your presser feet here, right in this nice little case right here. And I'll pull this out. And there are all of your feet right there, all nice and tucked away. And you'll just place that right back in. I've got extra feet in here because see, that's how much room you have. So you have extra feet. You also have an extra storage in the back. You can place some of your USB cords back here, or you can hide your M&Ms. It's all depending on what you want to do. So this machine will also hide your candy for you if you want. So Blaine, I think I've used up all my time here, but I think I hit all the highlights of this machine. I think it's an absolutely amazing machine. It lives in my studio as well because when one of my machines is either in the shop or it goes to the spa for its cleaning, I have the access to this machine. I can use this for sewing or embroidery. If I'm sewing or embroidering with my other machine, again, being a combo machine, I can switch back and forth, and I have wonderful access to this machine. Another great thing about this machine is the price point. Now, I know you guys are going to have a fabulous deal on it. I just know that. And so I advise everybody to not walk, but run to get this machine. It is a very powerful machine that will do anything that you throw at it, just about. If it makes dinner, it'll be the perfect machine. But until then, it is absolutely as perfect as it can get. So Blaine, what do you think about all this?
Well, hey Jerry, as always, you make it look so easy, and but we've got some questions for you. I think
Sure.
I think Andrea is going to pop them up, and it says extension table question mark.
Yeah, you can get an extension table for this. Absolutely. Absolutely, you can get an extension table. It's a wonderful addition. It's great. Again, remember I mentioned cosplay, or if you're doing couture sewing and you're using a lot of fabric, if you're working on larger quilts, an extension table is a necessity. It does help expand that for you. So yes, you can get an extension table.
Hey Jerry, and also I think somebody had asked how much it weighs. Didn't you say it weighs 21 pounds?
Yeah, 21 pounds. Yeah, 21.7, I believe. So very lightweight. It's about as light as it can get, but again, all powerful features. It's light in on paper, but when you lift it, it's got a nice heft to it, so you feel comfortable. You know the quality is there. So yeah, it's a wonderful machine for class or for your sewing room.
Hey Jerry, the other thing is I wanted to tell everybody exactly how they can get this and kind of tell them what the regular price is. And you're right, we do have a great special on this for the show. And again, because of MAP pricing, I can't tell everybody exactly what they get with it, but we got a great package put together. But I want to, if Roger will put that overlay up, I'm gonna tell everybody right there it is, guys. This machine was $34.99. Now it is $29.99. It's going to be free shipping right to your door. And we've got a great special on it right now. So you can give us a call. We have some special financing. We have a great package put together. But give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you've been interested in this. Jerry's going to be back on the show this afternoon in about an hour, and he's going to show you the embroidery side of this. Now, the embroidery side is impressive. It's a 6x10 hoop on this thing, but he's going to talk all about that. But if you or on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can also talk to our chat agents, and they can share the pricing with you, and then you can give us a call. But let me tell you a little bit about, excuse me, the some of the functions on this machine. So this is the Brother NQ3600D, and as Jerry said, that D stands for Disney. The maximum embroidery area on this is a 6x10. The sewing speed on it is 850 stitches per minute. It has 233 built-in embroidery designs in the machine, 8.3 inch from the needle to the arm. So it has a really big area you can even use for free motion quilting. Has 11 embroidery fonts, 5mm stitch width up to 7mm stitch width, automatic thread cutter, automatic needle threader, touch panel LCD display is a 4.85 inch, has a speed control, automatic height adjustment, on-screen editing, and then it has my custom stitch, that stitch editor in it. What included in the machine, excuse me, we're going to throw in an embroidery Disney thread kit that comes with this. This is about a $130 kit. We're going to throw that in absolutely free with this machine. You're going to get 2 hoops. You're going to get a 10 1/4 by a 6 1/4 hoop, and then you're going to 7 inch by 5 inch. You're going to get 4 bobbins, a seam ripper, some scissors, a cleaning brush, an eyelet punch, a knee lifter, standard bobbin case, and the alternate bobbin case. The foot controller, it comes with a dust cover, an accessory bag, and a grid sheet. So guys, you're getting all that plus that thread kit for $29.99. But wait, there is more. And the more is you have to call in 1-800-401-8151 if you want to get that great special we have going today for the Countdown to Christmas show. And if you're on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can actually go on there, or we have live chat agents on the website that can actually answer your questions as well and take your orders. So hey guys, what a great machine. And I tell you, I personally like this machine because I talked to Jerry about this machine, and I was like, I want to get my wife a machine for Valentine's Day. She was wanting something that she could embroidery. She's never sewn in her life, and she wanted to learn how to embroidery and do, shirts and jackets, things for people just as a gift. And so she, I was going to get her a little 4x4, and I thought, let's see if she likes it or not. And I was talking to Jerry and actually Lewis Carney, and both of them said, you know what, get that 3600D. It does a 6x10. And the thing about it, most people, if they're wanting to do, jean jackets and things, you're going to end up buying 2 machines. And I said, you know what, let's buy it once. And so that's what I did. I took their recommendation on it and bought that machine. And Michelle absolutely loves it. And so we've got a great package put together for you today. So make sure you give us a call at 800-401-8151. Guys, if you can't get through on the phone lines, because we know it's busy, Andrea and Roger are putting up a link in the chat in Facebook and YouTube, and it's a Google Sheets link. And you just click that link. It'll take you, open up Google Sheets, put your name, your phone number, what machine you're inquiring about. And as soon as the phone gets freed up, they're going to give you a call back. If you can't get through on that, you can also go to our website, and the live chat is down there. You can click the live chat button, and you can talk to our live chat agents, and they can help you out as well and tell you what the package is today. So, but again, we're going to have this machine back on, and Jerry's going to talk all about the embroidery functions of it. And again, guys, for the price of this machine, you're getting, the features of all the top of the line machines out there. So it's a great machine, and it's one of my favorites. So we are ready to move on. And what Kathleen says, Kathleen, that's a great bundle of a fabulous machine that does it all. You are right, Kathleen. And, it always comes up, that debate about, should I get an embroidery only or a sewing only, or should I get a combo machine? And, I tell everybody, I think it's just up to what you feel comfortable with. And, I know a lot of people have an embroidery only standalone machine. They have it embroidering over here while they're actually sewing. And then I know a lot of people that just likes the one shot, they can do it all. And that's kind of my wife. She doesn't do a lot of sewing and things. So we wanted to have that one machine if she wanted to do some sewing. And then if she wanted embroidery, because she have it right there. So I think it's up to you. But again, this would be a great addition for your studio. And Santa Blaine is killing it. My bank account. Ashley, that is awesome. So Ashley, if you want to, just text me your credit card number, and I will make sure I get a whole bunch of stuff bought today and have it shipped to your house, and you'll have a great Christmas. Just kidding. All right, Donna says Santa Blaine and SMP team have the Christmas spirit. Well, Donna, we try to. And I'm telling you, we had a bunch of people working on this show. We've been working on this show for 3 or 4 months now, and we've been trying to make sure that we had plenty of inventory in stock. We've been making sure that we had the great pricing. And so we made a lot of really good buys to be able to pass those savings right on to y'all so y'all can have a great machine for Christmas and get a good price on it. And we really worked hard with Synchrony to get some great financing available. And so we have some really good financing for you, as well, if you need that. So anyway, we love Santa Blaine. Well, Paula, thank you. I love y'all watching, and I'm glad you're here today. And so anyway, what we're going to do, hey, we got a great product coming up next. And guys, we're going to talk all about the ScanNCut. And you know what? The brother ScanNCut is pretty awesome. And we have Jennifer Gleich coming on. And Jennifer is a brother educator, and she is an expert on this ScanNCut. And I know this is one of her favorite machines that she has. So Jennifer, welcome to day 1 of Countdown to Christmas.
Hi. Merry
How
Christmas.
are you?
Good. I wore my Santa hat for you.
Well,
last time I was on the show, you questioned my Christmas. So here we go.
There you go. I hope everybody can hear me okay. If y'all hearing a lot of noise in the background, we got a chainsaw or a gas blower or something going off, and it's really like loud in the studio. So I don't think they know we're doing a show today.
Can you hear me okay?
I can barely hear anything right now because it's so loud in here, but I hope y'all, it's not coming through my microphone. But Jennifer, how are you doing? And I know, welcome to our show. And I know this is one of your favorite machines. And so I want you to tell us why, all about this machine today. And today we're actually going to highlight 2 machines that we have that we've got some great pricing on and specials on, but you're going to tell us all how to use it.
I am. So, yes, the ScanNCut is my favorite. Well, it's not my favorite brother machine, but it is my favorite digital cutting machine. It lives in my sewing room. And I think that every crafter, every quilter, every sewist needs a ScanNCut. It is not just for cutting. You can draw with it. You can do rhinestones with it. You can do scrapbooking with it. It's really a machine that's so versatile for everybody, and it is one of my favorites. Today we're talking about the ScanNCut SDX 230D. D, as Jerry said with the last machine that he showed, D means Disney. So the 230D has built-in Disney designs. I am a Disney girl at heart, so of course that is the one that lives in my sewing room. I have Minnie and Mickey behind me up on my shelves, so Disney is truly in my heart. So the built-in Disney on our machines and our ScanNCut is wonderful. The ScanNCut SDX 230D has over 1,400 designs, and of those designs, there are 152 built-in Disney designs. The great thing about the Disney designs on the ScanNCut, unlike the Disney designs on our sewing machines and embroidery machines, is we can do whatever we would like with those. We can enlarge them. We can break them apart. We can mirror image them. We can add them together and make our own creations. So it's really versatile. I have some samples here of things that I've cut on the ScanNCut. You can cut things like scrapbooking paper. I'm going to show you how to do this. This is just quilting cotton that I fussy cut with my ScanNCut. Craft foam, felt. How about some faux leather? If anyone likes to do faux leather work. This is some cork. Cork fabric is very popular right now. Your ScanNCut will cut right through the cork. Again, some paper using some built-in designs. You can draw with your ScanNCut, so you can do card making. Whatever your heart's desire, the ScanNCut is there to help you. So I wanted to show you some of the great features of the ScanNCut today. The ScanNCut is the only digital cutter on the market that has a built-in scanner. So it's a standalone machine. You don't necessarily have to use software. It does come with a free web-based and downloadable software, but it is not necessary every time you use it to use software. So the scanner is built right in. The SDX 230D and the DX line of our machines has an auto blade. So there is no guessing how deep you need to set your blade or how fast you need to set your blade. The ScanNCut will go ahead and auto calculate how deep to cut whatever media it is you're cutting. So those are the two great features, the auto blade and the scanner. So I'm going to switch cameras and I'm going to show you a couple of my favorite ways to use the ScanNCut here in my sewing room. Give me just a minute here. So here's the home screen of the ScanNCut. So as a quilter, we tend to have a lot of scraps. We don't ever want to throw away our fabric, but we want to utilize those scraps. So with the built-in scanner, we can utilize those scraps, and it doesn't matter how big they are. So I am going to be using the fabric blade, which comes with the SDX 230D, and a fabric mat. And I've got a couple pieces of fabric on my mat, which the only thing I've done to them is I have treated them with some heavy starch. So there is no fusible on them. It's just the fabric. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to load my mat into my machine. And because we are talking Christmas, I'm going to go into the patterns. Like I said, there are over 1,400 built-in designs in the ScanNCut. In the patterns, I'm going to go into the second category. And this third line here, this category, I know that's where I can find my holiday designs. As you can see, there are so many designs to choose from. But I'm going to go up here and I am going to choose this holiday wreath. As I said, the ScanNCut is a standalone machine. You don't need software to use it. You've got all of your editing functions right on screen. On this screen, I can go ahead and I can change the size of my design. I can change it numerically using the plus and minus keys, or I can change it percentage-wise. Say I wanted to change this and make it 125% bigger than the actual size of the design. I can do that. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And on this screen, it shows the different components of that design. Should I want to choose to cut one at a time, I could choose to cut just the wreath. I could choose to cut just the bow. Or this third option, if I select that, it will put all the parts of my design on my mat for me. So I'm going to choose that, and I'm going to touch OK. Now, the important part on this screen, again, it shows us our size. If I wanted to cut more than one wreath, I could tell the ScanNCut I wanted to do that. I'm just going to cut one. But because it put all the components on the mat, we want to make sure to ungroup. If you notice, if you are a Brother user, the icons on our ScanNCut are the same icons that you'll find on our sewing and embroidery machines. So there's no questioning what the icon means. This is our grouping function. So I'm going to turn that off and I'm going to hit set. Now I've got my design on my mat. If I go into edit, you can see that the ScanNCut has put a red line or a red box around each of the components. I can go ahead and select those individual pieces. I'm going to touch OK. And right here in the middle on the bottom of our screen, that is our scanning function. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to touch scan and hit start. I want you to notice how quiet the machine is. I think we commented how quiet Jerry's machine that he was using is. The ScanNCut is just as quiet. So now our ScanNCut has taken a scanned image of our mat. You can see the two colors of fabric there. The green is a little dark on the screen, and I can't really see the outline of my wreath. So I can go right here into the tools and I can lighten my background and touch OK. Now I can see my wreath and I can see my bow and I can move those right into position on my mat. Now, my fabric is close to the size of my wreath, so I can even go in here to edit and zoom, and I can make sure that I can move my design right over the top of that fabric. This, like I said, is great for those quilters that save all of their scraps. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to touch OK, OK, and OK once more. Now, on this screen, I no longer see my fabric, but I know that my pieces are in position. I'm going to touch Please Select, and I'm going to cut. Now, on this screen, there is one other setting that the ScanNCut has that is amazing. I told you that it will automatically know how deep to cut into your fabric or cardstock or vinyl or whatever you're cutting, but we have a half cut setting. And what that means is if you are cutting vinyl, whether it's adhesive or heat transfer vinyl, if you turn the half cut setting on, your ScanNCut knows not to cut all the way through. You want to leave the carrier sheet, and it will know that you just want the kiss cut. So if you look at my screen, it's telling me my half cut is on, which means the last thing I cut with my ScanNCut was a piece of vinyl. So it's easy enough to change. I'm going to go into the tools and scroll down, and there's my half cut setting. I'm just going to turn it off and touch OK. Now I'm going to trust my ScanNCut and its auto blade. I'm going to touch Start. And again, notice how quiet the ScanNCut is. So it's cut my wreath. And it has cut both pieces of fabric for me. I'm going to hit finish and unload my mat. And then I'm going to go ahead and remove my fabric from my mat so that you can see. I'm removing the excess fabric first. And I'm going to do my best to put this on camera. Here are my wreath cut out. Again, this is just cotton quilting fabric. And I've got my bow to go right on the wreath for me. So that saves a lot of time. Using your built-in designs, you can change them to whatever size. You can use this for applique. You can decorate your house for Christmas. You can turn this into, you can cut this on vinyl, paper. You can make cards. It's very versatile. So that is the first way that I like to use my ScanNCut. And then the second way that is exciting for us quilters is we do a lot of fussy cutting. So again, I've got another fabric mat, and I'm going to use the fabric blade again. And I have a very cute piece of quilting fabric on my mat that has some little animals on it. And I'm going to show you the direct cut feature of the machine. So I'm going to load the mat. And in this case, I'm going to go back home and tell the machine that it's okay. I'm done with that pattern. And I'm going to go into, instead of patterns, I'm going to go into the scanner. And we have different options for scanning. I'm going to choose direct cut, which means that I'm going to tell the machine that I want to cut my design directly from the media that's on my mat. So I'm going to choose direct cut. And I could send my scanned image to the Canvas Workspace software, but I'm going to work on it right on the machine. So I'm going to touch the machine and I'm going to touch start. And again, my scanner is going to scan my mat with my fabric on it. And there's my fabric. I'm going to go ahead and touch OK. Now that doesn't look very pretty, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to crop my image. I'm going to choose this little, I think it's a tiger up here on the top. And I'm going to touch preview. And I still see a little bit of extra parts of the design. We call that the trash that the ScanNCut picked up. So I'm just going to go to ignore object size and make it a little bigger and see if I can't get some of that to go away. And that looks pretty good. I'm going to touch OK. And I'm going to touch OK once more. Now I can see that the ScanNCut has placed an outline just around the little tiger cat. And I can even add an outline distance or an offset around him. Should I want to use this for applique and have a part to stitch on, I can go ahead and add a little bit of a border around him and touch OK and OK. And there he is on my mat. I'm going to touch please select. And I'm going to touch cut. Again, it's very quiet. Blaine, are there any questions while the ScanNCut is cutting? My ScanNCut is finished. I'm going to touch OK and unload my mat and touch OK. And I'm just going to remove again the excess fabric and show you on the mat. There you can see my ScanNCut cut out the little kitty cat just from the fabric. And I'm looking at time. One of the final ways I want to show you is, what if you want to cut a pattern, an applique pattern that you already have? Maybe it's not a built-in design. Maybe it's not fussy cutting on fabric. It's a pattern that you'd like to applique and cut all the pieces for. You can use the scanner in the ScanNCut and you can actually create your own appliques. So I have a coloring book page here. And again, like Jerry said, I'm not a videographer. I have one camera. So here's my coloring page. I've printed this off of the Brother Creative Center website. And I'm going to load it. I have it on our scanning mat. The scanning mat is an optional accessory you can purchase. It has a clear cover over the top of it where you can just slide your pattern underneath. You could do this on your low-tack mat. That would be fine too. I'm going to go back home and I'm going to go into scan. And this time I'm going to go to ScanNCut data. And that means I am scanning in a drawing or a pattern that I want to turn into cutting data. So I'm going to go ahead and hit start. The scanner is going to take an image of my mat. Now, when we turn this into data, we can use it for cutting, we can use it for drawing, we can use it to make a rhinestone design. There are all kinds of uses for images that we can scan into our machine. So there is my coloring page. I am going to go ahead and I can choose to just do an outline. I can choose to do several different components. And then this one over here, I'm going to choose because that's going to, any lines that intersect, it's going to see those as separate pieces. So I'm going to choose that one. And again, I'm going to choose this heart here that has 3 hearts because I want to cut those 3 hearts out of 3 different fabrics. So I'm going to crop around it and touch preview. I'm going to touch OK. I'm going to ask it to save it to the machine. It's told me it's saved it. Now, in order to find that, I have to go back home, tell the machine it's okay to delete my scan. I'm going to go to retrieve data from the machine. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom because I know where I'm going to find my heart. There it is. Once I touch OK and I go to edit, now you can see I can break apart all 3 of the hearts, and now I can cut them or draw them, enlarge them, size them, do whatever I'd like to them. So those are some of my favorite features of the ScanNCut. What did you think, Blaine?
Well, you know, Jennifer, that makes everybody want one.
Of course
That's
it
what I
does.
think.
It makes it so easy.
You make it look easy, I tell you. Oh my gosh. So, you know, hey, the ScanNCut is just a great cutter all the way around. And I know, what are some things that you can cut with it, Sarah? I mean, Jennifer, like all the different ways you can cut and things you can do with it.
So you can cut paper. So if you're a scrapbooker, you can do paper. You can cut, this is faux leather. I've cut cork. I, of course, cut lots of fabric. I can cut felt. I can cut anything up to 3 millimeters. So if you have real thin balsa wood, the real thin stuff, you can cut that. You can cut vinyl, so adhesive vinyl, heat transfer vinyl. If you want to make heat transfer vinyl sweatshirts, this is your machine with that half cut setting. There is no guessing. You turn that on, your auto blade, your half cut. It just makes it so easy. Let's see, what else have I cut? You can draw with it. I've cut organza with it. I've cut satin with it. So many different applications that you can cut. It is really a versatile machine. Like I said, any crafter needs one in their sewing room.
And then somebody's asking, Jennifer, are there instructions online for this?
There is a manual online that you can download. And then there are a lot of videos on the Brother Sews YouTube channel where you can watch little demos on how to do this as well. Yes.
And it says, will it cut out pre-quilted fabric? That's a good one, Mary.
That's a good question. So fabric that you've pre-quilted, I have not tried that. I can tell you that I've made little keychains or ornaments that have been stitched together with 2 layers of like the marine vinyl or the cork, and I can have my ScanNCut cut through 2 layers of the cork. So that would be an interesting try for your machine.
I think too, Jennifer, it's going to depend on how thick that thing,
Yes,
that quilt
it's
would
3
be.
millimeters is your.
Yeah, I think if they can, if it's 3 millimeters or less, they can probably cut it.
Yes.
But that would be something you would most definitely have to test and try out.
Yes.
So, well, Jennifer, awesome job as usual, and we love having you on the show. But
Thank
I got to
you.
tell everybody how they can get the ScanNCuts and what we got going today, and tell them a little bit about the features on it.
Yes.
And so, thank you again, and I hope you have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you. All right, Roger, we're going to show everybody how they can get this. So, guys, y'all know, again, this is a call-in special. And one thing that we are including, if you get the 230, it's the SDX 230DX, and that is the Disney one, and that D stands for the Disney. And you're going to get that roll feeder that we're going to throw that in for free. And that is almost like a $90 value. And what that enables you to do is put your roll of vinyl on there, and you can actually cut up to 72 inches vertically on that. So you can make some great wall hangings and things with this. But again, guys, I want to tell you a little bit about this Brother SDX 230DX. It has 152 built-in Disney designs in it. 1,435 built-in designs total. So 1,435. Think about how many designs that is. That is incredible. 140 quilt patterns, 17 lettering fonts. It has the thin fabric auto blade, the built-in scanner, blade sensor technology. And guys, that's the great thing about the new ScanNCuts. Before, you used to have to try to set your blade depth yourself based on what you were cutting. Now, this automatically detects what you're cutting, and it automatically sets that blade depth, so there's no mistakes. It is so easy to do. It reads the PES, PHC, and PHX files. It has wireless network ready. That means you can send files to it wirelessly. The included accessories, it comes with an auto blade and the holder, the standard tack mat, which is a 12-inch by 12-inch, cardstock, a 12-inch by 12-inch. It comes with a pen holder, the black color pen, the touch pen stylus, the spatula, and that spatula is for when you can get things off of your sticky sheet that sticks down, you stick to, the accessory bag, the power cord. You get the getting started guide, and you're getting, again, 152 built-in Disney designs. You're getting that Disney vinyl auto blade kit, universal pen holder. You're getting that rhinestone trial kit. And guys, if y'all have never done the rhinestones, it is pretty awesome how it works. It cuts the patterns out of the vinyl, and then you can just stick the rhinestones to it, and then heat transfer onto your garment. So it's really a cool kit. Again, you're getting that free roll feeder. You're getting a thin fabric auto blade and the holder, the color pen set, and I think there's 5 pieces. You're getting an erasable pen set, 2 pieces, a low tack adhesive mat, which is a 12 by 12, iron-on fabric applique contact sheet, which is a 12-inch by 15.9 inch, 2 pieces of that. You're getting all the built-in designs, the fabric mat, and guys, I'm telling you what, the price on this is $899. But guys, we do have a call-in special on this. Not only are you going to get that roll feeder, we have an incredible package put together today for you for this SDX 230DX. And guys, that is not all. We have a second machine too. It's that SDX 225F, and that F stands for fabric. So you're getting some fabric things and mats that come right with the machine. And we have 2 of those on special today. And guys, we are probably one of the few dealers in the country that have a lot of these in stock. We just got a bunch in just for this show, but they're going quick. We had our Cyber Monday show. We started selling through them. I know we have a lot of them left, but they will sell out today, probably more than likely. I'll try to give you an update on the inventory. I've reached out to some people at the home office and said, hey, give me an update on the numbers. But we will advise you of that. So don't wait. If you've been wanting one of those ScanNCuts, now's the time to do it. You're not going to beat the price ever on this. And we've got a package today that is incredible on it. And we also offer some small financing, a few months of financing, like 24 months financing, 12 months financing on some of the ScanNCuts if you need to help you out with those monthly payments. But guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151 and talk to one of our sales agents. If you can't get through on the phones today, because we know it's super, super busy, we're going to put that Google Sheets link up in there. I encourage you to use it. Just put your name, your phone number, and what you're inquiring about, and somebody from the call center will call you. Also, if you're on the website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can speak to one of our live chat agents on there, and they can also help you out and tell you what the specials are and take your order. So, a bunch of different ways to order and get online today. But guys, don't delay on these ScanNCuts. I promise you, when these are gone, they are gone, because Brother's coming out with new models, and they're always doing that. So this is the latest and greatest right now. And man, I tell you what, that Disney, all those designs in there, if you are a Disney fan, man, you're getting 152 of these built in. And I'm just amazed, Roger, at 1,435 designs built in that ScanNCut. So, I tell you, if you like even making homemade Christmas cards and birthday cards and things for people, it cuts the cardstock extremely well. And the great thing about it too, is you can put that pen in there, a pen holder, and you could put a Sharpie magic marker and draw and make very unique and cut out cards and things. So you could have just really unique gifts if you want to do things. And one of the features I really like about this too is you can make a vinyl mask and put on like wine glasses and things. And then I know Cindy Hogan was talking about this one time to me. And you take this stuff, it's called etching cream, and you rub that cream all over it, and then you wipe it off after it does its deal. You pull that mask off, and all it did was etch the glass right where you did. So you could put, for wedding gifts, you could put people's names, the date they're getting married, or anniversaries, and things right on the glass set. And I thought that was such a neat idea. And but that's all the things you can do with this ScanNCut. So guys, don't delay. Get on that ScanNCut today. Great job by Jennifer Gleich. And we always love her on the show. So thank you so much, Jennifer, for being on here today. But guys, it's always a fast-paced show when you're on here. And Ella Bly is saying so many great features. Ella, you are exactly right. It does have a ton of features. And Ella, if you don't have one of these, you need to call right now and get one of these. Knowing Ella, she probably has one of these, because Ella's been on our show for a lot. And what's the name? Laura? Is it Lori? Laura? Laura, I can't see. It says Laura. Love, love, love. Laura. So I'm assuming Lori has one of these and she loves it. So anyway, guys, we are going to move right on along. Lisa's saying such a cool machine. Lisa, you are exactly right too. It is a great, great machine. But we're going to move on, and we're going to our next machine, guys. And we have Sara Vetser. I always get her name wrong. Vetser. Sara Vetser coming up. And Sara is a Brother educator as well. And Sara is going to talk all about this NQ 1700 from Brother. And guys, this is a brand new machine that came out. And for all you 1600 fans out there, that was one of the most popular machines we've had in a tremendous amount of time. It was the NQ 1600, huge, huge machine. The 1700 is the latest and greatest one. It's taken its place, and it has not missed a beat. We just got some in today, guys. These will go fast. I promise you, we will sell out of these today. I've got Deb Donovan over there. She is actually, her and her team and Candace and them are watching the chat today on YouTube and Facebook and help answer questions. But Deb is trying to give me an inventory update, and so we can find out exactly what we've got left and everything. But I know these machines, we just got them in today. They will sell out because this is a huge, huge machine. But we got Sara here. So Sara, welcome to our Countdown to Christmas show, day one. So thank you for being here.
Blaine. Yeah, thank you for having me. I love your setup over there. You look so cozy and ready for Christmas.
All I need is a fireplace, a little fire going over here. And, but I got to thank my wife for this, Michelle. She came in and decorated the studio for Christmas. And I tell you, she is just awesome at decorating when it comes to trees and things. our tree that she does at home, I tell you, I'm blown away every year when I see it. It looks like a fake magazine picture. I mean, it's so awesome. But
That's
she
awesome.
came in here and did her thing, and I thought it looked great.
She did awesome. I love it.
So how are you? How you been?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. I'm presenting 2 machines today on the countdown. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You know, and you got the privilege of presenting 2 of probably Brother's most popular machines ever. And you're going to be doing the 1700 now, but then you're coming back and going to do that 1900. And
Yep.
both of those machines, Sara, we sell out of them as soon as we get them. We got a shipment in today, this morning. I verified it that they came in because we had them ordered just in time for the show. We got a special price on them. We're going to pass them savings right on to the customers. So I'm ready for you to get going and tell everybody how wonderful this 1700 is.
Absolutely. I'm glad you got some just in time because once everyone sees this, they are going to want one for sure. Okay. So this is the 1700, and as Blaine said, this is the upgrade to the 1600E. So there are a couple of new features that you get with the 1700. First off, just looking at the machine body, they reduced the size of this front plate here, so you have increased visibility to the project that you're working on down here. So that's a really great feature right off the bat. You can see there's really bright LED lighting under here, so you get a really clear view of your project from every angle. Now, this machine comes loaded with 258 built-in embroidery designs. And if I'm getting ahead of myself, I don't think I even mentioned, this is embroidery only. So this is Brother's midline embroidery only machine. It's really great for a wide range of customers. If you're someone who wants to get started with embroidery, as maybe nervous to try it out, this is a really great starter machine. It's really intuitive. It's very easy to use and to learn. And on the other hand, if you're an expert, maybe you already have an embroidery sewing combo, this is a great addition if you're looking to get more embroidery done at once. Because I know with me, I have all my embroidery machines going at the same time. So this is an awesome machine to have. It's full of a lot of the high-end features that someone like that would be used to. So all around, a really excellent machine. So like I said, 258 built-in designs. So right out of the box, you can get started creating a ton of stuff on here. It also has 13 fonts. So that's 60 new designs added from the 1600 and 2 new fonts added from the 1600 model. Right here on the screen, you can see we have a 5-inch color LCD touchscreen. Really beautiful picture you get on there. And you can also notice that there is a blue wireless network symbol. That's another one of the big upgrades that you get with this machine. It has wireless connectivity, and that means a couple of exciting things. So the machine will notify you when you need to update your software, which I absolutely love that feature because I don't always remember to check for a software update. But now if the machine is connected to your wireless network, it will just pop up with a little exclamation point and it'll tell you it's time to go onto the Brother Solutions Center and download your new upgrade. So that keeps your machine running smoothly, keeps it up to date. It's an awesome feature. You can also transfer embroidery designs from your computer directly to your machine without needing a USB. So that is a really fun feature. I can't tell you how many times a day I use that one. And you can do that a couple of different ways. You can use PE Design 11 if you have that software to transfer wirelessly. You can also use Brother's new Design Database Transfer app, and that's free to download for PC users. And what that does is it accesses the embroidery files on your computer and transfers them with the click of a button over to your machine. So that is an awesome feature as well. So the machine itself weighs less than 20 pounds as well, which is great if you're on the move. Maybe you want to take it with you on vacation, you want to move it around your sewing room, you want to take it to class. It's really lightweight and easy to move around. So let's get in close and take a look at some more of the features we have here. So here's our beautiful screen. And we'll just go ahead and take a look at some of these categories. So right in here, you have 14 pages, and I can just use the arrows on the front of my screen to scroll through 14 pages of embroidery designs just in this one category. You can see when you tap on the design, it shows it in your embroidery field. And the max embroidery size on this machine is 6 by 10, which is a really impressive large size for this machine. So let me touch on that for a second before we move forward. So this is the 2 frames that you get included with the machine. You get your standard 5 by 7, which is a great size for lots of different projects. You also get that big, beautiful 6 by 10 hoop. Really impressive size for a machine this compact to be able to stitch out big, beautiful designs like this. And the sample that I always like to show to illustrate how big that 6 by 10 frame is this jacket. I was able to stitch out the back of this jacket with that 6 by 10 hoop. And this is one of the included designs. And you can see the stitch quality is really awesome on this machine. It cuts all of your jump threads for you, and it stitches at 850 stitches per minute. So this was done in an hour. So you can get tons of stuff done with that size of embroidery field. So getting back to our close-up, so you can see it previews that design for you at the 6 by 10 size. It shows you right off the bat which hoops it will fit into up there. It gives you the dimensions, and if you want to get an even closer look, you can press that preview button and it enlarges it for you. You can also select the hoop that you're planning to use, and it will preview it inside the hoop so you can get a good idea of the proportions there. There are some more categories in here: buttonholes, buttonhole decorations. These are your seasonal designs in here. So there's 18 pages of those. And then you have your crown design, which is where a lot of the newer designs live. So there are my zebras that I stitched out on the jacket. And we'll come back and look at some more designs there in a minute. We also have 2 options for these big, beautiful initial alphabets. We have a gold floral, and we also have a really nice blue floral. And then this is where your 13 fonts live. Using the arrows on the front of my machine, I can scroll through and look at all of my options there. And once you tap on a font, you can type out any that you'd like. You have the ability to type out numbers, symbols, special characters. You can also jump between large, medium, and small fonts, so you don't have to wait until you get to that editing page to size up or down your words that you're typing out. And you can type out multiple lines at once with that enter button. So there's just so much that you can do right on this one font edit page. So I think, I almost forgot to mention our frame patterns. There's tons of those to choose from as well. You can select a shape, and there are multiple pages of designs there. I love using those. And then you have your memory pocket. This allows you to save any design that you created right on the machine. You can save it to your machine's memory. You can save it to a USB, and now you have the ability to save it to your wireless pocket. So lots of options there as well. And you are going to be creating tons of designs on here because you don't need a computer. You can edit all of these things with your font, with your shapes, with your designs right on this screen, and then save it right to your machine. So there's no computer necessary, no editing software necessary, none of that. You can get going right out of the box with this machine. So let's go in and grab this llama design that I absolutely love. 3 little llamas right there, aren't they cute? So we're going to grab that one, and we're going to edit a quick design here. So I'm going to set my embroidery design. Now we're on the embroidery edit page. And we have tons of options for editing this design here. So we'll just start off with the move category. We can center it in our embroidery field. We can use all these arrows to move it around. So I'm going to move it to the right. And then we have our size editing. So we can size up or down proportionally. We can size by width or by height. We can also rotate by 90 degrees, 10 degrees, or even 1 degree. And that 1 degree is really helpful when you're trying to line something up perfectly on the top of a pocket or the edge of the seam. You can get a really accurate rotation with that 1 degree rotate. Then right here we have our color palette. And this is going to allow you to change the colors of the design. So the machine already has colors set here for you, but if you want to change them up, you're able to do that with your thread color palette. So right here, it's previewing the portion of the design that we're able to edit. And you can use the arrows on the front of your machine to move through the different color palettes. And each palette has a certain tone. So these are kind of like the natural colors. These are the blues and greens. And if you want to get more blue and green options, you can use the arrows at the top of your screen here to move through and give you even more blues and greens. So there's not just 4 pages of colors here. There's multiple pages within each color set. So there's just so many color options here for you. If you want to jump around to the next portion of your design, you can use the plus or the minus thread button to jump color blocks and edit them that way. You also have your mirror button there. And we have 2 more categories here that are grayed out right now, but I'm going to go ahead and add some text and then we'll see what those 2 are all about. So I'm going to go to add, select font number 1. And I'm going to type out a little cheeky saying, I'm going to type out no problema. I think that will go nicely with our little llamas there. So using the arrows on the front of my screen, I can scroll through to get my uppercase and my lowercase letters all right here. My space is at the end. And I'm just going to go ahead and type out my phrase. And you can see as I'm typing, I'm in large, so I know right away that I want to go down to medium because my font is not going to have to be so big. So I jumped right down to medium with the press of a button. And as I'm typing, you can see that the width and the height are changing. It's telling me how big my phrase is coming out to be. Okay, so then again, I have the option to preview it, and it kind of, the machine just automatically puts it in the center of my embroidery field. So that's why it's previewing it on top of my llamas right now, but we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna set that, and we're gonna edit it from here. So I'm gonna go into rotate and rotate at 90 degrees to start. Then I'm gonna move it below my llamas. And I can always use my zoom function. I can zoom up to 300%. I'm just going to go to 150 for now. And this is really helpful when you're lining stuff up that might be a little bit finicky. So I can see really clearly that my words are coming in just under the feet of my llama there. So I'm going to go back out to 100%. And here are our 2 other categories that were grayed out. This right here is our stitch density. So that allows you to edit the density of your stitches on your lettering, whether they're really close together or a little bit far apart. And then your font edit category has a whole other world of editing options. So you can turn on your multicolor option. And then when we go back into our thread color palette, you'll see that it separated out each of my letters. So I can go in if I wanted to, and I can change each letter to a different color. So that's a really great, that's a great function right there. You can go into array, and you can kind of bubble your text. You can put it on a diagonal. Lots of fun stuff to play with there as well. And then right in here, you have the ability, without going back and retyping all of your text, to try out some different fonts. So you can see I'm just pressing the font and it's changing it for me. So I can preview all those and play with that before I settle on my final one. I'm gonna press OK. This is our spacing, so we can space our letters farther apart or closer together. This will allow us to separate different words. If we wanted to maybe have no on top of problema, we can separate them and move them as individual words. And in here, we're able to individually edit our letters by size. We can jump up from large, medium to small, or we can edit them proportionally by height or by width. We're also able to change individual letters to different fonts. So here's another sample I'll show you guys where I played with a lot of these text editing functions. This is by Somebody Loves You, little bunny guy here. And you can see I played with the convex and the concave curving. I edited one word in my phrase to be a different color and a different font. And I did all that right on my screen here. Okay, so I'm going to go back into my color palette, and I'm actually going to assign a different color to No Problema. I'm going to pick Cornflower Blue because I know that that is one of the blues that's in my llama design up here. And I'm going to tell you why I did that in a second. So I'm going to say OK, and we're going to go to End Edit. Now we move on to one more screen before we're ready for our embroidery. And this one has a lot of other high-end functions that I absolutely love. So we can move the design as a whole. It won't move each individual part at this point. It'll move everything around in our embroidery field for us. We can save our design, and we can also enable the color sort function. This is a function that I absolutely love, one of the best features on this machine for sure. So what happens is, now that I picked No Problema to be Cornflower Blue, and I know that Cornflower Blue is one of the colors in my llama design, the machine is going to automatically group those colors together, and it's going to eliminate any unnecessary thread changes for me. So now, instead of having to change that Cornflower Blue out several times, it's going to group together all those blues, those blue parts of my stitch out, and it's going to stitch it all at once for me. So that's a really, really awesome feature. Very fun to use. Okay, so I'm going to go to my embroidery page, and I'm going to move back out and show you how easy it is to thread this machine. So you can open the top there. I'm going to grab my thread, and the directions for threading your machine are printed right on there for you, so you will never forget how to do it. Sorry if my arm is in the way a little bit. So I'm going around. And this machine has the advanced needle threading system. So right here, I hook my thread. I can trim it to the right length. It's not staying hooked. Hook it, trim it, and with the press of a lever, it threads my needle for me. How amazing is that? I mean, that is the best time saver right there, right? So we're all threaded up, and I'm going to put in my hoop. I don't have any fabric in here right now, but that's okay. Slides right under my presser foot. It slides right into my embroidery arm, and it locks in. Now I'm going to go back to the previous screen for a second because I want to show you guys this trace function right here. This allows you, it will trace around in the hoop to each point of your design and give you a really clear visual of where it's going to lay out in the hoop and on your fabric. So that's a really powerful tool when you want to work with placing your embroidery design. And the last function I want to highlight is the auto presser foot down function. So you can see my hoop is loaded, my embroidery is set, and my start button is green, but my presser foot is still raised. In the past, something that you would have to do is manually lower your presser foot before you started your stitch out. But with the auto presser foot down function, you're able to just go ahead and press that start button, and the machine lowers that foot for you, and it will start stitching right away. So that's just one more great time-saving feature there. So overall, a really awesome machine, very easy to use, tons of editing features. It just has a lot going on. And yeah, I absolutely love using this machine. It's one that I use very frequently. So what do you think, Blaine?
Hey, Sara.
Hey.
I tell you that it's pretty awesome. And you know, the thing about these machines, what a lot of people don't know, I kind of talked a little earlier. Do you get a combo machine or you do get an embroidery only? And this is a case where we're talking about two machines, the embroidery functions are almost identical, the 3600D, and then you talk about this 1700. The embroidery is so close. They both do 6x10, but the 1700 is an embroidery only. The 3600 is that combo. So I guess it comes down to, do you want to just embroidery machine or do you want a combo machine? And this would, if you've already got a great sewing machine, this is a great complement to that, wouldn't it be?
Exactly. Yeah, I've met a lot of people who absolutely love their sewing machine and they don't want to give it up. So if you don't want to trade that in for a combo machine, then just adding this one would be a really great thing to do.
It is, and it's such a good machine. So I think, is there any questions out there? Oh, it says, Terry's asking, does it have an auto basting function?
It does not. I don't believe that this machine has that.
All right. So I think, is there any other questions, Andrea? We're looking to see if there's any other questions. Oh, do you have to put on a thread cap?
I usually go without. I've never had to put one on, no. But it comes with them if you'd like to. Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of times you got the little smaller spools of thread, it's probably a good idea, but the bigger spools usually stay on there okay.
Right. Can you wind your bobbin and keep sewing? You can wind it in the middle of a project. I know because I've had to do it several times, but not as the machine is stitching. So you can kind of have your hoop in there and your project is maybe, mid-stitch, but it's not stitching. It's paused, and then you can wind your bobbin and switch it out and then continue the stitching.
And then Paula's saying, awesome demo, very informative. It sure was, Sara. That was very informative. A great job on that. And we're going to have you back here in just a little bit, and you're going to talk all about that 1900. So right now, I got to tell everybody how they can get this and a few of the functions on it. Again, so thank you so much, Sara. We'll see you in just a little bit.
See you in a bit.
All righty. So everybody, here is the call-in special. And it's $19.99, the normal price on this. But guys, if you want to have a great countdown to Christmas show special, you have to give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. We have live chat agents standing by that can help you. And we have live phone agents standing by at the call center that can answer your calls and questions on this. Now, I got to tell you a little bit about this machine, guys. And that is one good looking machine, as you can see. And again, with the 3600D that Jerry was talking about earlier, this is just the embroidery function only. So this only has embroidery, and it's a 6x10 hoop size. And again, this thing has 258 built-in embroidery designs. It is wireless capable. It has a 6x10 embroidery area. It's 8.3 inches from the needle to the arm. It has 4.85 inch color LCD screen display, which is a big display for this type of machine. Automatic thread cutting and trimming. It does cut those jump stitches. It has the maximum embroidery speed of 850 stitches per minute. Advanced needle threading system. The needle threading on this, guys, is so easy. Just one push of the button and you've got it threads the needle. Has on-screen editing, as Sara was showing. What included in the box? You're going to get embroidery foot. You're getting bobbins, a scissors, screwdriver, a large one and a small one. You're getting that L-shaped screwdriver. You're getting a disc-shaped screwdriver, and that's for taking the feet on and off. You're getting the spool cap large, spool cap medium, spool cap small, thread, spool insert, accessory bag, a spool net, a 6x10 hoop, a 6x10 template, bobbin case, bobbin thread, dust cover, needles, extra spool pin, a cleaning brush, a seam ripper, power cord, that quick reference guide, instruction manual, and that warranty card. And I've got to tell y'all too, I just found out from Deb, we have 21 of these left in inventory. We already got them in today. We got 25 in. There's already been 4 that has been sold. So we got 21 left right now as we speak. She just texted me. So if you've been wanting one of these machines, guys, don't delay. Get one of these. These will be sold out, I guarantee you, in just the next day or two, and probably today. These things go so fast, and they love them. And the 1900 is the same way. People have been waiting on that 1900, and we got 9 of them in this morning, and they're probably going to be gone before we even get to show it today when Sara comes back, because they go so fast. But we do have more coming in, so don't worry. You will be able to get one. But anyway, great job again, Sara, on that. And hey, we're going to move on. We're going to bring Jerry Granata back to the show. And Jerry, this time, we're still talking about that 3600D, but we're going to talk all about the embroidery functions of it, because this morning, he talked all about the sewing functions. We did, a 30-minute session. Now we're going to do a 30-minute session talking all about embroidery. Again, guys, this is one of my favorite machines. And also Deb, she's going to give me an update on the inventory on this. I know that we have plenty in stock, but I shouldn't say plenty, because I know, these go pretty fast. But I know we started the day out with about 45 of them. I think that's right. I'm going to check that and verify it. But when we come back, when I tell you the price and we'll talk a little bit about that, I'll tell you the inventory update on that as well. So, hey, let's bring Jerry back to the show. And Jerry, are you ready to talk all about embroidery?
I am. Welcome back, everybody. Happy holidays. I hope everyone's safe, happy, and healthy. Blaine, I hope you're doing well.
I am doing fantastic, man. I am in the spirit.
Awesome. Me too. I got my tree done. I've had my eggnog. It's all good.
Well, I was going to wear my red tuxedo top and my Santa hat today, but I kept debating. I was like, I think I'm going to wait and use it Friday when I give the $10,000 sewing machine package away.
There you go. Yeah, that's a much better idea, I think. But you've got holiday spirit all around you in your studio there, so you're good.
Look at this, guys. It looks incredible back here. The tree and all the little knickknacks, and yeah, Michelle just went out of her way to make it look good. And I walked in this morning, I was just like, wow, this thing looks beautiful.
It did. It looks fantastic. They did a beautiful job for you.
All right, well, let's talk all about that 3600D and all these great embroidery functions it does.
Absolutely. I'll have to apologize. Probably a lot of what you saw on Sara's video, her presentation, is going to repeat on mine, because really the 3600 is just the 1700 with a sewing function added. Plus a little extra features. So I'm going to be talking about the NQ3600D. D stands for Disney, and we're going to talk about how you can embroider Disney designs, Disney licensed designs on this machine. So this is a sewing and embroidery combination machine. If you're coming back from my earlier presentation, welcome back, where I showed you the sewing side of the 3600. Now we're going to talk about the embroidery side of the 3600. And I'm really excited to show you a lot of the features about that, because it's very exciting. So let's get over there and let's get to it. So here we are. We are now at the 3600D, and I've got my sewing side already pulled up. I'm sorry, the embroidery side already pulled up. So I'm ready to talk about that. So let's talk about some of the things that you're seeing on your machine that are pertinent to embroidery and what you're going to get in your package. So with the machine, you are going to get this lovely 5x7 hoop. Very big. I'll put my hand there for size comparison. And you are also going to get the 6x10 hoop. This thing is huge. It is so big, my camera can't even hardly focus on it. But I'll put my hand there for size comparison. It's huge. So if you look at the size of the machine, now the machine is 8.3 inches from needle to the body of the machine, because you have that nice big size, which is great for quilting, but it also, on the embroidery side, means you can use that bigger hoop. So a lot of those big designs that maybe you have a smaller embroidery machine, and it's time to upgrade. Maybe you've got a 4x4 and you want to upgrade. This would be a perfect machine for you, because you can use your 4x4 hoop on your brother machine, and you get the 5x7 and the 6x10. So you can still do those same smaller designs that you love, but now you can jump up into all of those bigger designs that you've seen that you can't do on your 4x4. So I always tell people, buy the biggest size hoop that you can afford. That's the best advice I can give. And with this machine, man, it really knocks it right out of the park. It is quiet when it embroiders, has 233 built-in designs. So let's kind of dig in. I'm excited to show you the embroidery side of this machine as well. So here you have now, folks, I just want to point out, these are not just single designs. These are categories. So you can open up your categories and you have designs, you have embroidered buttonholes, which are wonderful. So you can use your directional tools here, and you can scroll through all of these wonderful buttonholes. And you also have, these are more seasonal. So we got Easter, we have spring, we have some sailing functions, and there's Thanksgiving. And then we're going to get into the Christmas ones here at the end. So there's a sleigh, there is some holly, some candle. I mean, just beautiful built-in designs. I collect snowmen, so of course I love the snowman design. But just to show you, there's already designs built in. If you did want to bring in designs on a flash drive, absolutely you can do so. You'll come right over here to the other side of the machine, and on the right-hand side of this machine, there is a USB plug-in for you, so you can bring in those nice designs. So let's dig in a little bit more and see exactly what this machine will do. So we'll go back. Here's your Disney designs. So you have classic Disney. You have some vintage Mickey here. There's a Christmas design that I just love. That's built in. Isn't that adorable? You have Winnie the Pooh and all of his friends here. You also have the princesses. If you were here for, and I have that again. So if you, I'm going to show you some samples that I have. One of them is the princesses. So I've got those stitched out for you to show you. Here you have Tinkerbell and Bambi and all of your favorite. And then for the guys, we have the cars and Toy Story and all of those wonderful designs for you. So you're pretty much covered. Now, if you, speaking of Disney, if you didn't find a design in the machine that you liked, or you want something just a little different, you can go to iBroidery.com. That's Brothers exclusive embroidery design website where you can purchase more designs. There's a ton more Disney, Marvel, home decorating, freestanding lace. So it's not just Disney and Marvel, it's everything. It covers everything. If you're a Brother embroidery owner and you have not been to iBroidery.com, I encourage you to do so. And what's nice about that is you'll sign up for it, you'll put in all of your information for your machine, and the site will tell you whether or not a design is compatible with your machine. So you don't have to pay and spend money and waste money on designs that you can't do. So iBroidery.com. These are large, very large, can be made very large. So these are monograms with flowers on them. They're beautiful, stitched out. Here you have fonts, and you don't just have one. You have 11 different fonts to choose from. I'll scroll through here. And then you also have frames. So if you wanted to put a frame around any of your monograms or any of your designs in general, you can do so here. Just pick a shape. We'll pick a heart, and notice you have multiple designs. So there's a rose. There's another rose. Here's more of a graphic sort of style. So they have you covered. Brother has you covered here. So let's dig in just a little more. So I'm going to choose a design, and I'm just going to go into one of my regular categories here. And I'll let you browse through and see some of the animal prints and some of the other designs that are available here as well. I was in the Navy for 21 years, so I'm going to choose the ship, of course, because that's what I love. And I'm going to talk to you about what you're looking at. So here you have, this is sort of your playground. This is where you are going to go when you set a design or you want to do your on-screen editing. Here's where you're going to look. This is like your playground in your work area. So up here, what you're seeing is a bunch of different hoops here. So what these hoops mean is this is giving you a visual reference for which hoops are compatible for this design. So whatever design you have pulled up here, check over here, and this will kind of give you a visual reference of what hoops were. So according to my screen, the 6x10, the 5x7, and the 4x4 will work for this design. How do I know that? Because I have another reference here. I have the size of the design. In this case, this design is 3.78 inches by 3.54 inches. Now, here's a button that a lot of people ask me about, and it is, I love this icon. It is one of the places that I go to because what it will do is it will not only, it will expand your design, but it will also tell you those hoops that are compatible, and you can audition what that design looks like in the hoop. Isn't that amazing? So it gives you a picture of the hoop and it shows you what that design will look like in your hoop. There's the 5x7. Here's the 6x10. So I think that's awesome. So if you've ever been confused and you're not really sure how your design is going to fit in the hoop or what it's going to look like or where it's going to land, this is an audition tool. It's a wonderful visual reference to show you exactly where that design is going to go. So I'm happy with all of that. So I'm going to set it. Now we come up with a new menu. Notice we have move and size and rotate. Let's talk about these. So the moving tools. So you'll have arrows that you can use to move your design on screen, and you can see my design moving. You also can use your finger if you so choose. Just grab it and move it around to where you want it to go. If you're moving a far distance, you may want to move it with your finger and then use your arrow tools as to fine-tune where you want your design. If you are getting confused and you're like, I just want to recenter it, just touch your center button. Boop, your design will pop right back into center. So there's no confusion whatsoever. You can resize this. You can go up 20%. You can go down 20% proportionally. You can stretch the ship if you want to. You can make it sort of like a windjammer, make it a little bit longer. If you want to get back to where you were and reset the whole thing, you're going to touch this icon right here. And it puts it right back to default. It puts it right back to where you were. So that's your tools for that. You have rotational tools as well. You can rotate 90, 10, or 1 degree. So if you were had a project where you had to rotate, you were doing a shirt or something like that, or a blouse, you could certainly do that as well. You could move 10%. Oh, the poor people on this ship, they're getting seasick. Again, if you didn't want to, if you wanted to reset that and go just right back to the beginning of where the design defaults, boop, just hit reset and you're back there automatically. Again, you can always audition. Remember, you have those audition tools. Whenever you play with something and you reset it or you resize it or rotate it, you can see where that's going to fall in the hoop. So as I turn 90 degrees, notice that my ship is now 90 degrees in the hoop. So I can always check and double check. And I just think that's a brilliant thing that Brother did, because now I don't have to waste fabric or thread testing and testing. I mean, I love to test, but now I get a visual. I can kind of get a reference of what's going to happen here. I can also mirror image this ship. What if I want the ship to be going to the right? Absolutely, I can do that. One touch. I'm going to put it back, or I can delete it. Maybe I'm just like, I just want to start over and I'm good with that. If I want to change the color of the ship, this is where you're going to go. So if you want to change the color to whatever thread you're using, absolutely. You want kind of a fuchsia, kind of a mauve, if you want a light yellow, purple. So set your coloring here so that you can see what your design is going to look like. Or again, just reset. We want to revert to the previous color. Yep. And it goes right back to the blue. So I love the fact that you have the back button down here and you have the resets here so that there's no confusion. If you get really involved in your design and you're starting to get overwhelmed, just hit your reset button. Boom, you're right back to where you were. So there's no sweat whatsoever. Now, let's say you want to add a design. Now, your select tool will be used for if you have multiple designs on your screen, you can select which one you want to move or resize or rotate. But what if you want to add let's see here, you can add whatever you want to this design, but let's choose a font. So I'm going to just choose a regular font and I'll use my name, J-E, And then we'll go RRY. There we go. Now I can make this font large, medium, or small. I will keep it large. I can check the spelling. I can delete it. I can change different characters, as you can see. I can choose, I can even do foreign languages if I want to. But in this case, I'm going to set it. Now, you notice Jerry is right over my ship. Well, I want it, let's say I want it just above it. I can use my finger to move either my ship or my lettering, either one. Remember, I can select now. See how the red box is changing between? Because now I can, let's say I want to resize my ship. Maybe make that a little bit bigger on the screen. I can certainly do that. Maybe I want to take my lettering and make that smaller. I can certainly do that. Or larger. However you want to do it. Whatever, it's really, it's limitless as far as your creativity, whatever you want to do. That looks nice, but let's move this down just a bit. And let's say that I don't want my name to be straight. I want it to array, or I want it to curve. So where am I going to do that? Let's go into font editing and look at this. Look at all the samples. I can cut my letters apart. I can split them. I can choose to do, if I want to change my font, I can do so right here. Maybe I don't like this. Maybe that's a little too plain. I want to see what it looks like as a cursive or something like that. I can do that here. But let's go in, and I'm going to resize this just a little bit. It might be a little too big for my hoop. There we go. So I'm going to array this. So there we go. So now I have a bunch of choices. So let's say I just want a gentle curve. So I'll choose it right there, and look at that. I have an array. And again, I can move it. I can move it down a little bit, maybe move it over. So isn't this amazing how you have this on-screen editing? I just love this. I love that it's so easy and simple, and really it takes less time than for me to describe it. It just takes no time whatsoever. So once you are done, you're going to go ahead and finish your editing. Now it does give you some tools again. So if you want to rotate, maybe you just want to play with this a little more and you want to see what it's going to look like, you can do so. Now, when you're all ready and you're all ready to go, I suggest placing this in memory, because you can go in and you can delete it, but place it in memory so that if you're ever going to come back and play with it again, then you'll have the ability to do so. Also, if you just love it, if you love your design, place that into memory, into the pocket, and it will place it into the machine's memory for you. Very simple. Once you're ready to go, just touch embroidery, and there it's giving you all of your steps. Now let's talk about this just a little bit. So in embroidery, the red numbers on the top indicate where you are at any given moment in the design. The bottom black numbers represent when your design is completely finished. That's what you're going to have. So this has 9,677 stitches in it. It's going to take 14 minutes, and there are 2 steps, and you can see those steps right here. Now, if you had multiple colors, you would see those steps all lined up here. Now, what is amazing about this machine, once you jump up to this machine, you can cut your jump stitches. It will cut it automatically. And not only that, you can change the length of the tail of your jump stitch. So remember I said on the sewing side that once you get out of the default will always have a black box around it. But once you get outside of that, you'll have your numbers. And if you're not sure where you are, just keep touching until you see the black box, and you're right back to where you started again. You want to touch those off? One touch. They are now off. It will not cut my jump stitches, and it will not cut at the end of the color. And you may want to do that. Maybe you're working on a quilt and you don't want to, you're embroidering your quilt in the hoop, or you're quilting in the hoop, and you really should probably cut off your jump stitches at that point. That way you can bury your threads and you won't have those knots on the back. So you can very easily, boop, right there, just do that with one touch. So let's go back. Now, once you are done with this, what you would do is stitch that out, and you will have a lovely design such as this here. So there is the ship stitched out, giving a little plug for Sewing Machines Plus, because they're wonderful and they've been very good to me. So just want to give them a little plug. So of course, I did Jerry over the top, but you can place whatever you want. But look how beautiful. And I always suggest that people look at the back as well. Look how beautiful that is on the back. So you always want to look on the back to check the design of or check your machine. So, I mean, very simply. Now, let's look at one of the other designs that's built in as well. So this would be another like 6x10. I'm going to place my hand here. Look how big this design is. So that design is found kind of where the ship was. So let's go back in here. And right there is this design. And look how big that is. That's huge. Now, you could do multiple hoopings, and you could make 4 of these and rotate them, make a big pillow out of this. Maybe this could be the corner. And you could do another one like mirror image to the other side, and you would have a big giant pillow. I mean, this is awesome. It's just great how big this hoop is. Now, we were talking about Disney. Look how big Mickey is. Mickey is huge. Again, I'll place my hand for size comparison. Look how big Mickey is. He's giant. That'd be great on a tote bag or the back of a jacket or something like that. If you had PE design and you were doing photo stitch and you brought in a picture from a photo that you have and you wanted to stitch that out, this is something from Photo Stitch that I did on this machine as well. You could bring it in through flash drive. Look at that. That is a design that has been photo stitched and then stitched out on this machine. So it does beautiful embroidery. Again, Marvel, this design. So I had a white polo shirt that was in my my clothing, and I didn't want white. I thought it was boring. So I hand dyed it. I did a sort of a ice dye. And then went to iBroidery and chose a Captain America design and stitched that right on the shirt. And look how beautiful and detailed that is. So again, this machine, no thread breakage, stitched absolutely beautifully. Garment sewers, you want to add embroidery to your sleeves. So this is we love our Angela Wolf. She's one of our ambassadors. This is her ruched t-shirt design. And I did, instead of her sleeves, I sort of hacked it to death. I hacked the pattern. And I did a tulle. It's a shiny tulle. And I embroidered the designs right on the tulle using water-soluble stabilizer. Used 2 layers, and those are my sleeves, all stitched out on this machine. Did a beautiful job. So we were talking about the princesses, and you probably saw this when I was doing the sewing section, but I'll show you Snow White now. And there we are. There's Snow White, and she is all stitched out on some satin with some gold lame around the outside. Of course, our princesses have to have gold crowns. Free motion stitched on the bottom, stitched in the hoop, quilted in the hoop. So these are all the things. Look how beautiful that she stitched out. Absolutely gorgeous. Can be done with this as well. So, Blaine, what do you think? This is the most amazing machine that I think, one of the most amazing machines in the Brother line. It's one of my favorites. It lives in my sewing room. It's up all the time. I'm always defaulting to this machine. As much as I love my Luminaire, I go back to this machine so much because a lot of the same functionality that's in the Luminaire is also found in this machine as well. So you're getting a lot of those top of the line features in this machine. It's absolutely incredible.
Hey, Jerry, got a question for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know how many designs that you can like import in that it would hold?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know the megabytes that it holds, but it's a lot.
Yeah,
I
I know
put a
it
lot
can-
in my memory. I have a lot in my memory right now, and I'm amazed at how much it can hold. So I'm sorry that I don't have an exact number, but
Yeah, I
it
don't
is
know
a
that
lot.
either. I think that was one of the questions. And, a lot of people always wondered, do you store them in the machine or you just put them on your USB and stick it in when you want it? And, that's what a lot of people do is just keep them, labeled their USB sticks.
Yeah.
And you just use USB sticks to load them. But it will, you can load a bunch in there and it will keep them. But I just can't remember how many those are. But we'll try to find that out for our viewers out there. And, the other thing too, I don't know if I mentioned this or you did, but it comes with 7 presser, or is it 13 presser feet?
13. Yeah.
13.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it comes with 13 presser feet,
Mhm.
which, I was amazed when I opened the box of this thing to help Michelle set hers up, how much is actually in the box. This
Right.
thing comes loaded with accessories.
It sure does. It's amazing. It has a cover in there. It has a D-lift if you like that. On the sewing side, I mean, it's the same thing. It's almost like one of those Warner Brothers closets that explodes when you see it. You open the box and you're like, oh my goodness, there's so much in here.
All right. So, and then Karen's asking, can it make a stitch longer than 12 millimeter?
I'm not sure, Karen. I'm sorry, I'm not really clear on what you mean by that. If you're talking about the thread tail, it can go up to like 25 millimeter thread tail. A stitch length, though, it's pretty much set by the digitizer if you're talking about embroidery. So you can't really change the length after it's been digitized.
And then it says, Robin's asking, Robin Anderson says, does it have an auto update?
Good question, Robin. This is not a wireless machine, so no, it won't automatically update. But again, check the Brother website and Brother Support and .com, and they will let you know. Check them every once in a while if there's updates. If you are signed up on the Brother website, they will email you and notify you of any updates that may come along. But it doesn't hurt to check their website and check your machine and make sure that you're all up to date, because you want to keep those updates as current as you can.
All right, Jerry. Well, you know what? It's time for, I got to tell everybody again how they can get this machine. I'm going to give them a few little of the features. And we sure do appreciate you being on our show again. As usual, you are awesome. And hopefully an hour was a long enough time to be able to show the sewing function and the embroidery function of this machine.
Yeah, absolutely. It is such a power-packed machine. Again, don't walk, run to get this machine.
We could probably make a whole day of just showing all the different things it does. I mean, really, it's got so much in it.
It really does. And that big hoop, if you're embroidering, I mean, that just makes it worthwhile. Everybody wants a bigger hoop.
Yeah, that 6x10 is awesome on it. You know, and one of the things I found, you know, Michelle was brand new at sewing. She's never even sewn on a sewing machine before. And, you know, she was, you know, she just kind of read the book. She kind of asked me how to do it. I said, no, you need to read so you'll know exactly. And, you know, she had that thing threaded up and was sewing and actually ended up making some dog clothes for her little puppies. And you know, did a great job on them. So, and I would, you know, she picked it up extremely quick. So if you're a beginner even with this machine, it's not going to be a problem for you at all.
Oh gosh, not at all. No, and you know, Brother, even on like the more top of the line machines, you know, Brother tries to keep things as simple and easy as they can, because if it's not fun and simple and easy, you're not gonna want to do it. So all these
Yeah.
machines are kept as simple and as easy as they can be.
Yeah, that's the great thing by it. So, well, hey, Jerry, again, thank you so much for being on our show today. We always love having you on, and hopefully we'll get to work with you again real soon. And anyway, have a Merry Christmas if I don't talk to you then, and a Happy New Year.
And same to you and yours. Thanks again, Blaine. I appreciate it. And everyone, please stay safe and have a wonderful, wonderful holiday season.
All right, thanks, Jerry. All right, guys. So there you heard it right here, and you know, from the expert about the 3600D. And man, we can't be more proud than to show this machine today. Again, it's the NQ 3600D. The price on this thing, guys, is $29.99, free shipping right to your door. This machine was $3,400. Brother lowered the cost on it to us, so we lowered the price to you, and they set a new map price on it at $29.99. But guys, we do have a call-in special today. If you give us a call, we have a couple different packages that we can offer you that will just knock your socks off on this machine. Again, I just checked our inventory. We have 39 of these left in inventory right now. These are going fast. Again, make sure if you've been looking for a great combination machine, this is the one you want to get. And I can personally tell you my personal experience of this. It's a fantastic sewing machine, extremely quiet, and I can't say enough about it. You know, it has the 6x10 embroidery field that, you know, so if you want it for that hoop, it has the sewing speed. So it'll embroidery all the way to 850 stitches per minute, 233 built-in embroidery designs, 35 designs featuring Disney characters, 11 embroidery fonts, 5 millimeter stitch length, all the way up to a 7 millimeter stitch length, has that automatic thread cutter, cuts those jump stitches, has the automatic threader on it as well. The touch panel display is a 4.85 inch. It's a great big display, makes it easy to adjust things. Speed control, automatic height adjustment. It has that on-screen editing on that big LCD. The machine only weighs 21 pounds without that embroidery unit on it. So it's a very lightweight machine, very portable for you. You get a Disney thread kit, guys. We're going to throw a Disney thread kit, a value of $130 in with this today as well. So if you get this, you're going to get that Disney thread. And what that means is the colors are exact match to the Disney characters. And that's what's great. Brother has a licensing agreement with Disney that they can do that and offer all those designs right in the machine. Again, you're getting 13 presser feet. You're going to get 2 hoops. You're going to get a 10 and a quarter by 6 1/4, and you're going to get that 7-inch by 5-inch. Getting 4 bobbins, a seam ripper, scissors, a cleaning brush, eyelet punch, a knee lifter, standard bobbin case, and an alternate bobbin case, foot controller, dust cover, accessory bag, and that grid sheet all come with this. And again, for $29.99, we have special financing available. And guys, we have a special package and pricing on this, but it is a call in. If you want to beat that $29.99 price and get a different package or a different price, you have to call in 1-800-401-8151. The number's going right across the screen at the bottom, or you can visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and you can speak to one of our live chat agents on the chat. And again, guys, this is a fantastic machine, and I will give you my stamp of approval on this one. And while we have them in stock, you need to jump on this. If you've been dreaming of one of these, now's the time. There's only 39 left in inventory. And from my understanding, once this machine sells out, it is gone. You will not get this machine again. And so that's why you want to make sure that you jump on this right now and then get one of these if you've been thinking about it. So again, guys, great products from Brother, and we hope that you're enjoying the products. And I'm going to do a recap of everything right before lunchtime. I'm going to do a recap of everything we saw in case you tuned in late for us, and we'll do a little recap. And then we have Handi Quilter going to be coming up just after lunch on Pacific time. So just after 12 p.m. Pacific time, we're going to have Handi Quilter coming in, and we're going to switch gears from sewing and embroidery to quilting. And we've got some great things lined up from you from Handi Quilter as well. And we got their educators going to be on the show, so we're looking forward to that. And again, guys, we've been kind of doubling up a little bit on some of the machines because we wanted to kind of make sure that we cover it. So next up, we got Sara Vetser again. And then we also have Cindy Hogan come back, and Cindy's going to talk a little bit more about that persona, that PRS 100, and tell you some more things because we just felt like 30 minutes wasn't enough time to get into some of this stuff. But hey, next up, we have Sara Vetser coming up. And Sara, so she was on early this morning with the 1700. Sarah's coming now with the 1900. So welcome back to the show, Sara.
Hello, long time no see.
I know, just about 30 minutes, hadn't it, or an hour or something like that.
Yeah.
So
All
I
right.
know we're switching gears. The 1700 is basically the 34 or the 3600D without the sewing functions, but this is just a true blown sewing and embroidery machine, the 1900. So I know you're going to talk a little bit about all the different features. You're going to have to jump between both on it, but again, what a great machine, and this is one of the most popular machines that Brother sells as well.
Yeah, this is a great machine. It does it all. I mean, I feel like a superhero when I have one of these machines, and I can sew and I can embroider all in one. And you can see, let me switch over so you guys can get a nice view of, there it is. It's a beautiful, compact machine. So looking at it, first off, this is 23 inches wide with the embroidery unit attached. So very compact. If you're running out of space in your sewing room, you will be able to fit this in, I promise. So 23 inches wide. It only weighs 22 pounds. So unboxing it is a breeze. If you want to take it with you to a quilting or sewing class, you can do that. It is not heavy at all, and I can vouch because I don't have strong arms, but I can lift this with no problem, all right? And even though it is so compact, you still get just over 7 inches of space from the machine arm to the needle. So you have a beautiful area here to work on your projects. Right here, you have a 3.2 inch touchscreen, and it is a really crisp color LCD screen. We're gonna get up close and take a look at that more in depth in a minute. And your embroidery size for this machine is a beautiful 5x7 hoop. So this hoop comes included in your machine. You can embroider on the 5x7 size, nice and big. You can also use a 4x4 hoop and a 1.5 by 2 inch hoop. So there are 138 built-in embroidery designs on this machine and 11 fonts. You also have the option, if that's not enough for you, to use the USB port and import any designs that you may have purchased from iBroidery.com, anything maybe you created yourself using PE Design. You can bring those all in using the USB port that this machine has. It's also loaded with editing functions. So we're going to take a look at those in a minute. Let's get up close to that screen. Hopefully you guys can really see how crisp that is. It's a really beautiful screen. So getting right into it, we have our embroidery functions, our embroidery categories. So right in here, we have 14 pages of designs, and I can use the arrow on the front of my screen to scroll through those. And if you want to select one, it shows it in your embroidery field here. And right away, you can see it kind of grayed out that small circular one at the top there. That's my 1.5 by 2 inch hoop. And it's telling me that this design that I chose will not fit into that hoop. But that's okay, because we can still use our 5x7 hoop or our 4x4. And if you want to get an even closer look at your design, you can get a preview that's really big and beautiful right there. So right away, you have tons of information at your fingertips. In this section here, we have our seasonal designs. There's 13 pages of those, and I'm going to come back here in a minute. And then you have your beautiful initial alphabet with the blue florals. You have your 11 fonts right in here. I can scroll through and we can check all those out. And when you click on one, you are at your font edit page where you can type out your message that you want to say. You can enter multiple lines of text at once. And as you're typing, it will show you the size of your text and which hoop it will fit into. Last but not least, we have our frame patterns. You have all of these shapes available to you. You can select one and see all the options you have for that shape. So again, 138 built-in designs. That is a lot to play with right out of the box. And right on this screen, you can edit all those designs together to make beautiful designs, beautiful layouts without needing your computer. You don't need anything else except this amazing machine right here. So let's go in. So this is the Countdown to Christmas show. Let's do a nice Christmas design. So I'm going to go through my seasonal category and pick this nice little mistletoe. Preview it for you guys. Isn't that cute? So we're going to use that one. I'm going to set it. And now we're on our editing page. So we have all of our editing options right here for us. We can move, we can size, we can rotate, and you can rotate as small as 1 degree, which is really helpful if you're trying to place something really exact, maybe on top of a pocket or a seam or anything like that. You have your thread color palette here. So once you open that up, you can see it previews the first part of our stitch out, which would be the little branches down there. And it shows us what thread is selected. But you can scroll through using the arrows on the front of your screen to 4 different color palettes and choose any color you like for all the different parts of your design. To get to the next portion of the stitch out, you would just press the plus or the minus thread button, and that'll move you through the entire design so you can edit any of the colors that you'd like. Okay, so now I'm going to add in some text. I'm going to press add and go to my font category. And I'm just going to I'm going to choose font 2, and I'm going to type out Merry. Now right away, it sets my font to size large, but I can just press this button once to jump down to medium, press it again to go to small, and so on and so on. So I'm going to leave it at medium. using the arrows on the front of my screen, I can scroll through and select all the letters that I need to type out Mary. I'm going to set that. And it kind of drops it right in the middle of my embroidery fields, but I'm going to zoom in here. I can zoom up to 300%, which is really helpful when you're placing little elements or smaller elements together on one layout. I'm going to go to about 150 for this instance, and I'm going to go to move and just use my arrows to move Mary down. I can zoom in even closer now to see how close my word Mary is to my little mistletoe design. I can see it's a little bit close, so I'm going to go ahead and move it a little bit more. Then when I'm done, I can go back out to 100%. I can also preview it like this. This is a really clear way to see the layout, look at it without any of the grid lines or any of the boxes around your design. So I really like to look at it this way because I'm very visual. We can say, okay, and now I'm just going to change Mary to be red. So I'm going to go into my color palette. It has Mary already in the preview box there, so I know that that's the one I'm editing, and I selected a red thread. Now that we have some text on our design here, we're able to also edit the stitch density and edit the font in a lot of different ways. We can make it multicolor and change each letter. So maybe you want to alternate between red and green. You can do that with the multicolor function. You can use array to create the text in a curve. You can change the font right on this editing screen without having to go back and retype your lettering. You can edit the spacing. You can also break apart certain letters. And you can edit the letters individually by size or by font. So if I wanted to make my M nice and script, I can do that and leave the rest of my design more of a standard font. So that's a really cool feature as well. So many opportunities here to get creative and just let your imagination run wild. So I'm going to end edit. And now I'm going to make sure that my design is centered in my frame. So I just tapped that center button and it jumped my design right to the center of my embroidery hoop. I'm going to back out for a minute and show you guys how easy it is to put that hoop in my machine. So here it is. You'll notice on the side here, there's 2 openings here, and that is what we're going to line up with the 2 screws that are right here on our embroidery arm. I know it might be a little bit hard to see. I'm going to lift my presser foot and slide that under there. Line up the screws with the openings on the side of my hoop. And I'm going to just press this lever and pop it in. It'll snap right in. So it's very clear when you have it in there correctly or not. And you're ready to go. So another function that I really like is this trace function. What this is going to do is position my hoop so that the needle lays, right now I have the top of my design selected, so the needle is laying right at the top of where my design is going to stitch out. I can move that around to be positioned at the side, in the corner, at the bottom, and I can also use the trace around function, which will move around to each point of the design. This gives you a really clear idea of the proportion of your design, where it's going to lay on your fabric and all that. So you can get a really accurate placement if you're trying to place it somewhere very specific, say on a shirt or anything like that. So I love that feature as well. We'll go to embroidery. And I'm going to grab a thread and show you how easy it is to thread this up. Put it right in there, and the threading instructions are printed right on the machine for you, so you never have to worry about forgetting how to thread the machine there. And the SE1900 has the advanced needle threading system. So with the press of a lever, It snaps my thread right through the needle there. It could not be easier to thread your needles. You guys are going to forget how to thread needles after you use this function. It's the best. So we're all set to embroider. Let's just take another look at that screen there so I can show you guys all the detailed information that they give you about the design. They show you the order that the threads are going to be stitched out in. They preview the portion that's about to stitch. They tell you what foot you need, how many stitches there are going to be, and how long it will take. And this machine stitches up to 650 stitches per minute. So in just 6 minutes, I was able to stitch out this beautiful mistletoe design here. And you can see how crisp that stitching is. It really stitches so beautifully. It cuts those jump threads for you. So I didn't have to do any trimming here after I stitched that out. So I actually have so much more to show you guys because this is just the embroidery side. We did not even get into the sewing side yet. So let me back out and show you guys how easy it is to switch over to the sewing side. Because I know a lot of people worry about it being difficult to switch to sewing, switch back and forth, but this machine makes it so easy. So first off, you have to turn your machine off. And I'm going to pull the embroidery unit right off. There's a little lever underneath here. It pulls straight off like that. I'm going to set that to the side. And this is our sewing attachment. And what I love about this, because I'm an organization freak, is that right inside here, you have all of your presser feet. This machine comes with 7 presser feet included. There's your embroidery foot, you have your buttonhole foot, you have your button stitching foot. So if you don't like to stitch buttons on by hand, you don't have to do that. You have your monogramming foot, blind stitch foot, overcasting, zipper, all right here in this neat little tray for you. Another thing that I love is that it's maybe hard to see on camera, but they're all labeled. So each foot has a specific letter assigned to it. And when you select a stitch, it'll tell you what foot you need to put on there. And it'll say you need the R foot. And the R is right here in this tray for you, so you know exactly what foot you need. You also have some spaces to keep bobbins here, and you have your handy seam ripper, because it's always inevitable that we need a seam ripper at some point, right? And then right in here, you have a storage for your embroidery foot. So I absolutely love that about the machine. It all stores away perfectly in here. I'm going to attach this so we can start sewing. That's it. That's all you have to do. You turn it back on and you are ready to sew. So I love that about this machine. I'm going to attach my presser foot here. Clicks right on. And now getting close again to the screen for you, or actually before I do that, I'll just point out right up here, you have 240 built-in stitches. That includes decorative stitching, buttonholes, directional sewing, and lettering fonts. So there's tons of stuff to work with. And I love that the lid of this machine has all of them shown for you. So you can see them all on the beautiful touchscreen. But if you want to preview all of them at once, they're right here for you, right inside of the machine. And you can see what category they're in. So it's really easy to get where you want to go. So let's get in close again. So you can see we're just in our sewing stitch category here. And you can use the arrows on the front of your machine to scroll through all the options that you have there. If you want to adjust your width, length, or tension or anything like that, you just press that button. And right there, you can adjust all of those things. And when you adjust it, in real time, it moves that stitch, it adjusts the width so you can get a real preview of it right on the screen. Okay, so here's my scrap fabric. The one thing I really am excited to show you guys is the directional sewing. That's one of my favorite things to play with on this machine. So I'm gonna go and press this button right here, and it's gonna bring me to the home page and show me all of my different categories. I'm gonna choose category 5, that's my directional stitching. And so you can see this. I'm just going to lower my presser foot, and I have my speed control right here. So I'm going to start out nice and slow. You have 3 different options for speed. So depending on how comfortable you are and whether you want to use the presser foot or not, you can set the speed there. So I'm going to choose my first direction going down. I'm going to start, and it's going to start sewing for me straight away. I can speed that up. I'm going to stop, and I'm going to choose the right direction. And all I'm doing here is lightly holding my fabric down, but the machine is doing everything else with the feed dogs. It's moving that for me. I'm going to stop and go up. And to complete my rectangle, I'm going to go to the left. Again, just gently holding this fabric here. Now I have the option to use the reverse button to tie a little knot there. And I have my awesome scissors button, so it'll just trim that for me. I lift my presser foot. And hey, that's pretty good. I sewed a rectangle without ever lifting the presser foot. I absolutely love that you're able to do that. I imagine that will come in handy for a lot of quilters out there. Okay, so to switch back to another stitch, let's see. We can go back to the main category. I'm just going to pick another straight stitch right there, but I want to point out 2 more buttons on screen that are really great features. Right here, you have your automatic reinforcement and your automatic thread cut button. So I'm going to activate both of those. And when I start to stitch, notice the machine will stitch forward a few stitches and back a few stitches. So it's automatically doing that back tack for me at the beginning of my stitch. Then I'm going to press the back button, the reinforcement, and it's automatically tying off for me and trimming. 2 amazing, amazing features so that you hardly have to do anything with this machine. It does everything for you. And that is not even scratching the surface of all of the stitches that are available to you, all of the buttonholes. As you can see, you have tons of categories here. Now, I'm running out of time, but before I go, I want to highlight one more great feature, and that is the My Custom Stitch feature. This is a really advanced function for this machine, and I know this machine is so affordable and it's compact, and you're able to, right on the screen with the My Stitch function, create your own stitch design. So you can just plot points like this. I'll get in close so you guys can see. You plot your points and you create your very own stitch design. So that is something really advanced. That is so, so cool that you can do right on your machine here. So if 240 built-in stitches is not enough for you, you can create your very own. So that is a really, really great feature as well. So in closing, an awesome machine, really compact. It can do pretty much anything. It's really a pleasure to work with this machine. And I'm glad I got the opportunity to show you guys all these great features today. So Blaine, are we sold out of these yet?
Sara, you will not believe it, but we are. And I'm sorry, everybody. I just got word they sold out. I was afraid that was going to happen. And because we got, several in. We had some back orders to fill. They had 9 left to be able to sell on the show this morning, and they are gone. And so sorry about that, guys. But here's the good news. We do have, if you want to pre-order it, you can go ahead and make the pre-order. We will honor the price and things that we're going to do for the show. But I just got off the phone with Brother, and they have a January delivery date now. It looks like it's going to be mid-January that they're going to come in. So if you lock your price in now, it'll ship after Christmas. So sorry about that, but at least you'll get the price. But I was afraid because we had a bunch of back orders, Sara, and I didn't know if we had enough that came in to cover them and have some left. But yeah, we had 9 of them left, and they went like that. So I was afraid that was going to happen.
Makes sense to me. It's an incredible machine.
It is. So, I just tell everybody, hey, be patient. If you do want to get one of these and get our special we have going on, the countdown to Christmas, lock it in. Go ahead and make a pre-order for them and get on, and they'll get you all taken care of. And like I said, there'll be a January delivery. So, Sara, thank you so much for coming on the show and actually demonstrating 2 machines for us. And it's a pleasure you coming back to our show again. I know you were a part of our previous shows, and hopefully we'll have you again in 2022. But if I don't get to talk to you, I hope you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thanks for having me, and I wish you a happy holiday as well and a Happy New Year.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, Sara Vetser, and we're so happy she was here today. And we talked all about that 1900. And guys, I got to tell you a little bit about some of how you can get this thing. And again, I told you we were sold out of this. I'm so sorry that they just went so fast. But I'm going to tell you, I'll recap a little bit of some of the things that Sara said about it. The price is $999. It is a sewing and embroidery machine. It has 850 stitches per minute that it will sew. And it has a 5x7 hoop size, 240 built-in stitches, a 3.2-inch smart So Smart color LCD touchscreen, 130 built-in embroidery designs. It has that drop feed feature, so you can do some free motion quilting on it if you want to. It has an automatic needle threader, that built-in LED light, and in accessories that comes with it, it has the zigzag foot, the J foot, the monograbbing foot, which is the N, the overcasting foot, the J, the zipper foot, which is the I foot, the blind stitch foot, the R, the button fitting foot, the M, the buttonhole foot, A, and then it has the embroidery foot, the Q. It has a needle set and twin needles, bobbin, 4 of them come with it, a seam ripper, scissors, a cleaning brush, an eyelet punch, a screwdriver, a large and a small, a bobbin center pin, an instruction sheet. And then you also get that disc shape or round screwdriver, and that's for, changing those feet out. Horizontal spool pin, spool caps, the large, medium, and small. You get that thread spool insert and spool net, a knee lifter, standard and alternate bobbin case, foot controller. You get 1 embroidery frame with it, and it's that 5x7 inch. And then you get the embroidery bobbin thread, 60 weight white that comes with it, embroidery or the grid sheet, and then you get that operational manual. And again, guys, this thing weighs about 22 pounds. It is a great little machine, and we always sell out of these things as soon as we get them. So, we just sold out of this one today, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to honor this call-in special for it today for Cyber Monday. You have to call this week and place the order for it. You got to get the order in this week to be able to get that. Looks like Brother just told me it was going to be a January delivery for the rest of these that are coming in. So it'll be after the new year. So you won't get it in time for Christmas. But if you want to get somebody this Christmas present, you can always just print out a picture and give it to them and just tell them, hey, it's coming. So, but we're sure sorry about that. But anyway, hey, that's what happens on these shows. Sometimes you sell a lot more than you anticipated. And that's one of those machines that just, man, they go fast. But anyway, no worries. We got a lot of machines coming up next. We have that Brother PRS 100 Persona coming up. And this is that one needle embroidery machine. Cindy Hogan was on early this morning, did 30 minutes showing you the basic functions on the machine. She also, talked a little bit about the hat and how the hat hoop went on. Well, now we're going to talk a little bit about some of the other functions. And this thing has an 8x8 embroidery area. But Cindy's going to show you a little trick that we can do with a split design to make it an 8x14. And guys, I just checked the inventory. We have 101 of these in inventory. So we have plenty in stock. So if you want to get one of these, now's the time to do it. We have a great special on it. But I also got to tell everybody, if you're out there and you've been watching from Facebook, hey, we're going to encourage you to move over to YouTube and watch it. I think Andrea or Roger is going to put the link to the YouTube page in the chat. But here's the thing, Facebook is having some problems. YouTube is running great. So if you want to make the transition, move over to YouTube. You're not have to worry about it, the streaming kind of going lagging or shutting off. And so we've been having some problems on the Facebook feed, but so YouTube's going good. So if you want to make your way over, we'd sure appreciate it. So guys, let's bring Cindy Hogan back. Cindy, are you ready for the second half of this persona?
I certainly am, Blaine. As we said earlier, I love this little guy. It can do so many fun things. And last year, doing your shows, I made half my Christmas presents.
Well, hey, that's a good excuse, But, I just talked to Brother, and this is the interesting thing. We have more of these machines than Brother does. And so they were like, we need some of them back. I said, I'm sorry. I've got these for my customers. We have 101 of them, which we probably less than 100 already, so we have a bunch in stock, but I know they're selling like hotcakes as well. And especially with this countdown to Christmas promotion we have on them, this call-in special today. But I know you're going to tell everybody exactly how you can kind of inch that 8x8 embroidery area just a little bit bigger.
We can make it just a little bit bigger, like from 8x8 to 8x14. So this is one of the ones that I did last year. And basically it stitches in two halves. You'll stitch the first half, rotate the hoop, and stitch the second half. It's an optional hoop. It's a Durkee hoop. This is the one we're going to play with today. So I've already stitched it, so you see a finished product. And you'll notice that there is a little basting line. Let me get a little closer here, across the center. And that's how you actually line things back up. And I'll show you at the end how to split it in the Brother software. There are other software programs that do split, but of course we love our Brother software. Now, one of the things that I highly suggest if you're using this frame is to use the tubular frame support. It's a little table that just kind of slides over the top of your tubular arm here, and it gives this hoop a little bit more support. Then you can just simply slide it out. It goes on really easy, and it makes this whole job so much easier. It basically gives the hoop support. So I've got my first half stitched, and I'm going to show you how I did this. We're going to take it, get it set up, and then I'll take it to the last stitch so we can start on the second half. So basically I've got it on my A arm. I've got it slid in there. It's good to go. Let's look at this on our screen. If we touch the USB, because that's where I've saved this one to, and if you don't remember, this one does take a USB. It can do direct connect, plus there are 405 patterns built into the software. So my P Design software has split my full design here into two parts, an A part and a B part. I'm going to touch the AA part, and I'm going to go ahead and set it. Even though I've already stitched it, I can show you how to get to the last stitch so that you know what's going to happen after you've done it. The big thing that you need to remember here is to take this design and move it all the way up in the hoop. Take it as far to the top as you can possibly get it, because that allows you to align it on the second half. If you don't, it will not align for you. Ask me how I know that one. That's just basically a learning trick. So we're going to touch our plus minus sign. This allows you to advance and to reverse through your embroidery design. Now, you can do a stitch at a time. You can do 10 stitches at a time. You can do 100 stitches at a time, or 500 stitches at a time, or at an entire color. So if you happen to mess up something, or something happens in the middle of your embroidery, your thread breaks, you need to go back, this is how you navigate back and forth in an embroidery design. We are going to back up to the last color here, and I'm going to fast forward to the last stitch. And you'll notice right here it tells me what stitches I'm on. And currently I am on 17,494 out of 520, out of 17,529. So I can go ahead and take that up by like 10. We're going to get to 20. So I'm at 29 right now. I need to actually, that's exactly what I need it to do. So we'll go ahead and say, okay, lock, and take that stitch. So now it's done, and it's going to say, okay, to embroider the next segment. And I'm going to say, okay. And guys, I know that something is wrong here. So as we do that, I'm going to go ahead and actually, I'm going to turn my machine off and reset my arm. I know I'm in the wrong position just because I can see it. So let me turn it off and make my machine recalibrate itself. I must have bumped it while I was setting up for you. Let's make it recalibrate itself. It always tells you to oil the first thing. Now, there we go. Now we're back in the right position. Let's go ahead and touch the USB again, grab my design, and we're going to take it to the very last stitch. Move it up. I love it when things go wrong in the middle of a demonstration, but it does tell you, makes you understand how things work. So I backed it up to the last color, and now we're going to fast forward to the very last stitch. All right, we're going to say okay. We're going to press the lock button and just take that very last stitch there, which I just did. Now it's saying, okay, to embroider the next segment. This is where we got to a minute ago. We're going to go ahead and touch the BA, which is the second half of the design, and touch set. At this point, we're going to rotate our frame. So let's take it out, rotate it, and you'll notice I've floated batting underneath the back of mine, so it's quilting it all at the same time. If you wanted to float an extra piece of fabric there to do a double-sided item, you could do that as well. I just want to make sure my batting is in there good. Going to make sure it's on here, and I have used an adhesive wash away. You can use adhesive tear away or adhesive wash away. I have used adhesive wash away. Now I want to show you something on the screen, and then I'm going to show you something on the bed of the machine. So we're going to touch embroidery, and we need to rotate this design. You have to get into embroidery in order to rotate it. So we're going to go ahead and touch rotate, and we'll rotate it twice so it's facing the opposite direction. Seems counterintuitive, but that's what we need it to do. So you'll notice my basting stitches right here. That's where it needs to be. We'll go ahead and touch OK. Now we want to line it up with our previous basting stitch. So I'm going to touch my needle down position and touch the left corner. Actually, it's the right corner, but in my world here, as I'm looking at it, it's the left side. We're going to go ahead and let you see on the bed of the machine what I'm looking at. Do you see that little drop light there? That is a magical little item. That allows me to move my design and see where my needle's going to drop. And then we're going to align it on with using our touchpad here on our screen. You'll align that design with that drop. And then you simply stitch your basting stitch. So let's go ahead and tell it we want to get it started. Lock it and go. I'm in the perfect position. I'll let you watch it stitch here. I stitched my basting stitch with the same color that I'm going to use for the first part of the design. It tells you when to change colors, so it stops, cut your jump stitches, and it's ready to go. And as I said, I used the same color that I wanted to use on the first color here. And you could actually skip your basting stitch. I chose to use it. I must have not picked up my, hold on a second. It didn't pick up my bobbin thread. Y'all are getting to see all of the fun stuff here. Let me see what's going on real quick. My guess is I do not have it picking up the bobbin thread. So it has a front load bobbin. Let's just pull that out just a little bit to give it a little pull and pop that right back into position. There we go. Make sure that it's feeding evenly. We're good. Slide this guy back on and get back to going. It'll pick up right in the exact same spot. I am going to back it up to the beginning of those stitches just to make sure. There we go. Now let's lock and go. This one stitches up to 1,000 stitches per minute. I actually have it at 800 stitches so that you all can see it stitch and so that it doesn't get quite as loud. The faster I have it going, the louder it seems to get. But it does a mighty fine job. So Blaine, would you like to show them, or you want me to answer some questions, or do you want me to show them how to split the design?
Hey, I'd like to show you how, if you would, Cindy, show us how to split that design, because I know that's what everybody loves about the capabilities of this machine.
I'm sorry, would you say that again? I had to turn it off.
I said, I wish you would show how to split that design, because that's what everybody loves about the, the capabilities. You can do that with this machine.
All right, if you'll pop up, have them pop up my computer screen, I'll go over to my computer and show them how to do it. It doesn't matter. You cannot show me if you don't want to. I've got to get my mouse playing nice with me. Let me find the mouse. There we go. You simply set up your hoop. So we're going to select our design settings here and go down to custom size. You want to choose the 190 by 190 millimeter hoop size. That's your section size. So that's your 2 8x8 sections. It's just slightly less than that. It's 10 millimeters less to allow you to be able to line the design. When you say, okay, you want to have it, your width 190, your height 370. And I'll tell you how you know. If you click one more time, it'll go to a third hoop. And we know that we don't want 3. Same way on the width. So it's kind of foolproof. It lets you know when you can't do it. So go ahead and say, okay. And then you simply put your design in. So let me go to my ScanNCut tab and I'll show you how I pulled that one in. This is actually, the embroidery design is actually embroidery design. It's not an embroidery design. It's from the vinyl collection that we have, the everyday vinyl collection. So this is that embroidery design right there. And all I did, and one of my favorite things about this software is that it has this little background fill button. And all you do is click on the area that you want to have a background on it, touch next. There's the background fill. There are about 59 of them built into the software. Plus you can make your own. So let me bring my frame over here. And I do believe I used one of the built-ins, which was probably, oh, let's see here. I think it was one of these squares. So I used that one right there. I know exactly which one. And I increased my size to about 100 because I didn't want tiny quilting. Updated that preview, went okay. And then I simply sent that to a USB device. You can save it to a USB device. You can do it to a variety of things. So if you were on a different machine, you could send it to the network machine, but we're not on a different machine. So you would simply send it to your USB device. And it automatically splits it for you. That little red dashed line there in the middle, those 2 red dashed lines in the middle, that's your split. And that's how easy that is. And I mean, I basically just added text. What did I have in there? Deck the halls. So I put in deck and then made that a little bit bigger and picked a font that I liked. put in my V, and then put my holes in there, and I was ready to go. So that is how that one works. Let me come back over here. Do you want me to go back to the machine and show some more on the machine? Because we definitely have time there, Blaine. I can let it play. But I mean, it's super simple to be able to split that design. Any questions on that part? The wonderful thing about that ScanNCut software, the P design software, is that it does interface with the ScanNCut machine. So if you have an FCM file, what we call fancy cutting machine files, or it's actually fabric cutting machine or fiber cutting machine. I call it fancy because that's an easy way to remember it. It actually is, that is one of the big differences between it and the BabyLock software, is that it has the ScanNCut tab. So it will allow you to convert an FCM file into an embroidery design immediately. So very simple to do with that. And truly, that is just, it's that easy on that one. And the back decorative fills, those are really super nice. And you can create your own. So that's kind of one of those things that I love. So would you all like to see this stitch a little bit more? Or do you want to talk a little bit more about it? Because I'm here to answer all questions. Let's say, let me tell you a little bit more about it in case you missed the first session. It has 405 built-in designs. It has 20 built-in fonts. It has decorative alphabets in it. It has quilting designs in it and built-in tutorials. I always like to draw your attention to the built-in tutorials. If you touch the question mark, you can see that it has all of the basic parts. It tells you troubleshooting tips. It tells you basic operation and how to, the maintenance tip, how to oil your machine, those type things. It walks you through it. So if you're not sure how to wind a bobbin, and this is the only tubular machine that we have that has its own bobbin winder in it. If you're not sure how to do that, it'll actually show you on the screen how to wind the bobbin. So if you're doing this at 2 a.m. and your dealer's not open, you have the information right there for you. One of the things that I didn't really show earlier very well was how to actually change the colors. It is a very simple process, and I'm going to take you to this camera right here so you can see. I'll come back and tie myself off. All you do is basically, there's a thread trimmer, and I do love that on this machine. You grab the other thread that you want, tie it to it, and then simply pull it down through to the needle. So let me flip cameras here. Pull it down through. I took it out of the needle, so we're pulling it down through till that second color comes through. You touch your needle threader key, and then once that's out, you take your thread underneath, pull it up and around the needle cutter, the thread cutter, and then simply touch that needle threading key again, and it's threaded. So even though it is a single needle machine, it is very fast and easy to use. And it does do embroidery, which means it can do Disney. You can do caps. So here's a Disney cap that we've done on this machine. You can do, what else can we do on this machine? Jeans. That is one of the things that we love as well. So you can do your jeans. You can do without taking them apart. That's the best part. You do not have to take the seams out. Basically, you can just stitch right directly on them. You can do your sleeves without taking them apart. So many things that you can't do on a flatbed machine without taking it apart. The Persona allows you to do that. So, and it's a great secondary machine. So let's say you've got a super duper embroidery and sewing combo, but there's times that you want to do things that you can't do on that one without taking it apart. And you want to be able to do to multitask, which I multitask a lot, if you can't tell. There's quite a few machines in this house. That allows me to basically do the tubular item over here. It can be embroidering away while I'm sewing away on my other machine. So there's a lot of different options that you can use it for. Other questions. It has embroidery editing on it, which means you can combine designs on screen. It has a built-in basting stitch, so you can baste things together. It has a beautiful stitch. I will say that. It actually is gorgeous. A lot of times I get questions on yes, you could do embroidery on ribbons if you wanted to. Can it do? I'm not sure what you mean by can it do ribbon embroidery? Yes, you certainly can. You can, if you have font cutting data, you can take that into your PE Design 11 and turn that into an embroidery design or an applique design. The FCM files can be turned into appliques automatically. There's an automatic applique wizard in it in the embroidery software. I use pre-wound bobbins exclusively on this machine, except unless I'm doing something that needs the same color on the back. I use the magnetic core pre-wound bobbins. You don't really want to use the plastic sided bobbins on this one simply because the speed that it runs is not conducive to plastic sided ones. So either the paper or the core bobbins, the magnetic core. Yes, it reboots and it maintains its position where it was. So it has automatic resume. No, I do not have to use a specific needle. The knot did not go through the needle. I pulled my thread out of my needle and then I pulled it down through, then I rethreaded it. Otherwise it would not go through and could damage my needle. No, it does not turn the machine off when it's finished stitching. It basically can go to sleep, but it does not turn off. It stops stitching, but it doesn't turn itself off. But if the power goes out, it will automatically resume in the last position that it was. You could stop in the middle of the night, turn the machine off, and auto resume the next day. Yes, it should be fine. So the auto resume on a machine is just a lifesaver. It's happened to us all. You generally, if you're using it quite a bit, you want to oil the machine. It says daily. I can't say that I do mine daily, but if I use about 10 hours worth of stitching, then I'll basically put in a drop of oil the next time I use it. It's not up here, it's down in the hook that you oil it. So, I mean, it really isn't a super duper machine. It's got great torque on it, so it can get through some heavier duty materials that your single needle machine, flatbed machines tend to not like as much. This one can go through heavier duty things. It doesn't struggle going through multiple, let's say you're doing a thick cap. It doesn't struggle on that tip. I was using the PE Design 11 software to split my design. As I said, there are others out there on the market that can, but what Brother recommends is the PE Design software. We do love it. And that is one of my things. So that is my favorite thing. There are built-in quilting designs and you could use optional quilting frames. Matter of fact, Durkee makes a new quilt slash border frame for this, for the 8x8 field. And it is really a nice little feature. So 158, I just want to make sure where I was here. I'm going to go home and show you a few quilting designs that are built in. Since it's an 8x8, these are the built-in quilting designs. There are 6 pages of these, depending on what size you've got your thumbnails at. And they do a beautiful job stitching as well. So you do have that capability of quilting it. Plus, just so you know, if you like to free motion quilt, there's a free motion quilting kit that you can purchase for this machine as well. It actually comes with a table. So sometimes it's more economical to buy the free motion quilting kit than it is to buy the flatbed table that you can, because you could use it for embroidery as well as the quilting. So it does a beautiful job free motioning. So any other questions, Blaine? I'm looking to see what I've done. 7 minutes. So yes, the built-in quilting designs are beautiful.
Well, hey, Cindy, I know we could probably spend another 30 minutes on this machine just talking about the quilting functions, but, you're right. It does come, you can buy an accessory. It's called the quilt motion table for this, and you can do free motion quilting with this machine. It has built-in quilting designs. You can embroidery, you can do free motion. You can do a lot with this machine. That's why this machine is so popular. And then all the different accessories that you can purchase to add to the machine, it's limitless.
Another one of my favorite accessories is the border frame.
Oh, yes.
And this is great for pillowcases, for sheets, for towels. Basically, you just put something in and you can slide it. It just snaps into place. This one's an awesome little add-on if you're into hoops and you like to do different things. So it's just a very versatile machine, as Blaine says. Everything from caps to sheets to towels to whatever you want to do, this one can handle it. It's got quite a bit of staying power. So
you're exactly right, Cindy. Well, Cindy, thanks so much for coming on our show, and thanks, for spending an hour today talking about the Persona. I know this is a great little machine that you and I love, and as always, we love you being on our show, and you're so informative. And I told you, like in your introduction, you've written a lot of the manuals and help books and things and workbooks for a lot of these machines, and a lot of people don't know that, but not only are you a PE design expert in the software, but you are also a ScanNCut expert, and then all these other machines. I mean, you know them like the back of your hand. So who better to have demonstrating this than you?
Thanks, Blaine, and Merry Christmas to you all. Thanks so much for joining us today. If you all were affected by the storms that were in our area the other day, my heart goes out to you. I know that Bowling Green is devastated. And that's really close to that's very
Yes.
close to where we are.
Sure
So
is.
a lot of Nashville still doesn't have power. We were very lucky it passed us by. So thank you so much for joining us today. Everybody have a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. We can all love this time of year.
Well, thanks, Cindy. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you. And I'm sure we'll be working together in 2022. So look forward to it.
I do too. Talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.
All righty. All right, guys. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to do a recap of all the machines we've saw this morning from Brother. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come back, and the next up is going to be the Handi Quilter. And we got Handi Quilter here for 4 hours in the afternoon. We're going to talk all about quilting and all the great quilting machines they have. But I'm going to do a recap right now of all the Brother machines. And the first up was that Persona that you saw Cindy demonstrating, the PRS 100. And guys, again, this price is $49.99, shipped right to your door, free shipping. And guys, we have some great financing available, but we do have a call-in special. We have a countdown to Christmas special on this. And again, the $49.99, that is the MAP price on that. Give us a call. We have several different packages available for you, and some great accessories, guys. You have a stand, you have a cap equipment, you have that the border frame that she was showing you. You have the free motion quilting table you can add to it. You have that tubular arm table that you can put on there to help support that split design, the big 8x14 Durkee hoop. So again, a lot of accessories you can add. And guys, we have a great special on it today. Give us a call at 800-401-8151, and they can go over all those different packages and specials we have for you. We do have some special financing as well to help you make those low monthly payments. And guys, we started the day out with 101 of these in stock. I don't know what our inventory level is right now, but there's a good chance we will not sell out today. And I know the quantities will probably go down during the week, but we're going to honor this price all week long on the show. So all these show specials, we're going to go all the way till Friday unless we run out of a machine. And if we run out of the machine, I'm going to tell you that we're going to honor that price if you get your order in and pre-order it. So anyway, this PRS 100, again, guys, this is that 8x8 embroidery field on it. It stitches 400 stitches to 1,000 stitches per minute on embroidery. If you're doing caps, it cuts it down from 400 stitches and to 600 stitches. So the max is 600 stitches per minute. It slows it down to do those caps. 405 built-in Brother exclusive designs. And guys, that is a ton of designs in a machine that it comes built in. You get 20 lettering fonts, the thread sensor, the automatic thread cutter, that touch panel LCD display, on-screen editing, 4 LED lights, really lights it up. It weighs 68 pounds. So 2 people, you can move this very easily if you wanted to go to a flea market, a trade show or something, and do embroidery or do hats. It's very easy, very mobile. Included accessories, you're going to get 6 standard frames, and they come with it. You're going to get that 8x8 hoop, the 4x4, a 2x2, a 1.3 inch by 3 inch, and then you're getting a 3 inch by 1.3 inch. And then you're getting that 1 1/4 inch by 1 3/4 inch. 2-arm embroidery frame holder. You're getting an accessory case, a needle set, 5 pre-wound bobbins, 3 metal bobbins, 4 spool nets, a seam ripper, a stylus, a needle changing tool, and 4 caps that come with this. So again, guys, a great, great, great machine. And I tell you, if you've been wanting to get into the embroidery business, this is the machine for you. And what a great price, $49.99, free shipping right to your door, great financing available. And hey, we've got a show special right now, the Countdown to Christmas show special. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our live chat or sales agents. If you can't get through on the phones, Andrea and Roger are putting up in the chat link right there in the chat. They're going to put that link to the Google Sheets. That is a Google Sheets that updates real time in the call center. And as soon as they get off the phones, they look at that sheet, they'll give you a call and try to answer any questions or take your order. If you're also on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, we have live chat agents. They can also share the packages and prices with you and take your order right on the chat. So guys, great, great machine. So our next machine was that 3600D, the NQ 3600D. That's the one that Jerry Granata was showing. And again, guys, the price on this was $34.99. Brother came in and said, hey, we're going to lower the price on it. We're lowering the cost to the dealers. Now the new price is $29.99. And guys, we have a fantastic special for this machine today. You have to give us a call at 800-401-8151 or speak to one of our live chat agents on SewingMachinesPlus.com. But guys, this machine, it has a maximum embroidery area of 6 by 10 inch, sewing speed of 850 stitches per minute, 233 built-in designs. It has the 8.3 inch from the needle to the arm, 11 embroidery fonts, stitch length of 5 millimeter to 7 millimeter stitch width, automatic thread cutter, automatic threader, touch panel LCDs of 4.85 inch, has the speed control, automatic height adjustment, on-screen editing, and it has my custom stitch editor on it. A great, great combination machine of sewing and embroidery. And also we're going to throw in the Disney thread kit, and this is worth $130 on its own. We're going to throw it in absolutely free. And it has the exact match of the Disney colors for their characters. So great, great thread kit. It's going to come with 2 hoops, a 10 1/4 by 6 1/4, and a 7 inch by 5 inch, 4 bobbins, a seam ripper, scissors, a cleaning brush, an eyelet punch, knee lifter, standard bobbin case, and an alternate bobbin case, foot controller, dust cover, accessory bag, and a grid sheet. And again, guys, this is a fantastic machine. This is the one I bought my wife for Valentine's Day this year on the recommendation of Jerry Granata and Lewis Carney. And Jerry loves this machine, and he's a master quilter. And so if he knows its quality and he thinks it's a great machine, I'm going to trust what he tells me. And again, this machine has all those built-in features that some of the higher end machines have for the low price of $29.99, free shipping right to your door. Plus we have that special financing, and we have the call-in special right now. We have the Countdown to Christmas special. We have plenty of these in stock. We still have under 40 of these. I think it's around 38 or 39 left in stock. So we have them. You're going to be able to get them shipped out before Christmas if you want to get one of these. So I highly recommend it. The next machine that we covered was that Brother NQ 1700. And this is an ScanNCut. I forgot the ScanNCut. Why did I forget the ScanNCut? All right, so the ScanNCut. Guys, again, we have 2 of these models we're featuring. We're only showing you the SDX 230DX on the screen. That is the Brother Disney version of it. It has the free roll feeder that's coming with it. We're going to throw in, that's a $90 value, $899 for this. And guys, we have special financing available. We have special pricing, special packages, and free shipping right to your door. And guys, we have 46 of these in stock right now. So we have plenty to get these to you so you can get them before Christmas. This special goes on this whole show this week until we sell out of these. And if we sell out before the week's end, you can pre-order it and we'll honor that show price so you can make sure you get yours in. All right, so the next one that we had was a 225F, and it's a SDX 225F. The price on it is $599. And I know Roger doesn't have a slide for that, but it's $599 for the SDX 225F. We have 28 of them in stock. That's the fabric version of it. It specializes in cutting fabric. So you get a fabric mat, you get the fabric cutting blades and things like that that come with it. But again, let me tell you a little bit about this SDX 230DX that you're seeing on the screen. Has 152 built-in Disney designs, 1,435 built-in designs total. So this thing, guys, it's a standalone. You don't need a computer. You can turn it on and just start cutting and doing things right from the screen because with all those built-in designs. 140 quilt patterns, 17 lettering fonts, a thin fabric auto blade, built-in scanner, blade sensor technology, and to me, that's a game changer right there. I love that blade sensor technology. That is also, it automatically detects how thick the fabric or the material that you're cutting, the media, I guess you would say, under the blade, and it sets the blade depth automatically. Hey, and there's my buddy C. Lombard. That's Carol Lombard over in Arizona. So thanks for watching the show today. I got to meet Carol, everyone. She stopped by here a couple weeks ago, got to meet her in person, and she is awesome. Her and her husband stopped by, and thank you for coming by. But she's right, Carol, fabulous prices on these Awesome Brother products. It also has a built-in scanner. It has that, I said the blade sensor technology to me is what made this so awesome. It reads the PES, PHC, PHX files. It has wireless capability. So it's wireless ready. You can transfer those machines right to it. Again, the accessories that come with it, it comes with that auto blade and holder, standard tack adhesive mat, a 12-inch by 12-inch. It comes with a piece of 12-inch by 12-inch cardstock, a pen holder, a black color pen, a touch pen stylus, a spatula, an accessory bag, power cord, the Getting Started guide, 152 built-in Disney designs, a Disney vinyl auto blade kit, universal pen holder, the rhinestone trial kit, that roll feeder that we're throwing in for free, the thin fabric auto blade and holder. You're getting that color pen set, erasable pen set, low tack adhesive mat, iron-on fabric applique, built-in designs, and you're getting a fabric mat with it. So again, guys, those are 2 ScanNCuts. We have them in stock, ready to ship. And again, if you've been looking for one of these, I can't stress to you, there is tons of tutorials online. Julie Fayfan Balzer is like the ScanNCut queen. You can go on Balzer Design on YouTube or just type in, ScanNCut on YouTube, and you'll find Julie's videos. She has hundreds of videos online to tell you how to do all kinds of crafts and different ways to use your ScanNCut. And then you can go to Brother Sews, S-E-W-S, and on YouTube as well. Brother has a ton of videos listed that can help you. But guys, there are so many different things that you can use. Every craft and hobby room needs a ScanNCut in your room. It's going to open up a whole new world to you, all the things you can do. All right, so the next machine that we talked about was that NQ1700 that Sara talked all about. And again, guys, we got plenty of these in stock. Well, I shouldn't say plenty. We got 21 of them in today, this morning. We had 21 when we started. I'm not sure what the inventory is right now, but we had 20. So if you're one of those 21, you'll get it shipped today, and you'll get it in time for Christmas. But this is that NQ1700. This is the embroidery only. And what I like to talk about is, we talk about if you need an embroidery machine or you need a combo machine that's a sewing and embroidery. Well, Jerry Granata, he showed us that NQ3600D sewing and embroidery machine. Well, this is the embroidery part. So basically, this is the same machine without the sewing functions, but it has a few more designs built in. And so this is that NQ 1700E embroidery only machine. It's $19.99. We have a call-in special for this. We have free shipping. We have some great financing packages available as well. So give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. We have live chat agents standing by to help you there as well. This machine has 258 built-in embroidery designs. It's wireless capable. It has a 6x10 embroidery area. It's 8.3 inches from the needle to the arm. It has that large 4.85-inch color LCD touchscreen, automatic thread cutting and trimming, maximum embroidery speed of 850 stitches per minute, advanced needle threading system, the on-screen editing, and it comes with the embroidery foot, bobbins, scissors, screwdriver, a large and a small, and an L-shaped, and then you get that disc screwdriver that it's easy so you can do the change of the feet. It has a spool cap. It has a large, medium, and small in the spool cap. It has the thread spool insert, accessory bag, spool net. It comes with a 6x10 hoop, and it comes with that 6x10-inch template, bobbin case, bobbin thread, dust cover, needles, extra spool pin, a cleaning brush, a seam ripper, power cord, quick reference guide, instruction manual, and the warranty card all come in the box. And the next machine that we went over was that SE 1900. This is a sewing and embroidery machine. And guys, I'm sorry to tell you that this machine is sold out. We sold this machine out. We got a bunch in this morning. We had, after they filled the back orders, we had about 9 or 10 to sell on the show here today. They sold extremely quick. These are gone, but we're going to tell you what we're going to do. You can go ahead and make a pre-order. I talked to Brother on the break a while ago while Sara was talking. I called Brother. They're telling me we're going to get them in January. And so they're saying mid-January. So if you want one of these machines, we're going to honor the price for the Countdown to Christmas price, but you have to pre-order it and just know that it's not going to get delivered until mid-January. So that way you can still lock that special price in. But we did sell out of these, and I'm sorry about that, guys. But this has 850 maximum stitches per minute. It's a 5x7 embroidery field, 240 built-in stitches, 3.2-inch So Smart Color LCD touchscreen, 130 built-in embroidery designs, a drop feed feature for free motion sewing, automatic needle threader, built-in LED light, and this thing comes with a ton of accessories. It comes with all your screwdrivers. It comes with all your feet, and just a ton of stuff. Plus, you're going to get that embroidery frame set of a 5x7 that comes with it. And for $999, and again, guys, we did sell out. This thing weighs 22 pounds, extremely lightweight. But if you are interested in one of those, go ahead and place your order, get it pre-ordered. That way you can get that special price locked in, and it'll just be a late Christmas gift, as they say. But that was kind of out of our control of the quantities that we get in a lot of times, and we're sorry about that. But we were trying hard to keep machines in stock this year, and it's been a challenge, I'm telling you what. So, got to tell y'all a little bit about our giveaways today. So, hey, I think it's giveaway time, Roger. We're going to give some stuff away. Hey, at the end of the day today, we're going to have a sewing machine we're going to give away. I also got to remind you, if you tuned in late, we're having our 10 for 10 promotion. And what that was is we were trying to hit 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. And we said, if we hit that, we're going to give a $10,000 sewing machine package away on Friday of our Countdown to Christmas show. And guess what? We hit those 10,000 subscribers, and look at what we're giving away Friday, guys. This is a Brother. It's the Stellar XJ1 sewing and embroidery machine. This is a $10,000 embroidery machine and sewing machine. And we're throwing in the luggage set you see right there to carry your embroidery unit and your sewing machine in, a roller tote, and you're going to get that Brother Blue sewing mat, Sewing Machines Plus, our world famous sewing mats. And so you're going to get that machine right there, whoever wins. So I got to tell you how you're going to win. All right. So what we're doing is every day, you have to be a YouTube subscriber. So if you haven't subscribed to YouTube, If you're on Facebook, go subscribe to YouTube right now. If you're on to YouTube right now watching, subscribe to our channel. That's the only way you can win the $10,000 package. The other way you have to win it is you have to sometime today type in Santa Blaine, all capital letters. Okay, Santa Blaine, type it in. And if you've done it one time, all you have to do is one time. That's it. You don't have to do it multiple times. But if you haven't done it yet, do it. Do Santa Blaine. And here's what's going to happen. Today, at the end of the day, we're going to draw one of our 5 finalists for the package. So we're going to draw a name out, and that person is going to be the the first finalist. Tomorrow, we're going to do another finalist. So if you don't win today, don't worry. You still have 4 more days for a chance to win this machine. So you can do, again, tomorrow we'll give you a secret code word that you're going to put. Today it was Santa Blaine. Tomorrow it may be Santa Roger. Well, who knows? But you're going to punch that in tomorrow, another, and we'll do the same thing tomorrow. We'll draw out. You have to be that subscriber to YouTube to qualify. But what we're going to do on Friday, once we pick that final 5 finalists, we're going to put all 5 names in a hat, and I'm going to draw that name out live on air and let you see who wins. And so we're going to have a lot of fun doing that. But today, we're also going to give away a sewing machine today at the end of the day. And all you have to do to win that is just ask questions, make comments. Hey, if you're new to the channel, if the first time you've ever seen one of our shows, let us know. Say, hey, I'm new, and let us know where you're watching from, because we have a great community of people on the channel that will also welcome you and talk to you. And, if you even want to just let us know what kind of machine or what brand you have at home, that's always great information for everybody, so you can talk to fellow people that have the same brand or machine you have. So we have a lot of fun here, and we welcome all the new people here today. And so anyway, great time. So we're going to go ahead and give away 2 of our world famous sewing mats right now. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick little break, and then we're going to come back right at 1 p.m. Is it 1 p.m. we're coming back, or 12:30? So we're going to come back at 12:30 Pacific time, would be 2:30 Central time. So basically, we're going to take just a real quick, it's just a little over 10-minute break, and we're going to show some some commercial break, and everybody stretch their legs, and it gives you a chance to run to the restroom, grab another cup of coffee or bite to eat. So anyway, we're going to do that. But right now, we're going to give away one of those sewing mats. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to let you have your choice of color and size. They come in 3 sizes: a medium, a large, or extra large. And you see the colors up there on the screen right now. That blue is a perfect match to Brother Blue. That gold is a Baby Lock Gold. The red is the Bernina Janome Red. That pink is just a really pretty pink. The blue, I like to call that North Carolina Tar Heels blue. And then that purple, I like to call it the LSU Fighting Tigers purple. And down in Baton Rouge. So Andrea, pull us up a winner for the first mat. So Elizabeth Allison from YouTube. So congratulations, Elizabeth. And again, Elizabeth, if you want to collect your prize, send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and just tell us what size of mat you want, what color mat, and then give us a shipping address where you want it shipped to, Elizabeth, and we'll get that out to you as soon as we get your information. All right, so Andrea, pick us one more winner. So Kathy Lawler. Kathy, congratulations. She's watching from Facebook. So Kathy is a winner. And again, Kathy, send us an email to SewingMachinesPlus, contest, plural, with an S on the end of contest, at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and tell us the size and color you want, along with your shipping address, and we'll get that right out to you, Kathy. All right, guys, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 10-minute little break, and we're going to be back right here at 12:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Central time. And we got Handi Quilter coming up, and you don't want to miss that. So we're going to all about into quilting. So y'all stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, we are back, everyone, and so I hope you got a little break and got a chance to stretch your legs and get you a bite to eat and use the restroom. And so, hey, we've got a great rest of the day lined up for you. We have Handi Quilter in the house, and I've got a sneaky suspicion because we have our old friends coming up. They got the nickname. It was called the Moxie, the Foxy Moxie Dancers. Remember that, Roger? They got that name. I got a sneaky suspicion they're going to be dressed up today for Christmas because those two girls are so creative. But we have Kim Sandberg here today. We have Kristina Whitney here today, and from Handi Quilter, and we're super excited to have them in the house. And they are going to talk all about that Moxie and that new Pro Stitcher light. So, Kristina, Kim, are y'all here?
Hey!
I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. I said they're going to be dressed up for Christmas. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me.
Of course.
We're only beginning.
I know. Just wait. Kristina's got some really good costume changes. I'm not quite as creative as she is, but we have a really fun afternoon planned. We're going to talk about the machines. We're going to show you some fun projects we can do on them. We just have some fun stuff planned, don't we?
Yeah, I'm excited to stitch.
I know. Me too.
But
Well, we're excited y'all are on the show. And we've got some great specials lined up for everybody. So I'm going to let y'all take it away and get into talking about this Moxie and all the things it'll do for you.
Oh, absolutely. So we are so excited because we actually get to show you all
our Moxie with the Pro Stitcher light.
Yes.
So this is the best of all worlds.
Yes, it totally is. It totally is. We're so excited about this. And just a note, you guys will notice we are very much in the holiday spirit. We're actually coming to you live from the education studio where we work every day and we teach. So this is kind of fun. We get to show you guys a little bit more too of what we do.
Yeah, you might even get to see our desks during one of the
episodes. One of these this afternoon. It'll be fun. So let's take a few minutes and talk about Moxie and Pro Stitcher Light. And then, like we mentioned, we actually kind of have a plan this afternoon. We're going to do some projects, and we're going to start it on one machine and then finish it on another. Just show you some ways that you can use our machines to do things besides just finishing quilts. We know that's like the way that we really love to use them, but sometimes it's fun to think outside the box, right?
I love thinking outside of the box. So I'm always trying to come up with new ideas. But again, I do finish all of my quilts on the long arm as well. So it's multi-purpose.
Exactly.
But with this Moxie.
Yeah, the Moxie. Let's talk about the Moxie.
You can do full-size quilts.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can do projects.
Yeah.
But our Moxie is our 15-inch throat space.
Right.
It's one of our newer machines. It runs on a 4-wheel carriage.
Yes.
So it's our entry level. It's a fabulous machine.
It is.
And we just recently introduced our Pro Stitcher Light, which is our computerized robotic system that you can put onto the machine and have it actually stitch out for you.
Exactly.
So
it's
lots
pretty
of fun.
cool.
And we're going to show that to you today so you can see how it actually stitches.
So let's talk about what comes with a Moxie. So the Moxie, let's talk about some of the features on the Moxie. So as Kristina mentioned, 15-inch throat space. You can stitch up to 1,800 stitches per minute. And we have 2 different modes of stitch regulation, which Kristina loves to show. I think we're actually going to skip over that today, though. But we have 2 different modes of stitch regulation. And it comes on this great frame that we're standing in front of. This is the loft frame, which comes set up at 8 feet. Right?
This one is set up at 8 feet. You can buy the 2-foot edition to make it a 10-foot frame as well.
Exactly. You can finish really up to a queen size quilt, 84 inches, right? On an 8-foot frame. So it's nice because it fits in a lot of those tighter spaces, but it's a great frame. It's a great frame. Yeah. Let's talk about, I'm trying to think if there's let's talk about the other thing that makes Moxie so cool. The accessory box.
I was going to say, is it the party in the box?
Yes, the party in a box.
Let me grab that
So we've actually got it sitting up here. So the Moxie comes with this great accessory kit, and it's the only machine that comes with an extra thing added in here, which is a getting started quilting kit. And I'm just going to show this to you really quick. So it actually comes with fabric for you to get started on, and then it comes with instructions.
Fabric.
No. This is special fabric.
It's a gridded fabric to help you have some boundaries Because I know a lot of times when we're beginning quilting,
Yeah.
we get intimidated when we have
Yeah.
a big, huge quilt. So it gives you smaller areas to focus on. So it's really, really helpful for beginning.
Exactly. And it's not a quilt. Because I know quite often when you're just learning how to quilt, putting a quilt on the frame and just going on it is a little scary, isn't it?
It is. It can definitely be intimidating.
Yeah.
I know some people that purchase their machines and they're just too scared to try
Yeah.
it. So we always just say, throw some fabric on there, throw your yucky fabric that you don't like anymore, and just play with it.
Yeah.
Don't be scared of the machine.
Mhm.
You're the boss.
Exactly.
You can do it.
You're the boss of your quilt. And then it comes with this great little paper that we've done here that shows you different common quilting patterns. It shows you the stitch path, everything that you can do with them. But yeah, the quilting party in a box, as we like to call this, is really great. That comes with the Moxie.
It also has threads in there,
Mhm.
all of the tools that you need to set stuff up with.
Yeah.
Lots of fun stuff.
Lots of fun stuff in here. And that
out there.
comes with the Moxie. And then we can start talking about accessories. So often people ask, okay, wait, can I use rulers with the Moxie? Absolutely. You just need to get a ruler base. Can you quilt from the back? Absolutely. You could add that to your Moxie too. So there's a lot of great accessories, but the very best accessory,
I'm wondering if the one I'm thinking of is the one you're thinking of.
well, Pro Stitch Your Light, of course.
Oh,
What were you thinking of?
you can use all of the feet.
Oh, that's true. You can use all of the feet, which is super exciting. But the really cool thing is you can use all of the feet with Pro Stitch Your Light. Yes. So we want to show you just a little bit of the type of things that you can do with Pro Stitch Your Light. So we've actually got a cable. We've got some extra cables hooked up here. And we've got a cable so that we can actually show you guys the Pro Stitch Your Light screen. So we're going to walk you through how to set up and do a design. So Kristina, let's come over here and let's walk them through how to do this design. So where's the design we're going to open?
Well, let's go to the File tab. And before we even go on further than that, we always start at the very top row of the screen, File, Edit,
The different
area.
tabs.
Those are our tabs. So that's the first place you go. Then you go to the ribbon right below it, and we're going to click on Designs, and we're going to hit Open. And we're going to get this pop-up window that has all of our designs. And Pro Stitch Your Light comes with
over 250 designs.
Yeah. So there's a lot of designs already programmed in there. And they're also in categories. There's blocks. There's continuous line. There's corners.
Yep.
And triangles.
Yep.
And the fun thing with the corners is that every single corner design has a continuous line that goes with it.
Right.
So that they will automatically snap together. They look good together. It's wonderful.
You could use those as borders on a quilt, right?
Correct. Yep.
Perfect.
Okay, so for today's project, let's go to the continuous lines folder.
Okay.
And we're going to scroll down and we want to find a snowman.
Is that what it's called? Snowman?
I can't remember.
They're
alphabetical, but if you don't remember the
alphabetical.
name of it, that doesn't help.
No, it doesn't. I know it's in here. Let's see. Oh, there it is. It is called Snowman.
Oh.
Look at that. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and open up the Snowman so you guys can see that we've got this design here on my screen. So what are we going to do with this? What's our idea for this project?
Well, my goal for this was to create some stockings.
Okay.
Because we've got a fireplace behind us that's kind of lacking in the stocking
Yeah.
department.
It is.
So for a stocking, I want something long and skinny so that it will fill that space. On this design, it's got some squiggles going in and
Right.
out of the design.
Right.
And
It's got these squiggles
Yeah.
going in and out there. You guys can see I'm kind of highlighting those as I go along.
so I want to get rid of those so that
Okay.
it's just a long, skinny design that could fit on a stocking.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and we're going to do some adjustments to this.
Okay.
So with Pro Stitch Your Light, you can actually modify these designs
Right.
in several ways. The first one that we're going to do is we're going to crop off all that excess stuff.
So we're going to get
So-
rid of those squiggles is what you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay.
So to do this, let's go to the Pro Stitcher tab
Mhm.
and then in the ribbon, New Start and End.
Okay.
And I'm going to have you use the scroll bars over on the right-hand side bar.
Okay.
There, you can either use the scroll bar or use the arrows. I actually like the arrows.
I'm
'cause I
thinking
have
the
a little more
arrows will
control.
be a little bit easier. It helps if I go in the right direction.
Yeah,
So
it does.
I'm moving. Can you guys see that little green target moving there as I'm tapping this button to move it forward? And I'm going to go to about right there.
Perfect.
Does that look about right?
Yes.
Okay.
'Cause that's where we want it to start stitching, is to only stitch the snowman and not
Okay.
stitch that extra snow.
Okay.
Now let's do the same thing, but in the opposite direction with the endpoint.
Okay.
So we want to bring the endpoint up
So
into
I'm
the
gonna,
design sequence.
so I'm going to touch the up button, moving it a design point at a time, actually,
Yep.
and move that up. Oops, I went a little too far.
Yeah, we want to keep those buttons there.
Okay. Like right there? Does that look good?
That looks
Yeah, probably right there.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay,
There we
so I'm happy with that snowman.
Okay.
I just want to get rid of the extra stuff now.
Okay.
So let's go. We're already in the Pro Stitcher tab.
Right.
Let's go to the Modify tab.
Modify tab. That's where all the magic happens with these
Yes.
designs, right?
Yes. Now let's go to Crop.
Mm-hmm.
On the right-hand sidebar, we have different options here.
Right.
Right now, the only one that is available is Start and End. So we are going to use that button so
Okay.
that it will crop away anything that's outside of our Start and End
Oh,
point.
look at that. It's like I just got a big eraser out and just got rid of that. That's
Yep.
perfect.
So now we can baseline that to save
Okay.
that or to freeze that design how it is without any of that extra stuff. And I think that that looks fabulous.
I do too.
The only problem that I see is that I want my design to stitch out so it's really tall.
Okay.
And I don't think it will fit in my throat space.
So if you want it to be really tall, I'm looking up here at the top of the screen and it's telling me, I just moved my little thing there so you guys can see. So the height on this is 5.12 inches. So do we want to make that bigger?
Yeah, let's make it like 10 inches.
Okay. So modify, I'm going to choose this resize here on the ribbon. And in the sidebar on the right-hand side, we're going to lock the aspect so that my snowman with those nice round circles doesn't turn into eggs.
Yes.
Right?
We don't want a melting snowman.
And the height, and you said 10 inches?
Yeah, let's go about 10 inches.
Okay, so I'm just going to tap in here and type in a 10, enter, and then there we go. Look at that.
And
Hey,
if you look up at the top
Yeah,
now, it
right
tells
there.
us our new height and our width.
10 inches. Perfect. Okay, so we've got that modification done. Now, what's the next thing to do?
Well, let's actually go ahead and set up our frame space.
Oh, right,
So
right.
anytime with
Okay.
Pro Stitcher Lite, you have to have a frame space set up.
Uh-huh.
And that is, it represents your throat space, anywhere that the machine can physically move
Okay.
to. So you could go all the way to the left
And we're
and
going to,
back. Go to the area tab and then click on frame space in
Uh-huh.
the ribbon. And then to corner in the right-hand sidebar.
okay,
And notice it dropped a dot there.
right.
And then we're going to move the machine all the way. Oops. My bad.
Okay, we're right there.
Move the machine all the way over to the right-hand side and as far towards you. And you click that to corner again.
And now I just touched the button that is refresh to frame space. So now you're able to see the red box there, which represents my frame space. Now, this is really important. Anytime you're using Pro Stitcher Lite, you have to set up a frame space before you start stitching.
Yeah, it won't stitch without.
It won't stitch without. So we have that set up. Now I can just come here and grab my little snowman and pull him down. And he does actually fit in my frame space. But you're saying that because of the way that you have the fabric loaded here, you want to turn him the other way so that when we cut out the stocking, it's the right size and the right placement?
Correct.
Okay.
So we're going to do this sideways.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do I do that,
Let's
Kristina?
go to the Modify tab.
Okay.
And we want to go to Rotate.
Uh-huh.
And then on the left-hand sidebar, you could just use that 45 degrees. Hit it 2 times.
Okay, there we go.
And now you have that extra fabric and space around that snowman that we can make the stocking with.
So this is now set up in the correct space for the fabric placement.
For the fabric, yeah.
Okay.
And we could even set up an area to represent our fabric so that people can see the difference between
Should we do that?
the area and the frame space.
Frame space, because they are two different things and they work differently. So let's do that. Let's go to the area tab. And then on the ribbon here, I'm just going to touch to corner right there. And you can see that that dropped a pink dot right there. And I'm going to move down here to where Kristina kind of has this marked out. And we'll set it right there. So that's the space you want the snowman in.
Correct.
So do you want that more centered?
I do.
Okay, so how do we do that?
We go to the Modify tab.
Okay.
And then let's choose Align.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just one way to do it. There's multiple ways.
Right.
And I want to hit the center button. And that top
Oh,
center
look at
button
that.
that you just touched,
Mhm.
that centers it both horizontally and vertically.
Looks great.
I could do one at a time.
Mhm.
The scarf is a little bit sticky outy.
Yeah, it is.
So I want to actually move it a little bit more. So let's go to, again, we're in modify and then reposition.
Uh-huh.
On the bottom right-hand corner, we've got these nudge buttons and we can nudge that up so that it's a little bit more centered how we
Maybe
like the bulk of the snowman to be.
Yeah. Does that look a little better? A little
like
more
it.
centered?
Yep.
Okay. I like that too. I think that looks good. I love the flexibility that you have with using Pro Stitcher Light to be able to do this, to be able to fine tune that design, get it exactly where you want it, make all the changes to it, and then stitch it out, right?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
It is.
Let's see.
So should we baseline and stitch?
We could baseline and stitch,
Or is there something else we need to add?
or we could play with some more buttons if you wanted. You're ready to stitch.
I'm anxious to stitch. I always love to stitch. Well, you tell me. You can be the boss of this right now.
Well, why don't we go ahead and stitch this?
Okay.
And then we've got a little bit more fabric that we could play with if we want to do
good
that.
idea. Okay, so to stitch a design, we've met our requirements. We have a design on our workspace,
That
and
is
we have
selected.
that is selected that when we have a frame space set up. So I'm going to select the Pro Stitcher tab and then quilt on the ribbon, and then you see that my run button becomes available. Now I am over here in the sidebar. I made sure that my stitch button here is turned on so that the machine doesn't just move in the pattern. And then I'm going to turn my pull up on so it will take a stitch and pause right at the beginning so I can pull up my bobbin thread, right?
Perfect.
Okay, so are we ready?
I think we're ready.
Okay, so I'm going to touch run.
If you sing a Christmas song while it stitches.
After you, my dear. And I'm going to touch proceed. Everything there looks good. And the machine is just going to move over here. And I'm going to pull up that bobbin thread. And then I'm going to hold on to both of those threads right there. And we'll touch resume and let this go ahead and stitch out. Grab. And this is where Pro Stitcher is really fun. It's a little mesmerizing, isn't it?
Just sit here and stare.
Yep. Seen that there? You guys are all getting an up close personal view of what Pro Stitcher is doing there. Pro Stitcher Light. There goes the little head.
You make it sound like it just fell off. There it goes.
It stitches out the little head. That's what I should say. Hey, and don't forget, if you have questions, go ahead and type those in the comments. We're always happy to answer any questions anybody has. And there's those little buttons and squiggles. This is such a cute design from the Pro Stitcher library, isn't it?
It is. I've stitched out just a few of them.
Yeah, you have, haven't you? And look at that. It's all done. Oh my gosh, it looks amazing. Okay, so we can show you guys, if you want to take a look at the screen here, I'll show you that when as Pro Stitcher is stitching out at design, it actually turns the part that has been stitched gold. So you can see where you've already stitched, which is really great to be able to see that. And yeah, it did exactly what it should. Now we can show you guys what we stitched out. Looking here on the fabric is not so awesome. So we'll show you, we've actually got one, as Kristina was just alluding to. This last week as we were preparing, we stitched out a lot of these. We had fun playing with this. So here's the design that we have all stitched out, ready to go.
Yes.
We actually have a little something fun planned for this in the next segment.
The snowman's a little bit boring right now.
Just a little bit.
Liven it up a little.
Yes.
But we have a few more minutes, so let's show them some other stuff that Pro
let's do.
Stitcher Light can do with our fabulous Moxie. Oh, we've got a question.
You know what? Online tutorials with the purchase of this, absolutely. Actually, if you guys go to prostitcher.com, we have an education section for Pro Stitcher Light, which currently just has written tutorials, but I'll let you know. We actually filmed those a couple weeks ago, and they should be going live on the website very soon. At the same time, if you go over to the Pro Stitcher education, not just the Pro Stitcher Light, you could watch any of the tutorials that are already there. And we have quite a few. I believe there's more than 25. You can watch any of those and they apply. You'll watch them and you'll be like, oh yeah, everything works pretty much the same. So yes, we absolutely have that for you.
So our regular Pro Stitcher set up the exact same way as the Pro Stitcher Lite. The tabs, the ribbon, the sidebar, the screen, almost everything is the same. There are just a few buttons that might not be on Pro Stitcher Lite, but for the most part, it all works the same. So those tutorials are great. Great options out there.
They work either way. So absolutely. We've got all of that support there for you. You guys know that we're there for you with education. That's one thing that Handi Quilter, we're it's our job. We want to make sure that you have the support you need and the education so that you'll be able to do all the awesome things that we can show you how to do with this great machine. So what else did you want to show them?
Well, let's go back to the screen.
Okay.
And let's clear off that area and that snowman.
Okay.
And I want to create an edge-to-edge design and show them how quickly we can do something like this.
Let's do that.
So the first thing that I want to do is set up an area.
Okay.
So let's move the machine over to the left.
Okay.
And we're going to go to our area tab. This time we're not going to use frame space because it's already set up. We're going to use that 2 corner button.
Okay.
And then move to the right hand side and towards you.
Down here towards the bottom. Okay.
And hit 2 corner.
And I'm going to go about right there, 2 corner. Okay.
Okay.
So now I just have a pink box.
You have a pink box, but if you look at the right hand sidebar, what is our width?
So the width there is actually 26.
Okay.
0.35 inches. And my height is 10.54.
Okay. Well, my real quilt is about 26 inches by
45.
45.
I'll help you pull a number out of the air there, Kristina.
We're making up our quilt top. So we want to change that height to 45.
Okay, there we go.
Notice that the pink box goes outside of our frame space. That is fine. It will only stitch inside the frame space, though. That's right. The frame space is your warning that you need to stay within that area.
Exactly.
So now let's go ahead and bring in a design.
Okay.
So let's go to the File tab.
Here, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. File tab, design, open.
Yep. And let's go to the Continuous Lines Designs, which we're already in.
Perfect.
And go ahead and pick a design.
Let's do, let me think here. How about if we do that flutterbys? That's one we usually tend to show people, right?
Bottom left.
Right there. There we go. Let's open that one up. Okay.
Okay. Fabulous. First thing that I want to check is the height of the design when it comes in.
Okay. So it's 8.99 inches tall. It's also over here on this side of the screen. So one of the nice things about Pro Stitcher Lite, multiple ways to see what's going on.
Excellent. So our quiltable space, once we start rolling up our quilt, we're going to lose a little bit of that quiltable space. So I like to make sure that the size of my design is going to actually fit by the end of my quilt within my throat space. So,
and you know, the nice thing is with the frame space here, you can actually see that pretty clearly, can't you?
That's really nice.
Yeah, it is really nice. So you know what? I think it looks good. What do you think? Let's go ahead and we can repeat this. Yeah, I think we got a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Plus, it's only a 45-inch quilt. So there's not going to be a ton of buildup on the take-up.
Okay, let's go to repeat.
Repeat.
Down in the bottom right, hit fill.
Okay. Oh, look at that.
And let's stretch it.
Okay.
And let's go to vertical. And let's stretch that.
I think that one actually, I think that one was actually pretty good. Okay, that looks good.
So how long did that take us?
About 14.2 seconds, maybe.
Okay, we just set up an edge-to-edge design that we can stitch out this entire quilt with. At this point, we would baseline it to freeze the design and then save it.
That's right.
Always save your edge-to-edge designs before you start stitching.
Always, always. Because you never know when you're going to need to take a break and come back to it later. And that way you don't have to set it up again.
Yep. So I think that looks fabulous.
I do too.
I don't think we have time to actually stitch it out.
No, I don't think
we don't even have a real quilt top.
I know.
Well, plain.
Yeah. But yeah, that's you know, if Pro Stitcher Lite, one of the reasons why you want to get it is for those edge-to-edge designs and being able to finish quilts that way. It's such a great way to finish quilts. I know I actually have a quilt top that I just finished. I keep looking at it going, I really should quilt this custom, but then I'm like, oh, I just want to do an edge-to-edge because I just want it finished.
And the fun thing with the edge-to-edge is while the machine is actually stitching, you can be over at your domestic machine doing your piecing.
Yes.
You can be reading a book,
Uh-huh.
doing some stretches.
Whatever it is you want to do, taking a nap, eating a snack, whatever. It's the best part about Pro Stitcher Lite. It's running and stitching while you're working on other things. It makes you more efficient with your time, which is really great.
Yep.
So,
We have another question.
oh, okay. How many designs come with the program? Well, Pro Stitcher Lite comes with just over about 250.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the nice things is you can actually purchase designs online from all kinds of places and digital quilting designs, and you can absolutely use these with Pro Stitcher Lite.
Definitely.
Yep.
One other thing that we didn't mention is that updates with the software
Yes.
are free.
Mm-hmm.
You get all of your updates at prostitcher.com.
Yep.
And you just download them, plug them into your tablet, and run the update. Pretty easy. I can actually do it myself, and I'm technologically challenged.
She can even walk people through on the phone how to do it. She needs
I've
to give herself more credit.
I've come a long way.
Kristina does a really good job of that. So I'm trying to think, any other questions you guys have about Pro Stitcher Lite? I guess we'll kind of watch and see here. We absolutely love Pro Stitcher Lite. We've been having so much fun testing it in the studio. We've actually had a chance to finish a couple of quilts with it. It's just the ultimate accessory for a Moxie. So, you know, if you're looking for one, this is the one for you. We love our Pro Stitcher Lite, and we're so excited that it is available.
All right, Kim, Kristina, I got to tell everybody how they can get this, and you are going to come right back, and
Yes.
both of you are going to show the Sweet 16, correct?
That's right.
Yep.
All right, so we'll come right back to you. Let me show everybody how they can get this now. So again, guys, we are looking at that Moxie, and you know this was a new release just late last year on this machine. It's the 15-inch long arm quilting machine, guys. The price on this is $44.95. That is free shipping right to your door. That includes that 8-foot loft frame. Now again, if you want a 10-foot, they sell a option that you can do a 2-foot extension to make it 10 feet. But guys, $44.95 for a long arm quilting machine with the frame. Great price on that. Okay. Now again, if you want to do robotics, they talked a little bit about the Pro Stitcher Lite. That is a brand new release. It is $59.99. So it's $5,999 for the robotics to put on it. We do have specials on both of them. You have to call in to get it. You can buy them each individually. So if you already have a Moxie out there, you bought one before, you can add the robotics to it. We have a special on that Pro Stitcher Lite, and also we have a special on the Moxie itself with that loft frame. So give us a call at 800-401-8151, or just go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com and speak to one of our live chat agents. But I got to tell you a little bit about this Moxie, guys. This thing has the front handlebars, full color display, user-friendly icon-based display, 1,800 stitches per minute. Sewing opening, it's 8 1/4 times 15. So that's 8 1/4 tall times 15 inches deep. So you could actually get a pretty big size quilt on here and be able to have room. LED light ring, the Handi feet mount with 1/4-inch ruler foot installed, open toe foot included, 2 modes of the Handi Quilter stitch regulators. And that's what I was disappointed in. We didn't get to see Kristina actually demonstrate that. She always does a great job of precision mode and cruise mode. So again, we may have to get her to do that, but that has precision mode, has the cruise mode on it, manual thread tension control, consistent stitch quality from 4 to 18 stitches per minute, needle stop positioning control, high speed rotary hook, and large capacity M-class bobbin, easy needle change with ergonomically thumb screw, and then it has that integrated USB port and the built-in design or diagnostics, built-in diagnostics. And included accessories, it comes with a 3-piece leader set, a how-to quilt kit, accessory kit with 5 bobbins, 20 needles, and a pinpoint oiler, needle threader, and side clamps, 1/4-inch ruler foot, open toe foot, decorative decal to personalize your machine. So you got these decal sets, you can personalize your machine. It's really cool. And it has the standalone bobbin winder. So that comes, it's a standalone separate in the box. And so again, talk a little bit about the machine. So if you've already got the machine and you don't need the machine now, and you saw that Pro Stitcher Lite, well, the Pro Stitcher Lite is compatible with the Moxie that you saw, Kristina and Kim just demonstrated. But coming up next, we are going to do the Sweet 16. And that Sweet 16, the Pro Stitcher Lite is also works on it. So it works on those two machines. The Pro Stitcher Lite, hey, just some key points on it. It is $59.95. We do have the call-in special on it. It has 11-inch color touchscreen computer mounted on the stitch regulation quilting machine. It includes 250 preloaded designs, which you can actually add more designs to it. On-screen grid and ruler to measure the design or the area on the quilt. Position designs by simply moving your finger across the screen. And I think they demonstrated that awesome how they did that. Resize, rotate, repeat designs to fit the specific area. Skew or align designs to fit the area with 3 or more points. Adjust designs using on-screen handles. And the list continues to go on and on, guys, on this. But it is a fantastic machine, and can't say enough about it. This has been a huge seller for us this year with Handi Quilter. So again, guys, if you've been in that market for that 15-inch, to get into long arm quilting, $44.95 for a quilting machine, including that 8-foot loft frame. You can't beat this, guys. We have free shipping, we have financing available, and we're going to make it very easy for you to buy today. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can speak to a live chat agent on the phones or a live chat agent on the website, and they're going to be able to answer questions and give you the pricing and how you can order today. And I can't stress, if you've been wanting one of these, get on it and do it today. All right, guys, we are going to move right along. We got Kim and Kristina coming right back, and now we're going to talk about that Sweet 16. And again, this Pro Stitcher Lite will fit on that. It's compatible. So we're going to go right back to the Kim and Kristina, and we're going to talk all about that Sweet 16.
All right. So we're back, and Kristina is going with the snowman theme this time. So you guys have to check out. She has the wardrobe, and she was so excited to be able to enjoy it for this. All right, so we're going to talk about the Sweet 16, which is one of our stationary machines. This is such a great machine, isn't it, Kristina?
It is. And I'm really excited. It's in our insight table.
Yeah, which is awesome because it's actually got these two little sensors built right into the table that actually sense the movement of the fabric for stitch regulation. Isn't that cool? It's really cool. And we've actually got a different foot set up on here right now. This is a felting foot, which we'll be talking to you more about later. But it is one of the cool features of the Sweet 16 that you can actually use any of the Handi feet with it, including the felting foot.
Yes,
which,
and you know I have an obsession for the different feet.
Yes,
so.
yes, Kristina absolutely does. She always loves to try out all the different feet, loves to find different projects that she can do with them.
Yes.
So let's tell you about a few more of the features here of our Sweet 16. So as the name implies, 16 inches of throat space. It's a great machine. You can stitch up to 1,800 stitches per minute. Sometimes that's a little hard to say. 1,800 stitches per minute with the stitch regulation. And we do have cruise or precision. It just depends on exactly how you have it set up. If you have your cruise turned clear down to 0, it's like stitching. It is stitching in precision because you don't have that constant needle cycle. We actually have this nice little screen here on the front, and we can show you guys kind of a shot from the side here. So your controls are right here, and it's very nice because this is actually adjustable. So depending on, how tall you are or how just how you're stitching, what you're doing, it's all right here. We have needle up, down, and one of the really cool things, especially when you have the insight table with the Sweet 16, is that you can actually stitch foot free.
Yes, so you can just touch the button on the screen, and I'll actually touch it, and the machine starts stitching. When I'm done, I can turn it off.
So as simple as that. So if there's any issues with that for you, where using your foot with a foot pedal doesn't work, that's Not a problem here. Not a problem here. One of the things you may have noticed is we called this a stationary machine. Traditionally, this would have been called a sit-down machine, but guess what? You can actually stand up while you're stitching at this machine, right?
Yes, because this inside table is great. You can raise it up to a standing position.
Yeah, it can go up to almost 40 inches tall. So you can actually stand up and stitch, which is really nice. If that's what floats your boat.
I feel really short right now.
No, I'm sitting on a stool so that my face isn't back here behind the machine. So we've got a little bit of a height discrepancy going on right now. I'm trying to think what the other awesome thing. So
the thing that I like the most, other than the inside table, because that's one of my favorite things, is you mentioned the 16-inch throat space. I know that you and I both started quilting on a domestic machine. Where like the throat space is about this big and you're shoving that quilt through.
And it was all over to one side. So you've got all your extra quilts going out here. Yeah.
Not fun.
No, not fun at all.
But not fun.
Yeah. This nice big throat space here is awesome because where the needle is, you can make sure and keep everything nice and flat so that you can do some really good quilting.
Yep. And with the inside table, you can get the table extensions. And we'll show those later on when we're at the Capri. But you can extend this out to double the size of your table.
Yep. So the table's actually 36 inches wide by 32 inches deep. And with the two extensions on the side, it becomes a 6-foot table. It's 72 inches.
Math on.
I know.
I know.
Aren't you so proud of me? And I even got it right because I've said this one before a few times. One of the other really cool things that you can add to this table, to your Sweet 16, is casters. So if space is an issue for you, this is a really great machine because you can pull it out. I mean, this would fit. I have closets in my house that this would fit inside of. I could just scoot it back in the closet when I'm not using and then pull it out when I am using it. And it's just great having that versatility.
Yeah. When the grandkids come over and you don't want them playing with your machine, shove it in the closet. Yep. You mentioned storage.
Yeah.
With the inside table, you can also purchase our
secret drawer, the drawers that go with these.
Yes. And you can put one on either side. They're just little drawers that you can pull out and store all your stuff in there. So those are fabulous as well.
Yep.
So.
And just like all of the Handi Quilter machines, this does come with a bobbin winder that's independent from the machine. So it's a nice, good, heavy-duty bobbin winder, so you can wind all your bobbins easily.
And we do have tons of educational videos.
Yes, we do. We do.
And a lot of people get concerned that some of the videos are shown on our frame-mounted machines rather than the stationary machines. But most of the concepts are the exact same.
Yep.
Or you can modify them just a little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, all of the videos that we have out on our YouTube channel, we do weekly videos. All of those are helpful tips and ways that you can learn and improve your skills.
Exactly. Free motion, any kind of free motion quilting you can do on this, including rulers. One of the things to remember, the only difference between using a stationary machine versus a frame mounted machine is with a stationary machine, you move the fabric to create the design. When you use a frame mounted machine, you move the machine to create the design. So it really does correlate, doesn't it?
Yes. And I always tell people that are looking at machines and trying to decide what they want. A lot of times they'll look at the price point or they'll look at the size. But I really, really strongly suggest that you try both machines and physically try moving the fabric versus moving the machine and see what is comfortable for you.
Yep.
Because some people really struggle with the moving the fabric, whereas other people struggle with moving the machine.
The machine, yeah.
So try them out and see what works best for you.
Exactly. Some of us still like that tactile experience of putting our hands on the fabric, moving it around.
Yeah.
So something to consider.
And I like doing these, the stationary machines with some of my smaller projects.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where I'm going to be doing a lot of intense work, and we're going to be doing a little bit of that today.
Yeah, we are.
And just having some fun on a smaller project.
Yeah.
So should we?
Yeah, let's show.
Well,
so, and once again, if you guys have questions about our Sweet 16, go ahead and put them in the comments, and we'll be happy to answer them. So we talked about the foot that we have on here, which is a little bit different. This is not your normal foot. This is called the felting foot. And you guys will notice too that there's no thread on the machine right now, because when we're felting, we're not putting any thread.
So what
in
is
anything.
felting?
So felting is when you actually take, and we actually have a little project here. I'll pull this over so you guys can see. It's actually pushing the fibers of the top piece of fabric through the fibers of the piece of fabric that's on the bottom. And now I even studied this and I can't remember what it's called, the base. So if you guys look here, you can see that little faint outline of a star here. You can see how I have pushed those fibers through from the top to the back of this other piece of fabric. And it actually attaches the two pieces together. You guys can see here that that's attached pretty well. The way that this is done is these needles here actually have little barbs on the side of them. And you'll notice there's actually quite a few needles there. Let's see, how many needles do we have in here right now?
I think you can put in up to 5.
Yeah, it
and
looks
they
like
come in 3 different sizes.
yeah, that come with the felting foot. I think there's 4 in there. Am I reading? I think I'm counting
I'm
them
going
right.
cross-eyed trying
Yeah, I know.
There
There's
might be 3.
maybe it's just 3. Okay. We're getting a 3 from Kayla, so she can see better than both of us can. So Kristina's going to go ahead and just show you guys what you do here. But what you do is you just push those needles. You just have the machine do the work for you, and you push those needles through that fabric, and it just locks the two of them together. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we're going to show you our fun little project we came up with.
Yeah, and I've got it in, I just changed it to manual mode.
Okay.
So I'm controlling how fast I go and by how much I push down on the pedal.
Okay.
And also by how fast I move my fabric. So I like to start in the center personally and do a circular motion or work from the center out and try to lay those points down. If I start on the point and I try to come in, sometimes it'll pull that corner in.
Right.
And it's not so pretty.
Yeah, but one of the nice things is because you don't have thread attached to it, if you have a corner like that, you just quilt out and stop stitching and then reposition and keep quilting, right?
And I have this set so that the needle stop position is up.
Okay.
So I don't have to lift my foot up every time.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Okay. Do we have a question before I start stitching?
I don't see any on the screen up there.
Okay. So I'm going to hold on to my backing fabric and just pushing down on my pedal. I'm just puncturing through that top fabric into the bottom one.
Punching that through.
And I can, go crazy. It doesn't have to be in a certain direction.
Yeah. It's one of the fun things about felting. There's no pattern you have to try to follow. It's actually fun to just kind of play with the machine.
So one thing I do have to advise,
right there, you're getting that caught just a little bit.
It came up. So I'm going to go back. I stopped. My needle's in the up position. Come back, and I'm going to move from the center out. You want to be careful that you don't go over the same area a ton. Otherwise, you're going to punch the entire fabric through the back. I've done that.
Ask us how we know. We had a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun playing with the felting foot, testing, doing some projects, coming up with some fun ways to use this. So, yeah, that's looking really good.
So if I turn it over, you can see where I have actually stitched into the center there a little bit.
That looks really good. Yeah.
So I don't advise washing these.
No. Well, and this is with wool. I mean, most of these, it's going to work probably the best with wool. However, we've tried it with a lot of different fibers, and we actually have been surprised at some of the things that have worked. So don't be afraid to experiment a little bit. But yeah, washing wool is always a little bit tricky because if you have even the tiniest bit of hot water, it goes and shrinks.
One more time.
And shrinks. So
okay, we'll get rid of that one.
Let's show them the project we've got. Okay, so we just stitched out that super cute snowman. And Kristina, look at this. This is so much fun. So Kristina wanted to turn this into a stocking. So she had fun going through our yarn. And you guys can see we've got a few things over here. We actually have a huge pile over here on the floor that you can't see, luckily. But she's got the stocking stitched out here. So you got the outline of the stocking. So you guys can see that. And this was the same design that we stitched with Pro Stitcher Light. And now she's going to start having fun adding some embellishments. So this is what's so fun about our machines. Just the outside of the box things that you can do.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Where should I begin?
So I think the first thing you should do is do the outline of the little snowman. So you need to add a little. So we've just got some super white plush squishy yarn here. And Kristina's going to felt this down Here, I'll just pull you out a bunch there. She's going to felt down the outline of it. And then I want her to put a little hat on Mr. Snowman here. So I'm going to cut out a little hat while she's stitching.
Okay. Where'd
With
my
curved
petal go?
scissors. Whew.
Somebody put Velcro on the bottom of the petal so it sticks to the carpet. It's a fabulous idea. Okay, we're gonna just stitch that down, and I'm gonna move the yarn so that it's over top of the stitched snowman.
Oh, look at that.
Just covering up that line.
It's kind of like outlining with markers, right?
Yeah, so I'm thinking of this as the snowman is my coloring page that I got in kindergarten.
Okay.
And now my teacher's saying, okay, here's your crowns.
Fill it in.
Have fun. Except that my crown is nice and fuzzy.
Yes.
And I'm going to...
Oh, here.
Oh, perfect.
Did you need some scissors?
Yeah, I'm just going to snip off that little tail there.
I'm seeing Kristina reach for her her zingers. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to continue around, do my next circle.
And it's so fun. And just a note, so this is a yarn that's actually, let me look at what kind of yarn this is. I believe it's it's actually polyester. So see, it doesn't have to be wool. You can use any kind of sort of like a fluffy fiber.
I forgot to do my bottom circle.
Well, guess what?
Watch this.
Oh, hey.
Just
Hey.
pull it out.
It's like erasing. So much fun.
Can't do that with a crown. I need a little bit more yarn down here.
Yep, there you go.
And one of the fun things with the Sweet 16 is I can even rotate my fabric if I feel like it. It's a little hard to do on a frame mounted machine.
Yeah, it's actually one of my favorite things about stitching on a stationary machine is that you can always adjust the fabric so that it's a little bit easier to get the desired result. Especially, like, I always think of using rulers on these. Oh my gosh, I don't have to do like the hand gymnastics that I have to do.
I've never heard that term. I always call it contortionist work.
Well, there's that too. But I don't have to do any super bendy things to be able to use a ruler. So Kristina's having a little too much fun here. Uh-oh, I started making her laugh. I got to stop. Okay, I can see that we're coming up to the end of our little fuzzies, Mr. Snowman here.
Okay,
so there's your
scissors are ready.
Scissors.
I'm going to trim that off. And then I'm just going to stitch this rest down.
Looks good. Okay, so
voila.
Next, I like your little, I'll show him.
Kind of hard to see because I did white on white. We'll add some color.
Maybe we should have thought that one through a little more. Well, hey, okay, so we've got some color. So I have a little nose and I have a hat that I want you to put on your little Mr. Snowman there. Oh, it does.
I need a snowman hat. Will you make me one?
I don't know if all I got left is this tiny little piece of felt. I don't think it's going to work.
Stick it in the barrette. We'll
Sorry.
Okay. Another thing that I really like about doing this felting is that I do not have to change my thread color.
I know.
I am set and ready to go.
Great.
Okay, I'm just going to stitch right along there.
Stitch that little. And so what she's felting right now this is just like the craft felt that you can buy in sheets. Once again, it's probably acrylic or polyester. So like we mentioned, wool is something you kind of think of when you do felting, but you can absolutely do other things.
My hat went out of the stocking.
Uh-oh. Well, that's okay. I made it a little extra tall.
Okay.
So we'll just trim that up a little bit. Maybe put a nice big cuff on the top of that hat there.
That works.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
Okay. We got our hat on. Now let's put a nose on.
Get that little nose
I'm going to make the nose go this way.
Oh, yeah.
To balance out the scarf.
I was going to say balance the scarf, right?
Now, little tiny pieces are a little trickier because sometimes they're harder to stay on. That makes them trickier.
And a good tip for that is to actually use a little bit of like a glue stick, which I'm sorry, I don't have one right now. I say that to you and then I'm like, we didn't think to grab one of those, but that's okay. So a glue stick or anything else, kind of an adhesive spray is a great thing to do to hold it in place. So.
Another tip for small things is to take like an eraser or like a rubber eraser or something and put that on the back, put the fabric on top and then just take one of the barb needles and just do it manually by hand.
Oh, okay.
And that works for little tiny pieces.
Okay.
This little carrot nose will be fine.
Yeah. It won't need a lot of punching here to get it in place. Punch the nose. Haha. Now I'm really going to make Kristina laugh. Sorry,
Where are
you
the
guys,
black
sometimes
eyes
my
next?
corniness kind of comes out when Kristina and I are together. We have a little too much fun sometimes. Okay,
Oh, perfect.
so the little nose looks good. Is this what you want to do for the scarf? Do you want to do a red scarf on him, or did you have something else? Did you do the green?
I can do
I can't
whatever you want.
remember.
You can pick. It doesn't have to match the other one.
You know what? Let's do some of this one. So this is actually roving. So it's wool that hasn't been spun into a yarn yet. So that's another item that you can actually use. So Kristina can just kind of pull it apart and shape it a little bit to fit inside that. This is where the I'm playing with Play-Doh kind of comes out.
I really feel like I'm in kindergarten today. I'm
we
dressed
look at how
for
you're
the Christmas party.
dressed.
Where are my sugar cookies?
I know. We'll have to send Josh out for some later. All
So
right.
I'm just kind of trying to stay in my
That
line.
woolly scarf there.
And you'll notice I've got some bare spots.
Yeah, you can just fold some stuff over the top of
Yep,
it and
so
some more
watch this.
roving.
Whee!
Right.
Just fold it over.
There you go. Just kind of smack that down
Ooh.
where things need to go. Just kind of fill that one in. Okay, so we've got just a few more minutes. So
okay.
we're gonna make Kristina speed up a little bit here.
Oh, goodness.
Kristina, you gotta get your fast felting on. Okay, so maybe we'll just do that much for right now, because the other yarn I want you to show everybody. This is
Oh.
such a fun one. So we got some of this super sparkly yarn. I mean, look at how cool this stuff is. And we were like, I wonder if it would felt. And guess what? It totally does.
Yeah. Should I do this for the buttons down the middle?
Yeah, let's do that. I think
Okay.
that's a great idea.
La, la,
It's
la,
like a
la,
little tinsel. You should do a Christmas song.
La 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 la. I don't sing.
Yeah, I don't either. Sorry.
So this is a little tricky sometimes because I
Don't be
forget that
afraid
I'm
to-
not couching
Well,
and
don't
that
be
the
afraid
yarn's
to.
not going to follow my foot.
And I was going to say, don't be afraid to turn your fabric too, if that's actually easier. Look at you go like a pro.
Woohoo.
All sparkly down the front.
Okay.
Kristina, you're doing great here.
Kim's my support coach.
We're going to end up with some really awesome stockings in the studio. So every year at Handi Quilter, we have a Christmas party, and part of the Christmas party is all the departments decorate. We are the current reigning champions. So I think these are going to have to contribute to our decorations this year. What do you think, Kristina?
I think our theme is Samoan.
Hey, Samoan.
I don't know how Samoan this looks.
It's a snowman. We can make that work, right? We'll put
We-
some coconuts on him.
Let's get some like Hawaiian print fabric.
Oh,
and
there we
we'll-
go.
Yeah, we'll put a little skirt on them or something.
Okay.
We'll,
there
we'll
we
make
go.
it work.
Oh,
Okay.
look at you. Look at you. You did it all the way. Oh my gosh, those look so amazing.
Okay.
There you go. So let's go ahead and trim that off. Then we can show everybody how awesome this turned out.
Voila!
Look at this. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love that. It's so much fun to see. It's fun to look at.
And I'm going to turn around so you can see the back also. So you can mostly see the roving
Mhm.
and then the hat where it came through.
Really punch
And
through a
this
lot.
is through the top fabric, the back or batting, and the backing fabric. So it really punches it through. So we will add some eyeballs and maybe some background and have some fun and play with it.
Yeah, definitely. We'll
So.
keep having some fun with this. So this is just a little touch of some of the things that you can do with the Sweet 16. It is such a great machine. It's especially if you quilt on your domestic machine and you're ready for more throat space. This is such a great machine, isn't it?
Yep, this is the one for you. And especially with that stitch regulation with the insight table, the ability to adjust the heights, the speeds. I mean, there's just so many great features that you can use for this.
It really is. We love this machine. I really love using it too for more like art quilting. I don't do a ton of it, but for like thread painting and things like that, there's nothing like having your hands on that fabric, laying down those stitches right where you want them, just being really up close and personal.
Yeah.
Especially, I tend to use my Pro Stitcher when I'm using my larger frame mounted machines, and so when I'm quilting on a stationary machine, it's always up close and personal. That's kind of how I like to think of it.
Yeah, but you can do
yeah,
big, huge
absolutely.
quilts all over Edge Designs. You can use stencils with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing what you can do with it. So.
It is. It's a lot of fun. I quilted many a very large quilt on machines just like this. It's always a good way to finish quilts. Let's just put it that way.
Yep. So do we have any questions on our Sweet 16 stationary machine?
I think the only question is how can they get it? Hey,
you're the one that can help them out with that.
I'm going to try. Great job, and I love the how you're doing the yarn work on there. That looked really cool, and it makes it 3-dimensional really easy. So I know we've got both of y'all coming back. I think next up you're going to be coming back with is it Sara?
Yep, I'll be here with Sara Watts.
Yeah, Sara Watts is coming up with you with Kristina. So we'll be right back with y'all. But first of all, I'm going to tell y'all how y'all can get this Sweet 16 with the Insight table. And guys, this is a great machine if you've ever been wanting to get into quilting, especially a sit down, that stitch regulation, that Insight table with the stitch regulations. Roger, if you could put that overlay up there for me. Guys, this is it right now. Again, this is $64.95. This comes with that Insight table that you saw. And again, it has the stitch regulations built right in the table. So when you're moving that fabric, it's gonna adjust to how fast you're moving it. What a great machine this is. Sweet 16 with the Insight table. Hey, we have free shipping right to your door, guys. We have financing available, and we have a call-in special. So you see the price of $64.95. We are actually going to beat that price. Give us a call, 800-401-8151, or visit us at SewingMachinesPlus.com and speak to one of our live chat agents, and they can help you out as well. But I got to tell you a little bit about this Sweet 16, guys. This is that 16-inch throat space on there. It's going to have 8 inches of vertical space. So that means you can roll up a pretty thick quilt back there under that machine and still be able to function with it. The stitching speed on it is 1,500 stitches per minute. It provides more than 3 times the quilting space of a domestic sewing machine. So if you can think about your domestic machine, moving up to this is a huge deal, because that way you've got that 16-inch throat space, the 8-inch height, plus you have that built stitch regulator right in the Insight table. It has a high-speed rotary hook with a large capacity M-class bobbin, can be upgraded to a stand-up machine. So if you ever wanted to put it on a frame and upgrade, you can always do that. You can buy a frame and a carry, to fit in the carriage, and you can buy handlebars to put on it. So it can be upgradable. This is compatible with the Pro Stitcher Lite that you saw Kim and Kristina show you a little earlier. So you can put robotics on this as well. It has a responsive foot pedal with half stitch control. Innovative light ring brightens the quilting area with 28 LEDs. Has the adjustable color touch screen. Accommodates any thread, cotton, polyester, rayon, metallics, holographic, and it allows for bobbin work with larger threads as well. What comes with the box when you get this, you're going to get that Sweet 16 long arm machine. You're going to get that Insight table, and the table has a height adjustment from 26 inches to 42 inches. You get the bobbin winder, 4 extra bobbins, 20 needles, a sample thread pack, getting started DVD, and you're getting that machine user manual for the instructions. So again, guys, great machine. Give us a call. We have plenty of these in stock. We're ready to ship it to you right now. Free shipping. We have financing available, and we have a great countdown to Christmas show price. So give us a call at 800-401-8151, or visit us on the website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and they can take care of you. So guys, man, what a great machine. And you know, Kristina was doing that yarn work and made it look so daggum easy. And again, it's just, you know, think of all the creative things that you can do, but what she was doing, that was just incredible. So next up, guys, we're going to talk all about the a long arm from Handi Quilter, and it is that 20-inch Amara. And we got Kristina coming back. She's going to be with Sara Watts, and they're going to do a little demonstration on that. So let's go right back to the Handi Quilter Educational Studio with Kristina and Sara.
Thanks for having us back, Blaine. I'm going to introduce Sara
Hey.
Watts. She is fabulous. Go ahead and tell them what your position here is at Handi Quilter.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Sara Watts. I'm Vice President of Product Marketing and Development here. I've been with Handi Quilter for probably 8 years or so now. So have lots of fun developing new machines, new features, new accessories, so that as quilters can have lots of fun and make successful products for ourselves. So yeah.
So Sara, how much were you involved with the creation of the Amara?
Oh, that's a great question. So the Amara was probably my first baby. I actually started when we were releasing the Infinity machine, but it was all the features, everything was kind of specced out. So the Amara was my first baby that I got to say, as a quilter, Kristina can attest, I'm an aggressive quilter myself, that I was able to kind of have that list, talk to everybody, and really incorporate a lot of fun new features and technology into the Amara machine.
So Sara, you're a fabulous quilter.
Well,
we like to display your
a lot.
quilts. She does do a lot. So your goal this year
Oh yeah.
was to finish how many projects?
50, but that sounds like a lot, but it's more like the quilter walk of shame, because we all start a lot and we don't always finish them. So I probably had like 4 quilts that just needed hand binding done. I probably had enough quilt tops to finish out that 50 to go ahead and just do the quilting and the binding. And then I probably had another dozen or so quilt tops in a variety of stages. Plus I had to start some new ones, even though I tried hard not to, but who can't help themselves really? So the Amara has been my best friend this year, trying to get through that big stack of quilt tops and to finish quilting them.
And you're making a lot of progress.
I am. I don't think I'm gonna hit the 50. I do think I'll hit 45, which I feel really, really solid about.
What if how much longer do we have? 3 weeks?
Yeah, I might be taking some time off. Who do I talk to?
Why don't you just come in here and we'll all work together and help you reach that goal.
That would be great. Or
It's
have
teamwork.
or have a binding party.
Yes.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you tell us about the Amara?
Yes, so the Amara. So it has a 20-inch throat space. So that's what we refer to from the needle position to the back of the throat of the machine. So 20 inches provides a kind of depends on where you're at with your quilt, 16, 17 inches of actual quilting space. So most quilt blocks are maybe 6, 8, 12, 15 inches high or wide. So you're able to do custom quilting with those without having to advance too much. Let's see. It's 2,500 stitches per minute, although we don't recommend you actually quilt that fast. That would be pretty zippy. I've learned to slow down. I've learned to slow down and just enjoy and relax a little bit and go with it. But for those occasional little spurts of speed that we all may have, it makes it so you aren't as likely to outrun your stitch regulator, which means you'll have more consistent stitches. You won't get those long stitches because you've gone boop and gotten too excited. We've all been there. Let's see, some of my other favorite features of this machine is the lighting. When I was working with the engineers, I said, oh my gosh, I've had my long arm probably, I think I'm in my 4th space in my house, the 4th room in my house. I don't have sufficient lighting in any of those rooms to do what I want to do. And I don't have the greatest of eyes. And so I said, I want as much lighting as you can have. And so we did just that. We have lighting around the needle area, as well as a complete LED light strip underneath the entire throat of the machine. And are we okay to turn that on?
Yeah, let's go ahead and turn
let's
it
just
on.
see.
I'm
I
not
don't
sure
know.
if our camera angles are going to be
We'll
good.
just give
but
it a whirl.
We'll see.
Yes, so you can see even on here, it lit up quite a bit. And I'll turn this off because I know that's creating some weird glares. But that makes a huge difference to be able to actually see what you're doing.
It's very helpful
Yes.
to be able to see what you're doing.
Yes. In addition, we also have a light in the bobbin area. That helps when you're cleaning things out, oiling, doing the very minimal maintenance that you have to do on any of our machines. Only thing we ever recommend is you change your needle every project, you clean out your bobbin area of all the lint and any little thread pieces and give it a fresh dab of oil on that race hook every time that you change your bobbin out.
And that's so easy.
That's so easy. That's so easy. I can
Yeah.
manage that most of the time. Yep. Let's see.
Or every other bobbin, you know, if you're being wild and crazy. You know.
Yeah.
No, oil in every bobbin change.
Yep. That's pretty easy. My other favorite thing on here, I have two more I think that are my favorite. It's so hard to pick. I just love this whole machine. So I would say the next thing that I really love is the adjustable handlebars here. I played a lot of sports growing up, and I have a lot of hand and wrist injuries. So I can get a little fatigued if I'm in one spot and I'm holding and I'm moving and it's vibrating a lot. So what's really nice is we are able to go ahead and very easily make some adjustments to this handlebar so that you can be in different positions if you're really going to go in and custom, or if you're going to be quilting all day long. So that's my favorite. Another one of my favorites, I guess I should say, you're also able to adjust this whole handlebar to go into your micro quilting position if you are doing a lot of micro quilting. I don't do much of that. You do some good work in that area.
I have fun with it.
Yeah, you really do. I'm more kind of an all over gal. I'm still in quantity, maybe not quality yet.
I'm at the point where my husband says no more quilts, so I have to put as much work into one quilt.
Yeah.
To get that high of quilting,
Yeah,
and not have the bulk.
Right. My last feature that I'm going to point out right here today is the tie off. We have an automatic tie off button. So when you are starting your stitch line, normally we would go ahead and bring up that bobbin thread, and then we would tie off. You could do that traditionally by holding down your up and down arrow, your needle up and down button, and kind of create a little bit of a knot. This one, we have a tie off button. It does it automatically for you. It's fantastic. Makes it so easy.
I love it. Mm-hmm. And just remember that. Give it a little wiggle.
Yes,
I love a little wiggle.
I do. Just a little wiggle. And get a nice little tie off. Did I forget any features? I know there's a lot more features that we could talk about. But if we're highlighting your favorite, did I miss any?
I love the fact that you can use all of the handy feet.
Oh, yes.
So
Yep.
We mentioned this with the Sweet 16 and with the Moxie. I have an obsession with all of the different feet.
Yes.
And we are actually going to be using the Surefoot today and doing some ruler work. So, how are we doing with our video?
Okay, we seem to be a little slow.
We'll just keep on going. If there's things that you didn't get to see because of the difficulties, we can point them out again at the end. So one thing that you talked about the handlebars. I just want to mention that both sides are independent.
Yes.
Which is nice. If you want to put one handlebar down and keep the other one up, you can do that, because sometimes I quilt crazy.
That's so fun. And Kristina, you're talking about
Hey, Kristina.
Yes, Blaine.
Hey, something's going on with y'all's audio. We're not hearing you very well. It's real choppy, maybe your stream. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how they can get the Amara while maybe y'all adjust something. I don't know. It's both of you are choppy, so I don't think it's a microphone. It may be just the internet or something. So I'm going to do that and give y'all a chance to do that, and we'll come right back to you then, okay?
Okay.
All right, so guys, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Amara, and if we can put that overlay up there, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about the overlay or the Amara, that 20-inch, how you can get it. And again, guys, we have financing available for these, and we're shipping them, free to you nationwide, right to your doorstep. And so that's the wrong one, I think, there, guys. That's the Amara. Okay, no, is that the Amara? Okay, well, I guess it is. It didn't look like the Amara. Wrong picture. So anyway, this is, they got it on the Littlefoot. Well, that's not the Littlefoot frame. That is the Sweet 16 picture. So guys, don't pay attention to the picture, and that's the wrong picture up there. But this is the Amara. It's the 20-inch long arm machine. It's on a 5-foot Littlefoot frame. You get it for $10,795. But we do have a call-in special, and we do have other frames available. You have several different sizes, all the way up to a 12-foot frame that we have for this machine. And again, give us a call. Our guys standing by, they are experts when it comes to the quilting machines and what frame combinations you need. And what a great, great machine this is. And again, you can also expand this later on if you wanted to put the full-blown Pro Stitcher version on this for robotics. But this $10,795 for that 20-inch Amara. And again, guys, we have financing available and we have free shipping nationwide. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com and speak to one of our live chat agents. You can go up in that search bar, and in the search bar on the website, just put the Amara, M-A-R-A 20, and it'll take you right to that product page. But just tell me, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the highlights of this thing. And this thing has a great set of LEDs on it. And like I said, it has that 20-inch throat space on it. It's 2,500 stitches per minute. So this thing's extremely fast. Has a 7-inch color touchscreen. It has a Quilt Master LED lighting package on it. Quilt Master front handlebars, independently adjust with ergonomic, with the micro handles. So again, you can adjust these handles, these front handlebars, exactly where you need them for your comfort level. So if you want to do some long quilting, you can do it to where you're not going to get tired and all that. It has the Quilt Master servo controlled stitch regulation, perfect stitches every time, consistent stitch quality from 4 to 24 stitches per inch, 5 built-in tie-off stitches, programmable handlebar buttons, magnetic tool minder collar, on-screen hand wheel, and it's sewing opening dimensions. It's 9 inches tall by that 20-inch throat space. So again, you can have a big quilt on this machine. It has the pinpoint accurate needle laser, so it has the laser on it. And again, when you get the box, you're going to get 5 bobbins. You're going to get a 2.5 millimeter hex wrench, a bobbin case, a 3 millimeter hex wrench. You're going to get a needle, 134 size 100, 16 pack of 10. You're getting another needle, that 134 size 110 pack, 18 pack of 10. And then you're getting that 5 millimeter hex wrench. Open toe handy foot, the ruler foot's installed. You're getting the thread tray and a thread mask, handlebar button sticker, easy pin oiler, quick reference card, power cord, HQ bobbin winder, and the screwdriver. And again, that bobbin winder is separately, so you can actually be winding your bobbins while you're quilting. So hopefully we're going to go back to the Handi Quilter studio to Kristina and Sara, and hopefully we got their lagging internet problem worked out. So ladies, are y'all back with us?
Looks good. How's sound, Blaine?
Oh, it came back. We got you now.
We got it.
Good.
Okay.
Yay.
So where would you like us to start? I don't know how much we talked about that was cut out.
Well, it seems like I'm not sure when I heard it, but it was probably about 2 minutes into it. But
Wow.
we started seeing some comments a little earlier. So I think it was just, Sara, just right after Sara started. So just y'all can pick up. Guess what? You know what? Y'all have the whole rest of the afternoon. Handi Quilter does. So let's just start over.
Okay, Sara, it's all you again.
We will start over. Well, I'm Sara still. This is Kristina still. We're here talking about the 20-inch Amara machine. So we'll just start from the beginning, and I will list out my favorite and talk through some of my favorite features. Okay, so it's a 20-inch machine, and what we mean by that is it's 20 inches from where the needle is to the back of the machine. So in reality, because we have our poles and our quilt and everything, gives us about 16, 17 inches of actual quilting space. So that means you have 16, 17 inches to actually quilt on before you hit bars or the fabric or anything like that.
Which is a lot bigger than your domestic machine that's like this big.
Yes, a few inches.
Just a few.
At best, yes. And that also means that your quilt blocks up to about 15 inches. I like to say you're going to be really safe to be able to do custom quilting without having to advance your quilt, which is really, really nice.
It is.
So it's a really, really good size machine. It's still smooth and lightweight enough for us just to kind of whip around and do stuff. No issues there. My next favorite feature on this machine is the lighting. I was saying before we got cut out here, I have had my long arm in 4 different spots in my house. Some have had better lighting than others. Some have been in the very dark basement. None of it has been enough. Could we ever have enough lighting to see what we're doing?
No.
So we have, and I'll show this again. Again, it doesn't show up very well on here, but we do have light around the needle. We have a full LED strip under the throat space of the machine. So it lights this up. We're able to see everything that we're doing, where we're coming, where we're going, different thread colors, different fabric. We're seeing what we want to see.
A nice thing with that is also the two lights, the needle ring light and the throat space, they're independent.
They absolutely are.
And you can adjust how bright. You can turn them on full power, which we just had, or you can dim them.
Yep, they
So
are fully
you can
dimmable.
Customize them.
Yeah, because sometimes you get like a different shade or a different like sheen of fabric if you're really getting around and playing with some different stuff, and that can really help. Or if you have some light angles coming in from a window or something, fully adjustable. We also have a light in the bobbin area. So when you're cleaning out your bobbin, you're really able to see to make sure you get all that lint out. You're able to make sure you're putting the oil on that bobbin race, right where the hook race area, right where you need to. And like we were discussing earlier, that is the only maintenance that we have you do on these machines on a regular basis. So every bobbin that runs out, we ask that you clean out all the lint and the extra little threads and things, and then you do a dab of oil, just a little bit. And that keeps your machines working happy and healthy for the most part.
Excellent.
Let's see, what else was
the next one was the adjustable handlebars, which is one of my favorite features.
Yes. Yeah, well, because Kristina's really into micro quilting and really getting into some custom work. And so that's really important for her. I have some old injuries from some old sports. And so my hands, my wrists in particular can get really sore if they're in one position for a long time. And if you're doing some custom work or even just free motioning a whole quilt, it can be a little taxing on your wrist. So it's really nice to be able to easily and quickly just make some adjustments. And it's really amazing what from going from here to here or to here can really relieve some of that stress on your wrist and on your arm. And as Kristina likes to do, she'll take this one step farther, and I don't know if you can see very well, it can go all the way down into that micro quilting position.
Yep. So it goes up and down, in and out, and also the one can telescope.
Yes,
out.
It can come
So
in and out a little bit.
Up, I think they can maybe see that a little bit better. You can pull that handle towards you and make it a little bit longer.
Okay.
So.
And then you were talking about how you like to have them independent as well.
Yes. So the left side and the right side move separately. They're not connected to each other. So if I want to put one down and one up, felt like a miming.
But you're perfectly able to do that.
Yeah, you can change it around however you want.
Yeah.
So my favorite thing, it's with all the Handi quilter machines, is that you can change the feet.
Oh, yes.
So this one right now, we've got our Surefoot on, and we're going to do some ruler work with you. And I've already stitched out a circle using our circle rulers. So I stitched on the inside. And what we're going to do is create an ornament. And we're going to send that ornament over to the next machine to do some other fun stuff.
That's fantastic.
So I'm going to
So
set this out.
Kristina, how easy is it to go from one foot to the other?
It is
some of the stuff out of your way
easy.
here.
So I'm going to pull this up and bring it over here. So we've got this screw right here, and we just loosen that up. And I like to lift up and drop the foot down. Take that one out, put the new one in, tighten it up. Super, super quick, super easy.
Great.
So
sounds easy enough. I could probably manage that.
I'm sure you can. You probably designed it. So what I'm going to do now is some ruler work. I've already put a ruler base on, so you can tell I've got this extra space here to hold that ruler, that table space, rather than just that throat. So it gives me a lot more stability. I've got my Surefoot on, which is taller. It's got that higher profile so that the rulers don't hop over.
Yeah. Have you ever had that happen?
I tell this in every single ruler class that I teach. The first week I had my machine, I did that. And I was on the floor crying.
Oh, it happens to all of us. So don't stress out if it does. Everything can be fixed. And practice, practice, practice.
And that was before the Surefoot came out. So.
Yes. I don't think I've had it happen since the Surefoot.
I have not had it since the Surefoot.
But.
And I just did a little tie-off. You talked about the tie-off while we were not working properly. So do you want to mention that real quick?
Yes, the tie-off. So you saw Kristina go ahead and pull up her bobbin thread, and then we want to go ahead and secure a knot before we begin stitching. Traditionally, you would use your up and down arrow button to just kind of have your needle go up and down a handful of times to create a knot. We went ahead and put in a tie-off button, which with just the touch of a button, and as Kristina likes to say, a wiggle of the machine, we are then able to go ahead and do an automatic tie-off. Just makes things simple and easy, and it gets us a real nice secure knot in the smallest, least kind of obvious way possible.
Yeah, and you can change the number of tie-offs that it's set at. So.
Yes.
Okay, I've got a whole pile of rulers here. So will you hand me the righty?
Yes, I sure can.
Oh, perfect. So this is our righty ruler. It's got our 90-degree, and it's got the little waves across the top, around the corner, and back down. And I'm only going to use like this little section right here. I'm going to create the top of my ornament. So I'm going to put my ruler into position, bumped up against my foot, and I'm going to stitch up. And I'm going to go over just a little bit, and I'm going to move the ruler because I'm going to do the hanger thingy, and I'm going to do that free motion.
Okay.
And it's going to look fabulous. Woohoo! Look at that. And come back to my starting spot. Then I'm going to do the other half, stitching over and down. So I just use my rulers to create that.
Oh, and
top
Kristina,
portion.
you might not have been able to see because we're zoomed in. She
Oh.
just grabbed her scissors from her tool minder collar, which is a little magnetic collar, and can easily keep a pair of scissors to snip your threads off for you.
Super nice to have. Okay, Sarah, I feel like I'm doing surgery. Would you please pass me the straight, or skinny, sorry, skinny.
Skinny, it's down here. Here
There
you
we go. Okay.
Okay.
So skinny, this one I'm going to use just to give myself some lines. And I'm using a water erasable pen. And I'm just going to draw some lines directly on my fabric that I've already tested. So of course I know it's going to come out.
Boy, there's nothing worse than putting so much time and energy into something and then not having your marking instrument of choice not come out. So always test on a piece of scrap fabric before you do it on the thing that you care about.
Definitely. Okay, so I'm going to use that as my kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Some spacing. So I'm going to travel along my existing circle till I get down to this line. And then we're going to create some kind of a line across there for our ornament. And this is my curvy ruler. Okay, so Sarah.
Yes.
Would you pick out a ruler for me from the
Just-
remaining
just
rulers?
random?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I feel like this is a big responsibility. I'm going to have you start with this guy. This is the scallop ruler, the mini scallop ruler. It's one of my favorite go-to rulers.
I love it. So I'm going to just line this up with my foot, and I'm using the top of that scallop to line up on the top of that line that I just drew on there. And I'm just stitching along, creating this beautiful design. And I'm going to stop when I get to my ornament. Perfect. That was
that
fun.
looks fantastic.
Okay, let's travel down to the next line while you pick out the next
Okay,
ruler.
let's see. We're going to do the circles next, the
Oh.
Swiss cheese template.
Okay, give me the hard one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So this ruler has a slot on it. So to get into that slot, I'm going to lift up my needle and slide it right over the top. Okay. And I'm using my edged lines, lining it up with my blue line that I drew. And I'm going to do bigger circles on this one. Whee! And I'm going to travel right over that existing circle halfway to get so that I can travel. Get it right on my blue line, shift the ruler over, lining up my center point. Whee! And if I was doing this at home, I might take a little bit more time and make sure I'm staying exactly in place. You'll notice I've got some blue tape on this ruler. That's covering up my Handi grip.
Oh.
Handi grip is kind of like a sandpaper that helps hold the ruler in place, which I should be using right now.
Yeah.
I should have taken the
Sometimes
tape
it's
off.
helpful and sometimes it's nice.
Yeah.
So most of the time I do like using the Handi grip as well. It really does help to kind of keep the ruler in place so it doesn't slip out from underneath you and move just a little bit.
Now, this one's going to be tricky because I'm going to hit the edge of my ornament. So I'm going to just stitch back and do the other half. Whee! You like those sound effects?
Those are great.
I can't stitch without making noises.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to use the wiggle wave next, but I want to use the extra wiggly side.
Ooh, the extra wiggly side.
This is fun. I like this part. I get to pick out everything.
Okay, let's do the extra wiggly side.
Okay.
And for spacing reasons, I'm going to put the top of the ruler on my blue line and stitch back. Whee! I need a different sound than the wee, but this is just kind of a wee shape.
Well, it is. It's like a roller coaster. It's like, woo!
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I get it. I get it.
Oops, I went outside my circle there.
Okay. Maybe we use the square ones, or were you
Well,
going to use the wiggle ones?
Actually, I like the
Do you like the wiggle ones better?
This is like a clam shell.
Okay.
This is a fun one. So let me
Let's show them
go
that
ahead
one
and
then.
head down here. I mean, you could use either one.
Sure.
I like this one though. Okay. So I'm lining up. I've got a 1/4 inch edge line through there. So that's what I'm lining up on my. Whee. Oh my goodness, I've got to quit doing that.
Do you listen to music while you're stitching at home?
I do.
Do you? Yeah.
That or an audiobook.
Or naughty book. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do one more. Do we have another ruler there?
I have the righty. We're back to the
Okay.
righty. Or do we want to use the other side of the wiggle wave?
Oh, the righty. I had a fun design for
Oh,
that one.
okay.
Okay.
There
So
you go.
we're going to do kind of like a chevron, well, up and downs. How's that? Okay.
I see where you're going.
So I'm just going to eyeball this one. We're going to go up and down. Shift the ruler over. Eyeballing again. Up, down, shift. And probably one more.
Oh, those are so fun.
Isn't that fun? And you know what? I'm going to be really wild and crazy. And I'm just
Okay.
going to come down here. And I'm going fast, so don't judge my going off the lines. And I'm just going to add a line here at the bottom.
Oh, that's cute. That gives it a nice little touch at
Fill
the
in
end.
that space.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do a
That's
tie off by the
fantastic.
touch of a button and a little wiggle. And voila. There is our Christmas ornament.
Now, did I hear we're taking this somewhere next?
Yes.
All right.
So this will be going over to the Capri next. But let's see if we have any questions on the Amara before we go. Okay. So we showed them the tie off. Let's see. I was about to ask if we have to make those.
Oh, absolutely. I think they might be mandatory.
Yes.
Or whatever noises.
Yeah. I always tell people if they're doing certain designs to count or say something that goes with it, like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and get in that rhythm. So this one was just a wee.
Whatever helps you
So-
relax. I think we all have a tendency sometimes to tighten up a little bit too much and be really nervous and want it to be so perfect. But the more fun that we have, and sometimes the looser we are about it, and when you step back, things always look great.
Put that needle down. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Okay, can you quilt both directions, left to right and vice versa? Yes and no.
That's a great way to talk about it. The natural inclination of the way that the machine and the mechanics of the machine are set up is to go from left to right. That is going to be, in general, the happiest that all sewing machines are going to go like this. You can go right to left. If you're doing more straight lines or if you're not coming back, it can lead to more shredding of the thread. So we do recommend going from left to right. However, if you're doing designs, particularly in a small area or that are not straight lines, like Kristina was doing on this ornament, you're just fine.
Yeah. You kind of trick the machine when you're going up and down that it thinks it's going in different directions.
Yeah.
So we just had a question about the frame.
Oh.
So the Amara, you can get it on a little foot frame, or you can also get it on our Studio 2 at a 10 foot or a 12 foot. And you can get that 12 foot and set it up as the 8 foot. So lots of options that are available out there. Great questions. What else? What did we skip any of your favorite features? Easy set tension.
Gosh, yeah, we didn't even talk about the easy set tension or the basting estimator, the low bobbin estimator.
Yes.
The basting features. I think I got my bees mixed up there for a second. 2 different things, low bobbin and your basting stitches. So yeah, I mean, this is just chock full. This has everything that you're going to need from beginning to expert.
Yep.
This is definitely a go-to machine that you can have for a lifetime.
Yep. And you can also get the quilt from the back kit if you
Yep.
want to do pantographs or groovy boards,
Yep.
quilting from the back. You can also get Pro Stitcher. So lots
And
of
it's ready to go
accessories.
with Pro Stitcher, as you can see. Well, maybe you can start to see. You can't get all the way back, but it's all built in, the cabling. So it sets up really easy and it looks really nice in your studio.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, great job, ladies.
Thank
sorry
you.
about
We
the
got to
technical difficulties.
Hey, and I'm going to say, we got to hear it all.
Good. Yes.
Well, hey, I'm going to remind everybody again at home, and I think we had the wrong slide up, so we're just going to take you right to our web page and show you this Amara so you can actually see it on the site. But again, if you want to go to our website, just go up there in the search bar, just type in Amara 20, and it'll take you right to the product page. And again, right there, you can see it. That's it right there. And again, we have great price on this, and you can have your choice. If you see down on there, it has a drop-down box. You can pick which frame you want to go. So again, you can get it with that 5-foot little foot frame, or you can do a 10-foot or 12-foot. And like Kristina was saying, that 12-foot has the option because you can leave one of the sections out. You can make it an 8-foot, but you have to buy the 12-foot frame to make it an 8-foot. But again, guys, what a great price we have on this right now. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have a great show price on it. Again, it's a call-in special. To get that special price, you have to call in 800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com and talk to one of our live chat agents. That's the only way you can get it. We do have some great special financing available for you as well. And we're going to ship it absolutely free right to your door. And so, guys, great demonstration. And so next up, hey, we are going to go and talk about another 20-inch. And, this 20-inch was a long arm. So now we're going to talk about the 20-inch that is, a sit-down. And we have Kim coming back. And I think we have Josh coming up with her. And so let's go back to the Handi Quilter studio. Yep, it is Josh. Josh is there with Kim. And, guys, we're going to talk all about the Capri, which is a 20-inch sit-down.
Yep, it's our stationary machine. It's such a great machine. We really love the Capri.
Yes, we do.
I was actually thinking, I think you and I actually did some filming before.
Yeah.
The Capri. So I was like,
right.
oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. So let's talk about the Capri.
Yeah,
Josh?
it's such a great machine, and we've got a lot of the accessories on here.
Yeah, we've got some fun stuff.
Yes, we've got some great things that we're going to talk about. But I actually, I just finished a quilt a little while ago.
Mm-hmm.
I have an Amara at home, and I recognized that I was like, I think I might need to get a Capri because it's just so convenient and it's so space conscious. It's something that fits on this nice little frame that you can put in your home somewhere and just make quilting so accessible for people.
Yeah, it really is. I love that if I have that, it always seems like I finish a quilt, I post it on social media, and then somebody goes, your quilting is really great, but that one block you didn't finish. And you're like, oh, of course. Yeah, I did kind of miss that. It's great to be able to just throw it back on here and fix that problem. Or even if you want to go back and add a little bit more later, sometimes down the road, you decide you want to add a little bit more flavor. So we're just making some minor adjustments.
We're just shifting around. This has been a great dance behind the scenes. Like we're all very festive. I've got a nice, I put a Christmas shirt on so I could fit in with everybody. And it's actually a Yoda. It says naughty or nice. There is no try.
Is nice or not nice?
Nice or not nice. Okay.
There is no try.
So we're all very festive, and we've actually got all these machines out here. We've been having such a great time participating in the fun. So thank you to Blaine and the SMP team.
Yeah.
And thank you to everybody who's watched and asked questions.
Yes.
It's been a lot of fun. So thank you for your patience as we've kind of worked through some issues.
Yeah.
Tell us about this machine. Give me the rundown of the features of this great machine.
It's such an awesome machine. So first of all, we've got 18 inches of throat space, which is so amazing in a stationary machine. I can quilt a huge quilt on this, and I'm always able to keep the area that I'm actually quilting on nice and flat and just easy to see, easy to quilt with. The Capri comes with an Insight table, which has the built-in stitch regulation. It's got these two little sensors right here that sense the movement of the fabric. So I don't have to think about keeping my stitches nice and even. I quilted on my home machine for a lot of years. I was the stitch regulator. Here, up to 2,200 stitches per minute.
Which is so fast.
So I don't think I can do it that fast. It's crazy. But you actually want your stitch regulation speed to be kind of high because that way you're not going to outstitch it. So it's really great.
And that 18 inches of throat space, for when we talk about available throat space, 18 inches is actually a ton when you're making the leap from a domestic or a sewing machine.
Domestic.
Yeah, you know, you've got this little tiny space, and especially with you know, this table space that's so smooth that your quilts can rest on. It's so easy to manage to bunch up your quilt and do quilts of all sizes. You know, one little piece at a time on this kind of frame, and that's what I think is so surprising is you can do really big quilts. Really beautiful quilting on such a small frame.
Exactly. It's really easy. And the nice thing, the Insight table, so it's 36 inches wide, the table as it comes, and I can actually add 2 extensions. And I've actually got the extension up on this side, so that Josh has got a little bit of table here in front of him. But it adds an extra 18 inches, and I can put one on each side. So I can have up to 72 inches. Look at me doing math again. 72 inches.
I'll let you do the math.
Of table space here. So there's plenty of room so that I don't have my quilt falling off the edges, pulling things, doing any of that kind of stuff. It's really great.
And this this extension here on the side folds down.
Yeah, it folds down. It folds down nice and flat. So that if I have a tight space that I'm just going to slide this into and I'm not using, I can totally do that. I can also add the casters, which make sliding it into that tight space really easy.
That's so true. Easy. And it is so easy to push around. There's a way you can just lock it so that when you want it set in place, you just push that down and it's locked in place. But then when you're done, when you're ready to slide it away into another room, if you're having guests over or you're wanting to put it back in there, really, you know, just like want to sit down and work on a project by your loved one as they're watching the show, it glides in there. You don't sit on it and take a ride, but it's just glides so easily. We probably could, but we don't recommend that. And it just pushes right in there. And then also tell us like how, like
it's adjustable.
It is
height adjustable. So, and it's really easy to adjust. It actually goes from, so I have my little cheat sheet here, from 25.5 inches all the way up to 39.5 inches, which means that so I'm a tall gal, I'm 5'9". I can actually adjust this so that it's right there for me to quilt with. And if you put the casters on it, you actually get about another 1.5 inches. So if you're really tall, you can make this work for you if you want to stand up and quilt. And it's actually pretty easy to adjust.
It's kind of a 2-person job. It's easier. You could do it with 1 person, but it's definitely easier with 2. Little latches that you squeeze and you can adjust. And sometimes it is nice to kind of change it up a little bit. But we call it a stationary machine, not a sit down, because we do have some folks that prefer to get on their feet and do a little quilting.
Stand up and quilt. And the nice thing is you've actually got the option. You can either use the foot pedal down on the floor to control the machine, turn it on and off, or I have the play pause button, as I like to call it, on the screen. And I can just hit that and start quilting. And then I don't have to think about using my foot. I know that when I quilt with this, standing up especially, I really use that feature because that way I'm not putting all my weight on one foot. Doing that kind of lean thing as I'm stitching. But it's really great. One of the other really great things about the Capri is the lighting. We actually have a LED light strip in the throat space right here. If I turn it on, it's gonna
it's super bright.
Blind you guys.
Yeah,
but
it's really great. We usually turn them off on camera.
So I can turn that on there and you can see how it's completely whiting out my hands. Like you can't even, it's so bright. So I'll go ahead and turn it off. It keeps Kayla happy. So
when you're quilting, especially like if you've got dark fabrics or this is in a room that isn't near windows or during the daytime, it makes a world of difference to have that built-in lighting, and it makes it so nice and easy to see what you're working on.
Exactly.
And I want to mention something, since I've been kind of behind the scenes today, just watching. One big difference about when you get a Handi quilter machine, something that you might not realize comes in the box, and that is the support of this education team. As you've seen these fantastic quilters, Kristina and Kim and Sara coming by, like I don't know that people totally realize this, but their job is to educate people on how to use these machines, how to get better at your quilting. We have a line that Handi quilter customers can call and say, hey, I haven't figured out quite yet how to set my tension. Can you walk me through it? So Kim comes in every box. Kim and Kristina and the rest of our education team are really like something that makes a big difference for these machines. along with that great support. That is a really great thing about our machines.
Yeah, it
Kim's
is.
included.
I'm included. One of the other fun things, and this is really fun to show you guys. So behind me, you guys can see that we've got all these machines set up here. This is just a little sneak peek into what we do every day. So talking about educating people, we actually have retreats in this room. I have 20 Amaras set up here, and we do retreats. So I wanted you guys to just get a little peek of the full education experience we offer.
Yeah, it is. For us, it's like not just the machine, it's about the long-term journey of the quilter. So
exactly.
We do have some quilting here.
Yes.
We have this project that started earlier today. It's been passed around a little bit, and now we have an opportunity to do a little bit of work on it. And we'll continue to talk a little bit about the machine, but it would be fun to kind of show some stuff that like actual quilting on these machines. It's also worth noting, like all the quilt stuff that you've seen today from the Handi Quilter team, they're really talented quilters. They do amazing stuff. But this is the great thing about the machines is it makes it really, really accessible for people. So all these projects, all these things that the educators are doing today are really accessible. We hope that you're getting a little inspiration. And more than anything, we want you to feel like you can do it.
Yeah.
You can be an amazing quilter, and you can do this kind of stuff that they're doing.
Absolutely. So going with the theme of what we've had rolling today. So we've been doing projects that are going from machine to machine. So you guys saw Kristina stitch out that awesome ruler. And this one's a little bit, maybe a little bit harder to see. It's on black fabric, which she stitched on white fabric. But I'm going to do a really fun thing called couching. And this is one of our sets of fees. So if you guys take a look here, I've actually got this awesome ornament that Kristina had stitched out. Let me get over here. We're actually going to come back here. Okay, so check this out. This was the ornament that she stitched out with all those lines, and I filled it in with yarn. This is like embellishment that you put on top of this. So this is really fun. So I'm going to show you guys how to do this today. You use the couching feet. So on a traditional sewing machine, couching means you take a piece of cording or yarn or something, and then you actually do a zigzag over the top of it. Well, guess what? These machines don't zigzag.
Right.
And we do not expect anybody to be like,
don't take the machine and do this.
Back and forth across it. So it's probably been like at least 10 years or so. We developed the couching feet with a really well-known quilter who quilts on a stationary machine. Her name's Helen Godden from Australia. And she was instrumental in helping us develop these feet. And it's really cool. So what you do is there's actually, our foot is, it's a little circle, and we put a little piece of plastic inside of it that has a smaller hole through it that the needle goes right through. And then we run a piece of yarn or some other kind of cording, whatever it is we're deciding to couch with, and it just stitches right in the center of it. So you can do really awesome things like this. Just lay down this yarn. So we're going to have some fun here, and I'm going to let you guys can kind of see all this. We have, so Josh has got options here.
I am so excited.
He can pick
for
anything
this.
but this one.
Okay.
I don't have the right size foot on for that one.
Well,
but we're going to fill in this ornament.
That sounds so
and
exciting.
Create some awesomeness.
I love, because we have a lot of different things here. We've got some just great standard yarn. We've got some really glittery stuff.
Yeah.
It's amazing how versatile these machines are.
I know.
Okay.
I haven't tried that one.
So yeah, that would be really interesting.
Maybe.
So how about this one right here?
You want to start with this
like
one?
The standard green yarn.
Standard green yarn.
Yeah, let's do that.
So let's see if we can find a little.
Find the beginning of it.
What's in this?
Well, if not, we can go with this red one. I can probably.
Why
find
don't
the start
we?
on
Oh,
that. Look at that.
Actually, I just got it. The green. You want to do green? Okay. You know what? Let's
we
do
can
the red.
That one will be easier.
Let's do the red. Okay.
Okay.
So there's.
And I think what's great is this is on top of the traditional long arm quilting that you can do on the Capri. This is like, hey, it isn't just a one-trick pony. This is a really versatile machine.
It really is so cool. So what we're going to do to couch. Okay. So I've got just regular thread loaded on my machine here. You guys can see my regular thread. And I am just going to do a needle down, needle up, bring up my bobbin thread. And then I am going to hold my needle down, needle up button and just do a couple of locking stitches in place with this. So on this machine, that's called a walking stitch. It just locks that thread in place. Next, to get this yarn so that it will pull through this little, the little hole inside of here, what I'm gonna do is take this, there's a little knot there. I got to clip that off because that's not going to fit through there. We're going to take this and we're just going to make a little loop right around that yarn. And I'm going to pull it over to the side and then do another needle down, needle up. Then just holding on to this, I'm going to just very gently pull that yarn through.
Wiggle.
Yeah, wiggle. Wiggle is the word today. Then I'm just going to keep my yarn nice and puddled. Okay, so Josh, your job is to make sure that kind of stays out there.
Slack here.
And I am just going to start stitching and pull this through there. Okay, and I'm going to turn my speed down a little bit so that I am, okay. Now you guys can see as I'm stitching, oh, you know what, yeah, this one might be a little fat for this foot. There we go. So as I'm just going through here, I'm just stitching this yarn down.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Look at that.
And I can come back along here and make it look a little bit nicer, fill it in a little bit more. So we did a nice big red stripe there.
That's amazing.
Isn't that so cool?
Yeah, you're essentially, you know, doing this large yarn as you're stitching. It gives this really big look, and it provides some great contrast from like traditional quilting.
It is really cool. Okay, so let's keep going here. So what else should I fill in this whole top part up here with the red? Okay, so let's just do that.
And so you just kind of keep an eye on your thread, and you make sure you have enough to kind of get pulled in there. And I love how you kind of use it to add some dimension, some shape to that space that you're filling.
Oh, and here, I just got to wiggle that through just a little bit there. Okay, you know what? I think we've done enough with the red thread.
A lovely little design on your ornament.
Yep.
Really
we got that one there. Okay, so let's pull. I want you to pick another yarn for me there.
Well, and also, if you'd like to just show us some traditional quilting, you know, we could just showing how to do some fills or some things like that.
We are gonna tackle this yarn if it's the last thing I do today.
Kim is an unstoppable force. That's
I wanna do some couching.
Should we do
let's do some of the sparkly yarn.
What do you think?
I think the sparkly. Yeah, let's do the gold.
It feels very festive. Looks like it would go well with my hat. I love it. Okay.
It totally would.
Oh, we've got the little net on here. Okay.
Little handy net on there.
There we go.
Things nice and so I like having my assistant here that's holding on to everything. Okay, so once again, I am going to do some nice styling. So, there you go. Okay, let's come down here, and I'm going to start down here on the. So once again, I'm just going to bring up that bobbin thread, do a couple of locking stitches, and then pull that yarn through and then start having some fun. Now, I think Josh needs to be paying attention because
I am. This is a technique I need to learn.
He needs to learn how to do this.
Yeah, I do most of my quilting in Pro Stitcher. Cool. I need to get more of this like hands-on. Look at that. How fun is that?
I know. Isn't that so cool? Now, one of the fun things is you can actually use a Pro Stitcher to couch with.
That's right.
Help me remember, I've actually got a little project set aside that we can do a little bit. We can show a really fun way that you can use couching. So you guys check this out, how this is just laying down that thread.
Yeah, it's so cool. Such a fun thing to use for these kind of festive quilts, but I think it also works really well with other, I know Kristina, one of our other educators, she uses her couching foot on just some of her kind of scrappy quilts to add some really lovely elements to kind of, you know, it really gives some dimensional design to your quilts. And it's so simple to do. And I love that, you know, these feet work on any of our Handi quilter machines.
That's exactly right.
Stationary or the carriage mounted machines. It's fun to have that in your toolkit that you can do along with the traditional long arm stitching.
So this one is really fun to do. What I like to call a quilt in a day. So I want you to grab here on the table here, Josh. I'm going to have you show everybody right down here. There's a quilt that Amy made, and I want to show everybody this cute little quilt.
We'll pull this up, and Amy Losi is another one of our
educators,
studio educators. Let's see if I can figure out which direction. Okay, lovely. Look at this.
We've got one of our gals who works down in Sew Off. She just had a grandbaby. And so look at this quilt that Amy made. Is that not so adorable? So she stitched out actually with Pro Stitcher using the couching foot, that little duck, and then the words. And then she went back and filled in on the inside bit.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that.
So
isn't that so much fun?
What's so neat about it is this great, soft, cozy fabric. And she's got a lot of really great quilting that she put on here. So just to kind of give it a nice texture. And then this whole design in here is done with, it's like really, really thick and cozy.
It's the couching.
This couching just really gives it. And for a little baby to have this cozy little thing, it's like a lovely little hug from grandma right there.
Absolutely.
And it's sturdy. The way that the machine stitches down each piece of yarn makes it nice and secure. So a lovely quilt to give to someone you love. But also look at how great that is.
I know,
like that
it's
really
so cute.
is. Amy must be really proud of that quilt that she made.
She is super excited about that. We cannot wait to give it to Sue. We're actually, Amy was going to give it to her over the weekend, and I was like, no, I need it for filming on Monday.
Show this a little bit.
I had to make her wait. So couching, it's so much fun just to add that extra little something to your project.
Yeah.
So,
and you've got a couple of different materials that we've shown here today. It's worth noting that with the machine, when you're quilting, takes all types of thread, different needle widths for those threads. With couching, you can get really versatile, lots of different things that you can use there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got all kinds of fun yarn here that you can couch with. So the couching feet come with a set of 3. So you can do everything from a really thin yarn like this nice sparkly stuff is, to something like this that's nice and fat and chunky. And you can add that extra dimension to your projects. I like to think of it kind of as coloring.
Yeah,
it's like you fill in the lines.
Yeah, it's kind of like a crayon. It's got a wider, tip. It is really nice. We're glad to see that everybody like Joyce is feeling inspired to go make some great stuff. And these holiday inspired projects are really just the beginning. We've got some really great quilters that use the Capri or our other stationary machines. Helen Godden. Also David Taylor, if any of you have been to Houston or taken David Taylor's classes. It's amazing that this machine right here, it is super accessible. It's really easy to start using. If you need spiritual guidance, you can always call us here and get help. But you can also do really, really amazing, intricate, detailed quilting on this. And a lot of people really love it. Like talking to David, he prefers these machines because it is a really intimate experience with your quilt. You're right there. You get to see the needle and the thread as you apply that quilting. It's a pretty fantastic experience.
Yeah. I quilted for years, like I mentioned, on my home machine before I got a frame mounted machine. And, one of the things that I love about quilting like this is just getting my hands on the fabric. It's a very tactile experience. You get to sit there and feel it and move it around and just enjoy it. I really love doing more detailed something like this where I'm going in. I mean, you guys can see how much yarn I lay down on this one. This was probably about an hour and a half worth of quilting in just this little space here. But it's when you're working on something small and it's just all right there, it's really fun to just be up close and personal with it right here. The tabletop here is super smooth, and it's we actually call it a glass finish, and it just makes it so easy to glide your quilts along here. It's just, the Capri is such a great machine. I really love these. I keep thinking that I need to find a place for one of these at my house again.
I do too, yeah. I did the same thing as you. I finished this quilt and I got it off the frame, and I was done, and I looked at it and I was like, oh, I had this little flying geese motif, and I was like, I should have added more down into the bottom. And I do think that this really does bring accessible quilting to a lot of people. So a lot of people don't have 10 feet, in their house to be able to put a giant machine. And that doesn't mean you can't be a great quilter. That doesn't mean that you can't work on those projects for your loved ones. And this is from a price perspective, from a space perspective, and the features that you get for it is a really fantastic way to get involved in long arm quilting.
It is. It is. It's such a great machine. So I hope that was a good little show you, a little taste of couching, maybe inspire you to do some fun things with it. You know, Kristina and I have showed you two different great textures, great ways to put different textures on your quilt. Couching is a great way to just directly stitch that yarn down. Felting is another way to do it. The cool thing is the couching and the felting feet available for pretty much all of our machines.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fun to have the options, be able to think outside the box, look at different ways to just add a little something extra to that quilt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I keep thinking how cute it would be to do stockings and couch everybody's names on them.
Yeah.
Do some of that fun kind of stuff.
I saw somebody make a comment that said that a machine is way better than a piece of furniture.
I agree.
Which I agree with completely. And that's something like we had Sara here earlier, who is the head of our product design. And like a lot of thought goes into making a machine that looks great in your home, right?
Yep.
It's not something that you feel like you have to hide in the garage somewhere.
Yeah.
Something that looks clean, that looks professional, it's got a lovely finish. It's easy to clean. Will fit right in your home.
Yeah. I remember one of the first shows that I worked at, I actually had a gal come up and say, yeah, that's the machine I want because it's going to look sexy in my sewing room. And I said, I got you, girl.
Yep,
so it's wonderful to have a beautiful machine that if it is tucked into the corner of your living room, you can show everybody how gorgeous your long arm is.
Yeah. And you know, the nice thing is it is like if you have friends, if you have folks that want to come over and do quilting, it is much, you know, quilting can be intimidating. We try to make it not intimidating. But this is like, you know, so accessible. It's so easy to sit down, toss something on there, a quick project, and get yourself quilting. I kind of want to put one right in my living room so that in the evening, my wife's a quilter too. I could sit next to my wife. We watch a show. I'm quilting right in the living room. I think it would be great.
You know, I actually did that. I took my kids' playroom that they decided they didn't like anymore, and it's now my quilting studio, and it's like the hangout spot in the house. At least for me, it is.
Great.
And Terry just had a comment up there that said that she has a better sewing machine than her car. I'm right there with you, girl. My sewing machine's definitely worth way more than any vehicle I own. I'm right there with you.
Me too.
It's fun to see the comments. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying this. We really had a lot of fun planning this day, coming up with different things that we could share with you. We hope you're answering some of your questions and also showing you how really easy it is to use these machines. It's you know, anything you can think of, you can do pretty much
it's absolutely
on these
true.
machines. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Kim. Hey, great job, Kim and Josh. And you know, again, I misspoke a while ago. I don't know why I called this a 20-inch, but it's an 18-inch sit down with the insight table. And got to tell everybody how they can get this Capri. So this 18-inch Capri from Handi Quilter, guys, it comes with that insight table that you see right in the picture there. And again, I think Kim and Josh both talked about this. It is a great machine if you're limited to space, you know, and you like to do free motion. Hey, this is the machine for you. It takes up a very little footprint. And I like Miss Alabama's comment, garage, ? Oh no, my husband's clothes would go in the garage before my machine would. Oh, that's pretty funny. That is awesome. So tell you a little bit about this. This machine is 2,200 stitches per minute. It's 4 times the quilting space as the average home machine. It has an 8-inch vertical space to go with that 18-inch throat. It's paired with that exclusive Handi Quilter Insight table with built-in Handi Quilter Insight stitch regulation. Adjustable table height from 25.5 inches to 39.5 inches. 4 to 22 precision stitches per inches. 2 modes of stitch regulation. You get that precise and that cruise again. Adjustable high-resolution color touchscreen, responsive foot pedal, and can be easily upgraded to a movable carriage, meaning you could put this and convert it over to a stand-up if you wanted to. Included accessories, you do get that 36-inch by 32-inch Handi Quilter Insight table with the stitch regulation built in. Color touchscreen with user-friendly icon display. Handi Quilter Capri lighting package. It's a LED light ring, throat lighting, and bobbin light. This thing has a great set of lights on it. Standalone bobbin winder that comes with it. Handi feet compatible, comes with a 1/4-inch ruler foot installed and the open toe foot. So a great machine, guys. You see it. It's $74.95, and it comes with the Insight table. And guys, we do have a call-in special on this. Give us a call right now, and we are going to give you a great show price on this today. And we have free shipping to go along with that. Also, we have some special financing available if you need some help on those monthly payments. But again, guys, this is the Capri 18-inch with that Insight table. And guys, what a great Christmas gift this would make at $74.95. And they are going to give you a great price. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or if you're on our website right now at SewingMachinesPlus.com, in that search bar, just type in Capri 18. It'll take you right to the product page. You can read more about it. And you can also ask our online chat agents some help and any questions, or they can help you purchase that as well through the chat. So guys, we are going to continue. And hey, next up, we're going to talk about Pro Stitcher. Now, we've talked about Pro Stitcher Lite. And as you know, the Pro Stitcher Lite, you could put it on that Moxie and you could put it on that Sweet 16. Well, now we're talking about the full-blown version, Pro Stitcher. And Pro Stitcher is made for these long arm machines. And I'm telling you what, it is an unbelievable program, and we've got two of the best coming back. We have Kim and Kristina coming back, and they are going to talk all about the Pro Stitcher and going to talk a little bit more in depth about it than that Pro Stitcher Lite, all the different things it can do, and hopefully they're going to talk about some of their favorite features. But let's go back to the Handi Quilter studio and see if Kristina and Kim are ready to tell us all about that Pro Stitcher.
We are ready. We just had to scoot over to the next machine. We have everything set up in a circle here. So we're to the last setup. You guys can see the wall right here. We are so excited to tell you guys about the Pro Stitcher. You hear Kristina and I talk about the Pro Stitcher all the time. We both love the Pro Stitcher. Kristina needs to stand up so you guys can see her awesome outfit. Anyway, Kristina, come back here so everybody can get the full. You guys, she is like the queen of the after Christmas sale and finding all of the Christmas goodness is provided by Kristina here. She does such a good job of it. So enough about us. Let's talk about Pro Stitcher. Let's talk about Pro Stitcher and how awesome it is. First of all, for anybody who doesn't know, what is Pro Stitcher?
Pro Stitcher is our robotic system that makes the machines stitch out the designs that we program into them.
Yeah.
Right now, we're going to focus on our Pro Stitcher Premium. We also have Pro Stitcher Lite. Pro Stitcher Premium can run on our Infinity, our Forte, our Amara, our Simply 16.
Yeah, we got it covered.
Fabulous. So we already have something stitched out. For today, we're going to show you kind of how to set things up, show you some of the fun buttons that we have in Pro Stitcher, and what Pro Stitcher can actually do for you.
Yeah.
So
let's talk about a few of the cool things that come with Pro Stitcher Premium though first. So
I get excited. And
I know, Kristina, I was just supposed to jump ahead. So Pro Stitcher Premium comes with over 800 designs built right in. I know some quilters that are like, I am just going to use every single design that's in here. I'm not even going to buy any new designs. And there is an awesome library of designs here. And more than just what's in the Pro Stitcher folders, we actually have designs from designers, which is one of the ones we're going to show you today from well-known digital quilting designers. We have files from a lot of them. And so it's a fun way to be able to see what people do and check out some of those designs. So that's one of the things it comes with. Another thing that Pro Stitcher comes with is, and this is something that Kristina absolutely loves and has really fallen in love with, is
Pro Stitcher Designer.
Yay.
So Pro Stitcher Designer is a separate software program that you can load on your computer. You can also load it on your tablet, but you can manipulate existing designs. You can create your own designs. So much fun. I was using this just over the weekend, and I had some points that weren't lining up to make two designs go together. I was just getting so frustrated. I said, oh, wait, I've got Pro Stitcher Designer. So I sent it over to Pro Stitcher Designer, moved one little spot, sent it back, and it was perfect.
Exactly.
So-
Exactly. So it's wonderful to have that editing and designing capabilities. There's a lot of really fun things you can do. That cute little rubber ducky quilt that I showed, which maybe we should grab. I don't know. Do you want to
I
just
can
step
grab
over
it.
there and grab it really quick? The cute little rubber ducky quilt that we showed you that's couch. So Amy actually found a cute little picture of a rubber ducky. I'm gonna hold that up just a little bit. And she digitized this rubber ducky from just a piece of free clip art that she found online. And then the words here, she was actually able to use the text feature in Designer and create these words and turn them into a digital quilting design and then quilt them out using the Pro Stitcher. So there's a lot of just really the capabilities that you have with using Designer. It's like it takes your Pro Stitcher to the next level where you can really customize and just make things exactly, uniquely what you want for your project, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Well, let's show them kind of what Pro Stitcher can do. So we have this set up on the Infinity, our top of the line, the machine that has everything, which we're going to talk about in the next segment.
Yes.
But let's show them what Pro Stitcher can do. So we've actually got this monitor, the Pro Stitcher screen, hooked up so that you guys can see here what we've got going. So Kristina, why don't we set up this design? Let's show them one of the designs that comes with the Pro Stitcher is actually a set of really cool placemats.
Okay,
So
how do I get there?
So let's do that. Let's select the File tab, which is already selected. It's green. And then we're going to touch the Design button, choose Open. And then in here, we have all of our different designers there. You guys can see the names of a bunch of different people. We're going to go down to... who is it? Vicki Nolasky, right? And then her placemat folder right there. So she's got 4 different placemats here. Let's do, should we do Season's Greetings or Happy Holidays? Season's Greetings?
Yeah, you've already done Happy
Okay.
Holidays. Let's do Season's
Season's Greetings. Okay, I like that. Oh my gosh, look at that. What an amazing design. Now, so let's take a look at this. What is the size of this design?
Well, if we look up here at the top, the width is 16 inches. And the height is 12 inches.
Okay, so that's actually like the size of really what a placemat would be anyway. So we don't even have to like do any modifications to this design, really, do we?
No.
The only thing we need to do is set up an area so we can quilt it out so it will fit inside the throat space of this machine. So let's set up an area.
Okay.
So Kristina's going to move the machine up to the top left corner. And this is the Infinity, so we have a lot of throat space here. And she's going to set up an area by selecting the Area tab. And then on the ribbon, she'll touch to corner. And she'll drop a point there. And then she'll come down and over just kind of, within the throat space there. That looks great. And she'll touch to corner again. And then we'll touch the refresh button. And then we can position that design inside that area that she has set up. So let's go to the Modify tab and choose a line. And let's touch center. So it'll just center it right in that spot. Okay, so that looks pretty good. What do you think?
I think it looks great.
Me too. Me too.
But I'm thinking about my favorite feature and wondering what it would look like.
Okay, so Kristina, have a little fun. Tell us about your favorite feature of Pro Stitcher.
So my favorite feature is skew.
Mm-hmm.
And we have different options within skew. We have just regular skew, which is here.
Oh, look at that.
And it makes it fit into that entire area.
It totally does.
Border skew sometimes works better if you have more than 4 points on your area.
Right.
And then we also have this triangle skew that is grayed out right now because that can only be used if you have an area that is 3 points.
Right.
So I like to use that to take a design and make it fit into the area that I've created.
Right, because it doesn't matter how carefully we piece that quilt. When we put it on a frame, it gets a little pressure on it.
Mm-hmm.
It gets pulled a little, it gets stretched. It's not perfectly square or straight anymore, is it?
Yeah, so normally if I were doing an area with a block, I would do a multi-point and drop points all along the outside of that block and then use this skew feature to make it fit just perfectly.
Cool.
So some people say, well, the block isn't straight, so why would I want to quilt it not straight? The point of machine quilting is to actually make the quilt look better.
Right.
If you put the block in there, stitched it out perfectly straight, it's going to say, hey, look at me.
Exactly.
This isn't stitched right. So this SKU feature is wonderful.
It is.
It doesn't work with every design in
Right.
every area.
Right.
But this is my go-to. If it doesn't work, we've got all of these other tools up here, or align, or crop, resize, reposition, rotate.
Mhm.
And you can use all of those to make your design fit the area that you want it to be in.
Okay. I think that's great. Now,
It
should
did change the size of it.
Yeah, it did
So.
change the size of it. So it's pretty big, but that's okay. I mean, maybe you have really, really big plates. Like I know my mom has like some of those like chargers that actually have like a, I don't know, I just know they're really big. I don't know exactly what
big
size
guys
they
in our
are.
family.
Yeah. We have big guys. We have big plates. So we want to make everything fit. So should we go ahead and stitch this out and show them, let everybody see this in action?
We can definitely do that.
So this is one of the fun things about Pro Stitcher. It's just sitting and watching it quilt. So should we let's hit refresh, just so we can make that a little bigger there in the screen. Then when we're ready to quilt, the first thing, we always want to baseline before we quilt. I should say we usually baseline before we quilt. There's instances where we don't. But we baseline just to lock those changes. Then we're going to go to the Pro Stitcher tab, and we're going to choose Quilt on the Ribbon, which is already selected. Oh, Kristina just turned it off. There she goes. Turn it back on. Now over here in the sidebar, let's turn on and off let's turn on our start and end tie-offs, and then let's turn our pull-up on also. We want it to take that first little stitch so that it will bring up your bobbin thread. And that way, when you get all done stitching, you don't have to go back and clip any threads on the back of your quilt, which is awesome.
So some people hear that it's going to pull up the bobbin thread. It's not actually going to pull it up. You're going to have to move the machine and pull it up.
Right.
But it's going to take that initial step. So
yeah, let's go ahead and hit run. We'll verify our settings.
Oh, one thing I do want to point out is that this orange crosshair right here, oops, I just moved stuff. We'll hit the undo button in a second. That orange crosshair represents our needle.
Right.
So right now, my needle is not anywhere near my start point.
But that's okay.
When I hit the run button, the machine knows where it needs to go.
Yes, it does.
So now I'm going to hit the undo button so my design goes back where it was. And I'm going to hit run. And you'll see I've got my verify settings turned on. Everything looks good.
Make sure your needle's up.
Yes, that's a very good point. Hit the proceed button and watch that machine go right over. Take a stitch. I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread. I'm just going to hold those threads while it does its tie off. Woo, it's cruising.
This is cruising. He has to do that again. I think we should turn it down. Okay, so one of the things that we love about the Pro Stitcher is it's actually customizable. So I just adjusted my speed on the fly because I want to make sure that we don't have any thread issues. And one more time, all the way around.
So earlier when we were talking about the Amara, we talked about if the machine can stitch right to left or left to right. And the answer is yes, it can stitch right to left, but going in a straight line, it's not designed to do that. So sometimes it will cause some extra shredding. So that's why we slowed it down just a little bit so that when it did stitch that straight line right to left, it decreased the chances of it shredding.
Exactly. All right. This is the mesmerizing portion. Everybody just sits and watches it stitch.
Where's our hot chocolate?
I know.
I never did get my sugar cookies.
We'll have to send Lily out to get them.
Okay, so why would somebody want the machine to do this instead of doing this free motion?
Well, you know, the first thing I can think of is consistency, especially for a design like this. If I stitch this out free motion, could I get pretty much the same thing? Yeah, but I don't know about you. It gets kind of repetitive. What's a good word for that? I love being able to let my machine work as I step to the side and work on something else. It is really nice to be able to just step back and let the machine do it for me, and then I don't have to worry about it because it does it perfectly. I know exactly what I'm going to get, and it's going to look perfect every time.
I know for a lot of people, they're not confident with their free motion.
Mm-hmm.
They have no desire to really do the free motion.
Mm-hmm.
They want the machine to do it. So,
Mm-hmm.
and it does it nicely.
It does. It does it beautifully. I love that when I set it up on the screen and I look at how it looks there, I know that that's how it's going to look on my quilt when I get done. I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
So we're keeping our eye on the comments here. I don't know if everybody else is just mesmerized by watching the machine stitch, or if we have any questions about maybe some of the things that Pro Stitcher can do.
So while that's stitching, I just want to kind of reiterate that even though we're currently stitching in a small area within our throat space, you can set up designs to quilt for the entire quilt.
That's right.
An edge to edge, or you can do custom work. So
we have a question. Are you using cotton fabric and batting? Yes, actually right now on our machine, we have set up, it's cotton fabric on the top and back. The batting we're using, I'm pretty sure is an 80-20.
Yeah.
So, yep. You can use all different kinds of combinations with the Pro Stitcher. I've done quilts with minky backs, flannel backs. I've stitched on batiks. I've done heavy quilts that have actually been made with like a canvas or a heavy, like a home deco fabric on the back. I've quilted those. I've done denim quilts that have actually been pieced, and it is just stitched, no problem, right over the top of those.
Yeah, I just did a denim quilt this weekend, and one thing I want to point out, if you're looking at this, we have our glide foot 2
Oh, that's right.
on the machine, and I highly recommend that for any Pro Stitcher work because it does glide over any seams, if there's any holes or any kind of problems. If you're working so that the stitching goes off the edges of the quilt, it comes back on much easier without catching that fabric and flipping it over. So glide foot 2, definitely want to have that with Pro Stitcher.
Yeah, I know at my house the glide foot just lives on my machine. I take it off when I do rulers or couching, something that I specifically need that other foot for.
Yeah.
The majority of the quilting I do though is with this. Right, you guys can see there how it's just stitching out those letters perfectly.
And if we can swap to the screen, you'll be able to see how the crosshairs are moving, representing that needle, and it turns yellow where it's already stitched. So you can see what we still have left to stitch out.
We don't have much. We're actually getting pretty close to the end here, which is good because we actually have a plan for this this design that we stitched out, don't we, Kristina?
Yes.
So, trying to think of some other.
I've got a couple things to talk about.
Okay. Well, you just keep. So we've got another question. What was the weight of the denim you made? Oh, okay. So I have quilted with everything from a quilt that somebody took old denim jeans and cut them up, including pockets, and pieced it, quilted right over that, no problem. I have also used more of like a chambray weight, I guess you would say, that I've used for like backing. I've even used denim that is like has some stretch in it. Okay, there's another one for free motion quilting. Will it be speed regulated? So if you want to free motion quilt with the Pro Stitcher, actually there's a really great feature here. All you have to do is a touch of a button. You can actually what we call disengage the gears. so that you can do free motion quilting. It's really easy to do. And then in that case, you are the one that is in control of the machine and making it do all this beautiful magic stitching. So you can absolutely still do that. Looks like we've got another question. Can you use multiple colors in the designs? Yeah, absolutely. On something like this design that we just stitched out, if you wanted to do different colors of thread, you sure could. We're actually going to show you in the next segment another great way that you can bring in multiple colors of thread for the in a design like this. You know, the designer that we mentioned early is actually a great way to take a design like this. You could break it into pieces, break it down into other pieces, and then just stitch out a particular part with a particular color of thread. So yeah, you can absolutely do stuff like that. Kind of think of it like an embroidery machine. Just a little bit.
Yep.
Only on a much larger scale.
Yeah, so you can definitely stitch out different sections of the design at a time. You'll have to look at the stitch path though and see like half of the letter stitched out and then it went off and did something else and then it came back and stitched the other half. So just knowing the sequence of how it's going to stitch will also help determine that.
Exactly.
Education.
Education.
We have lots of education.
Yeah.
So prostitcher.com, there are a bazillion tutorials with Kim.
Yes.
And both videos and written tutorials.
Yep.
There's Pro Stitcher Premium, Pro Stitcher Lite, there's Designer. So lots and lots of education there. And then there's also our different videos on the Handi Quilter channel for YouTube and Facebook. And we put stuff out every week.
Yep.
So lots of education there. Another great feature at prostitcher.com are our updates.
Yeah.
So every time that there's a software update, because, you know, software is always changing, it's improving, they will put a software update on the website that you can download for free and then take it over and put it onto your tablet to do that update.
Yeah, which is really awesome. We have some people that have been using their Pro Stitchers for 5 or 6 years, never have to pay for an update. It's always included. So, and whenever we have updates, there's always great new features included too. Like that triangle skew that Kristina talked about, that's actually one of the things that just came out this last summer with the latest update that we had. So yeah, there's lots of great, there's so many things you can do with this. You know, let's talk for a second about if you're thinking about starting a quilting business where you're actually going to quilt for other people. Pro Stitcher is an absolutely amazing tool for that. For one thing, it really maximizes your time. It allows you to have the machine running while, say, you're binding customer quilts or working on other things. So the Pro Stitcher, it's just a great all-around accessory for pretty much any of our machines. Takes it to the next level. We love Pro Stitcher. I'm trying to think of some other great things about Pro Stitcher. Let's see. Oh, we have got a question there. Let me step over to the side so that I can look at it. Is Designer included in Pro Stitcher? Yes.
Pro Stitcher Premium,
yes.
You get the software for free. It's a $600 software program.
Yep.
And that comes with your Pro Stitcher.
Yep. Yep, and it comes with 2 activations. So you can actually have it activated on your Pro Stitcher tablet and then put it on another computer like your laptop so that you can sit down in the evenings and come up with that next great design for that next project you're going to be working on the next day.
Yeah.
So,
and it's a Windows-based product, so it does need to be a Windows-based computer. And in addition to putting that on your laptop, you can also download the Pro Stitcher simulation.
Yep.
So it's the same software, but
right.
you can download it, put it on your computer, and you can just run it in simulation just to get familiar with the buttons. Sometimes it's more fun to sit in your recliner and play around with things rather than standing at the machine.
Yep.
So that, again, that's on prostitcher.com.
Yep.
So
another.
Does it have a bobbin warning when it is getting low?
You guys, it has something even better. With your Pro Stitcher, you can set it up so that the thread break sensor, as long as it's available on the machine you have it installed on, the thread break sensor, that means that when you run out of thread, the machine pauses. and waits for you to come and either fix the broken thread or change your bobbin. And then you can just move your start point back just a little bit and hit run and just keep going. So it is one step better than a warning, because the machine, it won't stitch if you have that turned on, which is really great.
But the machines, depending on which machine it
That's
is,
right.
will have the low bobbin, depending.
Yeah. So that's available if you have the Amara, the Forte, or the Infinity with your Pro Stitcher. So I saw another comment just a second ago. I think it was one, though, that was just a yay.
Just so you guys are fabulous.
See, I need a larger sewing room. Yeah,
We all do.
we all do. We all
Even
do.
Here, we need a larger one.
Even in here, sometimes I'm like, could we squeeze in a couple more machines?
Yes, let's get the bigger frames in here.
I know. Let's get the bigger frames so we can finish more quilts. Yeah. So Belinda says, awesome features.
Sorry.
You have to keep stepping up. Sorry, you guys. We need to adjust that.
So again, we showed you how to set this up in a small area. You can do it for an edge to edge for the entire quilt. It's so nice just having the machine running, doing the work for you. And again, like Kim said, you could be doing your binding, piecing. I don't know about you. I like to just lay on the floor and read, pretend like I'm working.
Yeah. Sometimes when I'm feeling really productive, I might do something else. Normally I'm sitting watching the machine stitch. So let's be honest. Hey, Blaine.
Well, hey, ladies, great explanation on that. And by the way, Kristina, I love the all the changes of your wardrobe change.
I've been waiting for this opportunity to finally have somewhere to wear all these outfits.
All right, so I know that I've got both of y'all coming back, and we're going to talk all about that Infinity and give you time to change. So let me tell everybody about how they can get the Pro Stitcher.
Excellent.
All right. So guys, this is the Pro Stitcher. This is the Elite in robotics. And again, the price on this is $10,495. We have a special on the Pro Stitcher, and Pro Stitcher makes for several Handi quilter machines. And again, it's available for the Sweet 16, the Avante, the Simply 16, the Amara, the Fusion, and the Infinity. And guys, this thing has the optical switch to calculate the ideal speed and acceleration. It has the base stitch button. It has the functional track stitch, 10-inch color touchscreen, Pro Stitcher design software included, and it includes more than 500 designs, which is incredible. Use nearly any digital pattern. You can do HQF, TXT, and the QIL formats. Has built-in ruler, has the resize, you can resize, rotate, and repeat designs, define and quilt within the areas of any shape. Use artwork from Adobe Illustrator, Corel Draw, I'll say it here in a second, pre-design, Studio 3, Auto Sketch, Auto Sketch. I'll get it here in a second. Auto Sketch. He's trying to say stitch and sketch and all these others. And an electric quilt. So easy record feature. And that's probably one of my favorite functions of this, guys. What the record feature does, if you know somebody, and let's say, our very own Corey Sheehan that works in our San Marcos store, he does really great feathers, and he has a unique way he does them. Well, say that you just really love those. You could get him to do a feather for you. He could record it. We could pull it in on a USB stick, and then you could have it, and you could use that anytime. And then with the Pro Stitcher, you could replicate it and make a whole quilt out of that. So there's so many great things about the record feature. You can switch between computer guided and free motion quilting in a touch of a button. So basically, if you're doing a quilt and you're doing all the robotics from edge to edge, you can hit a button and all of a sudden it disengages the motor, and you can just do a free motion just like you normally would. The other great thing about this is if you buy it from Sewing Machines Plus, what we're going to do, we're also going to give you free a 2-day class. We used to fly everybody into San Diego for it, but now you can take this class via Zoom. So we have a Pro Stitcher teacher that is going to teach you all about Pro Stitcher in 2 8-hour day periods. And we do it all through Zoom. It's a great class, and she's really, really good at it. So that's one of the features you're going to get with us. And again, guys, can't stress to you, we got a so special on this. It's $10,495. We got a better price than that. You give us a call at 800-401-8151. I can't tell you what those specials are because of MAP pricing. However, we do have a great, countdown to Christmas special on it. And like Paula says, Santa Blaine needs a coffee break and some cookies. Man, Paula, you couldn't have read my mind even better. Actually, what I need is a Mountain Dew break and some Reese's peanut butter cups. That's what I need. But it's so great calling special day, guys. If you want to look at the Pro Stitcher, go to our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com. In that search bar, just type in Pro Stitcher. It'll take you right to the product page. If you have any questions, you can ask one of our live chat agents or give us a call at 800-401-8151. They can answer all the questions for you. And if you can't get through on the phone lines, again, Roger and Andrea have been putting that chat or that Google Sheets link in the chat. And what that is, you just hit that link and it'll open Google Sheets up, and you can write your name, your phone number, and the product you're inquiring about. And that gets updated real time in our call center. And as soon as they get off the phones, one of the operators will give you a call back. They can see that, right at their desk. So that's how we are handling all the call volume, because it is busy today, I heard. So anyway, Debbie's saying, such a great day of programming. It sure is. I tell you, when we go to our trade shows and we have the Handi quilters and even our King quilter set up, we use the Pro Stitcher on it, and I'm the one that demonstrates always the Pro Stitcher. And I tell you, I love that thing. And I guess it was probably last year sometime, I had a quilt challenge that I did where I made one of our quilt kits. I made a table runner, and I actually used the Pro Stitcher to do all the stippling on it. And it just made that job so easy, because you can go edge to edge and just a touch of a button and let it go on its own. And it is awesome. So anyway, a great Pro Stitcher. So guys, if you've been dreaming about robotics, now's the time to act on it. Give us a call. We have some great financing available for you. So we're going to go right back to the Handi Quilter studio today. We have Kristina and Kim right back there, and they're still right on that same machine, because now they're going to talk, they had the Pro Stitcher, but now they're going to talk all about that big 26-inch Infinity long arm that it's sitting on. And so ladies, I'm ready to see what Kristina's wearing. There she goes. Got her Santa outfit on.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
That's awesome. All right, so y'all get to tell us all about this 26-inch now.
Yes. Yes, let's talk about the Infinity. This is our top of the line machine, and Kristina wants everyone to see that I put on a ugly Christmas sweater too. I don't know if you guys can see.
So they can see you a little better.
You guys, this is the ultimate ugly Christmas sweater. It actually has flamingos with feathers on it.
And Jimmy,
it jingles.
We're entertaining ourselves. Hopefully we're entertaining you somewhat.
Thanks for the compliment there. Oh yeah. Kristina is so good with her. I wore crazy earrings and thought I was doing good today, but she convinced me to put the sweater on here at the end. So well, let's talk about the
Infinity.
Can you guys see my sweater here?
Why don't you run around the front?
Popper, I can't, you guys, I'm clear around here. I can't go. I don't fit back there. Sorry. You know what? We'll do more of a close-up at the end. I promise. I'll come out from behind. So let's talk about the Infinity. So the Infinity is our top of the line. We like to call this the Cadillac because it has everything. And right, Kristina? Yeah, it is. It is. But it's fast like a Cadillac too.
Yep.
So it's a good thing.
All the fun features.
So one of the most notable things about this machine is that it is huge. 26-inch throat space. If you want the ultimate, let's get her done, not have to advance your quilts often, all of that kind of stuff, this is the machine for you. You guys can see how long it takes to move this machine. There's a lot of space there. There's a lot of space there.
You had mentioned in our Pro Stitcher segment about starting a business.
Yeah.
So if you are really thinking about starting a business, this machine is probably going to be the best machine for you, because you do have so much of a throat space that you can really stitch out those designs quickly without having to advance your fabric.
Yep, exactly. be more efficient with your time, as we like to say it. So let's talk about some of the other features of this. This machine is lightning fast, as we mentioned. 3,100 stitches per minute is the top end of the stitch regulation, meaning you're never going to outstitch this machine. It is blazing fast, right?
I think we should have a contest sometime.
Sure. I'll call Karen. We'll give, we do know one gal that I've never seen anybody quilt so fast in my entire life. She actually lives in the San Diego area. She put this to the test, and even she could not outstitch the Infinity. We had the stitch alarm, the speed alarm turned on, and she never set it off. So it is.
When you say you can't outstitch it, meaning the stitch regulation to maintain those stitches at that same increment, if you go super, super fast, the motors just can't keep up, and you're not going to keep those stitches the same length. So with this machine, you can go pretty much as fast as you possibly can, and it is still going to have those consistent stitches.
Yep. That consistent, beautiful stitch that Handi Quilter is known for.
Yep.
Every stitch with this machine. It's so great. Let's talk about some of the other awesome features. So this machine has the incredible lighting, doesn't it?
Yeah. Should we turn some of it on?
Yeah. So it's got the lighting both in the throat space and at the needle, which is just, once again, fantastic.
So this one's got, let's see.
It also has a different type. I know, look at that. It's
So
like,
we've got lighting number 1.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn lighting number 1 off. We're going to turn lighting number 2 on.
Once again, white out.
Turn that off. Turn number 3 on.
Mm-hmm.
And
I know. Are you ready? So all of that was just regular, good old LED lights. Now, show everybody the super special lighting.
I don't know if they can see
I don't know if they can see that, but it's got built-in black light.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Even on the black.
And this is so awesome for when you're working on, for example, white on white. So if we were stitching, we do have white fabric loaded here. If we were stitching with white thread, it actually makes it easier to see exactly what you're doing. It's also really great. I could use a white stencil, like a white pounce stencil on this white fabric, and I would be able to see that with the LED lights turned on.
Because I'm always scared to use colored counts.
Especially on white. That's a little scary.
Handi Quilter really pays attention to the lighting needs.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
They do.
And here's one other great thing with the lighting is I'll turn these all back on again. I can adjust how dim I want the light. So I don't know if you can.
Oh yeah, there you go. You guys can see how it gets darker and then go back to later.
The other one. So you can adjust that so that the lighting is just how you want it. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that back off so that we can see a little bit better.
Yeah, we can see what we're actually doing.
Well, you guys can see better. I can't see better.
So the lighting is really great. We have our 2 modes of stitch regulation that we're known for. We've got regulated and cruise. So depending on what you want to do. Oh, sorry. Regulated is precision and cruise. Thank you for correcting me there, Kristina. Getting towards the end of the day. Yeah. And manual. And of course, you can always run it in manual mode, which actually we're going to be doing a little bit of in just a few minutes, aren't we? Maybe.
I'll probably switch back and forth.
We'll see.
With it.
This does have 5 different basting stitch options, which is really great if you just want to base that quilt because you, as you know, you're working your way through it and you need to base areas of it because you're going to come back and quilt it later with a different color of thread. Those basting options are really great.
Is that 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 1 inch, 2 inch,
2 inch, and 4 inch.
4 inch.
Okay. Yeah. So however you can dream up basting your quilts, we got you covered. 100%. Another unique feature with the Infinity is it does come with the rear handlebars. So it comes equipped and ready to do all of that quilt from the back. There is another screen on the back. We've got all of these great options here. And the handlebars on the Infinity are pretty cool because, and including the handlebars on the back, they have the 3 buttons, meaning we have that programmable button like we talked about on the Amara. So it has that 3rd button, which is really nice. So you can see here, we've got this little screen on the back. It's adjustable. And I don't actually have, well, I have my laser light installed, but it's actually over here on the other side of the machine. But this is all set up so that I can do that quilt from the back right from the start. I don't have to add anything to it. Like we told you, the Infinity, it pretty much comes with everything. Let's talk about the frame that the Infinity comes on.
Yes, this is our Gallery 2 frame.
Mm-hmm.
It's Set up at 12 foot.
Yeah,
I had to
this
just
is a
double check
12-foot
real
frame.
quick. You can also get a 10-foot frame.
Mhm.
You can also set it up in different increments. And you could even, if you really, really needed to and wanted to, get a 2-foot extension and set up at 14 feet.
Yep.
So you
Yep.
have lots of space and big quilts.
Yeah, lots and lots of big quilts. One of the really cool things about the gallery frame, it actually has a larger poles. So it's a little bit of a heavier, stronger frame because this is a heavier machine. It needs that to be nice and steady. So you've got 2-inch wide, 2-inch diameter poles here. So it's really nice, which is great for those bigger machines. So this is just makes it a nice, good, beefy frame that's going to hold up to, you know, whatever it is you're working on. We also have, and Kristina can show you guys this up at the front. So it's called our dual load, meaning we can have it set up in standard, which is what it is right now, or she can very easily just flip that side down, that part of the sidearm. So she can easily change it into clear view so that if she's doing something with rulers or whatever, it's just a lot easier to make that quick change.
Do my socks.
Oh, look, we're getting a peek of Christina's socks here. She has her little elf peeking out
I'm
of
glad
her
you got
boot.
that one because the other one, the pom-pom fell off.
Oh,
Oh, it's the
Kayla,
end
you're
of the
totally
day.
winning today.
Okay, back to the frame.
Yes, back to the
Fabulous.
frame.
So yes, you can load it in clear view or
Uh-huh.
standard view. We don't really recommend trying to switch it in the middle of a quilt.
No.
Clear view is fabulous if you're doing ruler work.
Mhm.
If you looked at the Amara or saw our Amara segment earlier, we had it set up in clear view so that when we did the ruler work, we didn't have this pole blocking the way of the rulers. It was just a nice flat surface.
Yep.
So great features.
It is a really great feature. So a couple of the other really cool things about the Infinity, and this once again, because of the way it's set up, you guys can't really see this so much, but the thread mast here is actually adjustable. So I can move it closer to me or farther away, depending on just where I want it. It's actually adjustable, which is really nice. So you can move this, the
And
thread
that seems
mast
like
right
something
here,
really dumb.
but it's
but-
not.
For me, to have to reach to the very back to
Yep.
try to thread or put my new thread on, it's really difficult. So
Yep.
being able to have that option to move it forward helps
Yep.
a lot.
It really does. It really does. So we have that. The thread mast actually it can hold 2 cones of thread at a time or 2 spools of thread. Another really unique thing about the Infinity is the tensioner. The tensioner is a little different on this one. So it's actually an electronic tensioner. So it's all done on the screen. Don't have to turn any knobs. You just touch those little buttons and that's how you can adjust your tension. So it really has that top of the line feel to it. Everything's just streamlined and ready for quilting, right, Kristina?
Yes.
So what is, oh, I was
Handlebars.
going to say handlebars. Let's show them the handlebars. So the handlebars are adjustable, which is
can-
awesome.
Loosen this up here. And you can telescope in and out. You can rotate it in and out. Put it back in and you can pitch your finger. I'm actually going to put mine in a little bit so I can do some playing later on.
Yeah, the adjustable handlebars are really awesome. Like Sara said earlier, if you have, you're going to be quilting all day long, to be able to adjust those handlebars, it really reduces the fatigue on your hands and your wrists.
Yeah.
I know for me, depending on whether I'm doing free motion quilting or if I'm quilting with rulers, I have very different handlebar positions, just depending on how even my hands are feeling that day. Depends
Yeah.
on how I have things set up.
And you're thinking like, okay, my wrists, my hands, it's going to go all the way up to your
Mhm.
elbows, to your shoulders.
Yeah.
Your entire body
Mhm.
can be affected just by changing the positioning of those handlebars.
Exactly. It really makes a difference. Yeah, I think it's Lori there. What? Love an
Love it.
electric tensioner. Yeah, we do too. It's really great on here. And you can quilt with any high quality thread on this machine, just like any of our other machines. We have a gal who has since retired, but she used to, we could quilt with unicorn eyelashes if we wanted to with these machines. We can quilt with pretty much anything. So as long as it's a good high quality thread, it's we can totally do that. And speaking of thread, that's actually what Kristina and I kind of wanted to do as our I guess you could say demo here at the end. So we've shown you some really great ways to use some of the different feet from Handi Quilter, how to add some embellishments to your quilting projects, right?
Yes.
So we're going to talk about the ultimate embellishment when you're playing with one of these machines. So some people like to call it thread painting. Kristina likes to call it thread play.
I say I'm not a professional painter, so I'm just going to call it plain.
So Kristina, let's talk about the foot you're going to use, and let's show everybody how easy it is to change the feet on this machine also.
So this is the micro foot that we're going to be using. It almost looks like it's broken. There's like nothing there at the bottom, which is fabulous. This is one of my favorite ruler feet to use. I don't even use it just for micro work. I use it for other custom work, which we're going to be doing today. So with the Infinity, the posts are aligned differently than the other machines. So I've got to come to the back of this machine here to unloosen that foot. And I'm not going to take the screw all the way out. I'm just going to loosen it and then lift up and drop the foot down.
Just over there to the side, yep.
Take my new foot and I'm just going to pop it up in there and tighten the screw.
And bonus, so Kristina's using this nice little 2.5 millimeter hex with a nice little handle on it. This is actually one of the things that is included with an Infinity. It's a very nice tool. Kristina, nice job on the nails there too, girl.
Hey, thanks. Getting festive.
Okay, so why would we want to use this microfoot?
So I can see what I'm doing.
Okay. It's total visibility for exactly where that needle is going down, right?
Yes, and I do always advise people not to keep their fingers close when they're doing this.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Just to be safe.
Just to be safe. So what you're going to do some what we call thread play, thread painting, micro quilting, any of those things. So let's show everybody how easy it is to change the thread on this machine too. So Kristina just did the good old quilter's trick. She just clips the thread right there and actually leaves it threaded. And then she's going to tie onto that one right there. We'll see if we can get this to put, there we go. She's just going to tie onto the thread right here and pull it through. And if she's doing really good, she'll even pull the knot through the eye of the needle. Let's see if she can do it.
Challenge. It depends on how thick the two threads are and what size needle. And I'm going to tell everybody right now, I have no idea what size needle is on here.
Yeah, I don't need, actually I do. I put a new needle on Friday when I was stitching some stuff out. It's an 18.
It's a size 18 needle.
Yeah.
So a lot of the threads that I was going to play with today are a lot finer threads that usually use a much smaller needle. So if the threads break, I'm just going to blame it on the needle size.
Absolutely. That's why. For sure. For sure.
Okay. So I've got a variety of threads. I'm going to start with my gold. I've got this Magnifico from Superior Threads.
Oh, it's a nice shiny trilobal polyester.
Yes, it's trilobal. And like you said, it is shiny, which is nice. I also have a glitter thread, again, from Superior Threads.
Sparkly.
It's a flat ribbon. When I use this, I try to make my stitch length a little bit larger so that I see more of that thread. And then I've also got a metallic.
Oh, talk about lots of sparkle and shine.
Yes. So if I'm not feeling like I want to deal with finer threads, I would go with my Magnifico.
Yeah.
I believe it's a 40 weight.
It is a 40 weight trilobal polyester. Yep.
With these two threads, they are on spools. So to use those, I would need a horizontal spool pin.
Which you guys can't see because it's on the back of the machine here. So maybe we should just use the Magnifico. What do you think?
Yes.
I think that's what we should go for.
Okay. So I'm going to hand that to you.
Okay.
And
you're going to make me tie the knot?
Oh, I can tie it.
Okay.
I'm just going to make you put it on.
There you go. Okay. Oh. Kristina, why don't you grab the glasses we have sitting out? So you guys got to check this out. She's got the perfect.
Wait, I got to do Santa Claus.
The perfect accessory for this costume. Oh, Kristina. Oh, now we're laughing. This is not good. Okay.
Okay.
So
So these are not my regular glasses, but they're better than nothing. Okay, so I'm going to pull this through, and I'm giving the tension disc just a little bit of a release by using my fingernails to get that knot through there.
okay.
Okay, I'm at the needle. Let's see if we can do
if
it.
you can do it. Can you get it through there?
Oh,
Round of applause for Kristina. She did
Excellent.
it. She
Okay,
did
I'm
not
starting
have
to-
to rethread her needle.
getting dizzy with the glasses. I'm going to put those away. Okay. I didn't have to thread. That was my biggest worry for the day, is that I was going to have to thread live. Okay, so we've got gold. I haven't tested my tension, so we might make some adjustments as we go along.
Yeah.
Kim, where should I put the gold?
I think we should do the gold here in the writing here. What do you think?
The writing, excellent. Okay.
So
Okay, so right now, if I try to move this, it's a little bit clunky
yeah.
because I still have my Pro Stitcher gears engaged.
Oh.
In our last segment, we said that we can change this to free motion with the push of a button. So I'm going to come up to my Pro Stitcher tab, and I'm going to click this gears button. It's orange because I had the orange crosshairs. It's going to turn purple. There we go. And now the machine's going to move a lot smoother.
Yep.
My daughter had driving lessons this week. And
Oh no.
she's like, Mom, driving your car after the school car is like driving butter. So this feels like butter to me. It's just moving smoothly. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring up my bobbin and thread. And I've got lovely black with my gold on the top, which I don't normally do. I'm going to do a tie-off stitch, nice and quick. Get my tails out of the way. And what should I do? Just scribble?
Yeah, I think you should just do a scribble. So Kristina's just going to do a little bit of just thread play here to fill in that design.
Who said you couldn't do a zigzag stitch? And I'm going to change this so my needle will stop in the down position.
Always a good idea.
Snip my threads. Oh, and we should show them the samples that we did.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I forgot to bring the original one over that didn't have anything in it.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, well. Okay, so we made these stockings, and I made 2 of them, and I was just playing with the different types of threads. So we have some glitter thread here, Fantastico. Ooh, this red right here, I did a 12 weight called So Sassy, and really made that stand out. We have some metallic. Over here we have Magnifico. I forgot what I put there.
Looks like a nice heavy green thread.
Yeah, we got some glitter on the outside. So just playing around with the different types of threads to get the look that you want. And again, these machines will run any kind of high quality thread.
Mm-hmm.
So let's keep stitching here.
Yeah. So when you're doing this kind of stitching, this is where having those adjustable handlebars is really handy, isn't it, Kristina?
So handy.
Just fill that in.
Yep. It's just like we've been talking about with me being back in kindergarten. I'm just filling in the coloring book.
I know.
If I wanted to, I could do little shapes and stuff and make some designs in there. Or I can just do the scribbling. And I just broke my thread because I don't have the right size needle. No, just kidding.
Exactly right.
Okay. So why don't we go ahead and change threads while we're at it?
Okay.
What thread should we use next? How about we've got some red Magnifico. Or
we could do some red Magnifico.
Okay, you want to swap that out
Yeah.
for me?
Do you want to hand me the scissors so I can
love
just
to
snip
hand you
that
the
thread real
scissors.
quick? Okay. I'll go ahead and we'll make the swap. I know when I first got my Handi quilter, I was always completely rethreading it, and then I learned. Tie a little granny knot.
While you're doing that, I did bring my samples. I just forgot that they were behind me.
There you go.
So going from just plain,
which which is still cute. I mean,
Yeah.
that's still a cute design, but it's fun to just add a little bit of sparkle
And
and
then
pop.
I just did some playing on this one. This one I did some just circular scribbles, just some straight lines. Did some, I don't even know what that's called, little C thingies.
Yeah.
And some more straight lines just to emphasize the shape of that. So,
Nice little arc design. That's cool. Well, why don't you pick, maybe you could do some of that arc. Well, I don't know if that would really fill in here. I know. Why don't you?
if we're doing red, how about I fill in these berries? and we'll do
That's
some
what I was
pebbles?
just going to say. Why don't you fill in some of those with a little bit of the red thread for the red berries. Okay.
Okay.
And Kristina's probably going to get this filmed. She's going to get this threaded, and then we'll see where we're going to go. It is really fun to be able to just add these special little touches to your quilting projects. This project is the perfect combination of using Pro Stitcher to stitch out a fun design, and then using some thread just to fill it in. So Kristina's just getting this rethreaded here. Okay. Sorry. We had the little hang up there on the thread.
Like the
Take a
thread
look at
is
our
not
thread path
coming
and make
through.
sure life is good. We've got it figured out now, though.
Oh man, our knot came undone. Damn you, amateur. Just kidding.
No. Well, I don't know if we're gonna get this done, and then there we go. Isn't that right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we have to look at our
Now I have
thread
to-
path there. Now
Thread again.
Kristina gets to thread on camera.
Again.
Should we do a close up of that one? Oh, look at you.
Oh boy.
The glasses are right
Where
there.
are the
if you need
glasses?
them.
So while I'm working on this, I don't know if Kayla can get the camera to look at that flower quilt back there.
Oh.
But that has some actual thread painting on it. You probably won't be able to see very closely. But the yellow flowers actually have about 5 different threads just in the flowers.
Oh, yeah.
So that was just one other thing I wanted to point out, that you don't have to use just one thread. You can use multiple threads to get that different look. I did another quilt with chicken wire, and I did a glitter thread and a metallic thread together just to really give it that look of actual barbed wire.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go
Kristina's
find
very creative with thread.
find a holly berry.
Okay.
What design should I do in the holly berry?
I think you should do like some kind of a little circular design, something that'll kind of emphasize that. What do you think?
Sounds good. Okay. I'm just going to do a couple walking stitches. How about we'll just do a spiral.
Ooh, I like a spiral.
And then we'll spiral back out.
Spiral.
How's that look?
I think that looks great. Just add that little touch right there to that design. That looks fantastic. Well, I'll tell you what, the Infinity, it's such an amazing machine. There's 2 things that I forgot to mention that the Infinity has that really puts it above and beyond all of our other machines. Number 1, it has a thread cutter. So the thread cutter, it cuts the bobbin thread, just so you understand that. But that way you never have to worry about accidentally dragging that bobbin thread clear across your quilt as you're working your way back. It cuts the bobbin thread. Yes, Kristina, just put the glasses on. And it also has a camera on the bottom looking at the back of your quilt. So you don't have to do any guessing about whether your tension is set perfectly. With the touch of a button there on the screen, you can actually turn on that camera view and you can see the bottom of your quilt, so you can make sure that those stitches are absolutely perfect. That tension, gorgeous. And then you can go ahead and take off and do your quilting and have that peace of mind of knowing exactly what's going on the back of your quilt. So 2 of the features that really make this the machine are top of the line. Like I said, it's got everything. So
yeah. With that backup camera, I'm kind of thinking of driving right now.
You are. We both have girls that are like this close to getting their driver's licenses, so it's kind of been on our mind.
The last ones at home that we're still carpooling around.
Yep.
So with the camera underneath, I just totally forgot what I was going to say about it.
It's-
Yes.
Hmm.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
With the camera and with the thread cutter
Mhm.
on the Infinity, that makes it so that we can't use the felting foot.
That's right.
But we can use
Only sad
all of our
part.
other feet on the Infinity.
Yeah.
So you have all of those fabulous feet that you've seen us using today. So lots of fun.
Take advantage of those to do all kinds of amazing projects. This really is an amazing machine. Whenever I see the name of it, I always think to infinity and beyond with my quilting projects. It's a great machine. It is, if I was asking Santa for a machine this year for Christmas, this would be the one for sure.
Or any of the others that we've shown you today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whichever one fits our needs. Okay.
Exactly.
Bottom thread is something.
Hey, Blaine.
Hey, great job, guys. I love that,
Thanks.
the placemat. That was pretty awesome. I'd love to see it finished. I think that'd be beautiful. And but anyway, everybody loves y'all. So glad y'all were on the show today, guys. And thank y'all again. We always love working with you. And the dynamic duo didn't let anybody down today. And the only thing we missed, Kristina, was you showing the difference of precision mode and cruise mode.
Precision.
There's precision.
Cruise.
There's cruise.
We are done.
That is awesome.
Check.
I love it. All right. Well, thank y'all so much for being on the show. And I
You're
hope
welcome.
y'all have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I'm sure we're going to work together again in 2022 real soon.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see you,
Thanks for
Blaine.
having us.
Thank y'all so much. All right, everyone. That was the Infinity. That's the 26-inch long arm from Handi Quilter. We're going to tell you exactly how you can get this thing. And again, guys, this is the Cadillac, as they said, of the quilting machines with Handi Quilter. And what's great about this is you're going to get your choice of that gallery frame. You can get it. It's a gallery 2 frame. You can get it in 10-foot or 12-foot. And I think when you buy that 12-foot frame, you have a few little options there you can do. The price on this is $18,495. And again, guys, we have a call-in special for this. You don't want to delay on this. If you are in need of one of these, you've been wanting one of these, now is the time, because we have a great special on this today. And again, we have special financing available. We've worked out with Synchrony. And so give us a call at 800-401-8151. Go on the web page. Up in the search bar, you can type Infinity 26. It'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it there as well and look at some of the pictures they have on the website. And again, if you have any questions about it, we have experts standing by that can answer all your questions for you. They are very familiar with quilting machines and long arm. We are the #1 retailer in quilting machines in the nation. So our staff knows quilting extremely well and robotics. So again, we showed you the Pro Stitcher. They had the Pro Stitcher right on this machine, but you can get either one. And again, guys, this is $18,495. And I'm telling you right now, most people think you're going to spend $30,000 on a quilting machine. You're seeing right here that's not the case. And special, we have the special deal today for the Countdown to Christmas show. And you're going to get that special financing to make it easy to buy. Free shipping right to your door. And it should get there before Christmas if you order today. So guys, again, all week we're going to be on air. And any of the prices you see on the show, they're going to be, we're going to honor the prices all single week. But just be mindful that, FedEx is saying, their cutoff date is like the 15th or 16th. So if you don't get it ordered by then, they can't guarantee you to get it by Christmas. So again, just make sure that if you're trying to get something for a Christmas present, you get on it right now and make sure you get it ordered. Again, let me tell you all about this 26-inch Infinity. The throat space on this is 26 inches, which is huge, guys. It has 3,100 stitches per minute. That is the most of any machine that Handi Quilter has. The large front and rear touch screens, it does 4 to 24 stitches per inch. The footprint is a 5-foot by 12-foot. So if you got that frame, it's going to be 5 foot deep, 12 foot wide. It has the pinpoint needle laser, easy touch tension with stored presets. And guys, that is a really, that's a great feature in itself, because you can, If you know that you've been using a certain type of thread, you can go hit that preset and it'll go right to the tension settings. On-screen hand wheel, programmable handlebar button, integrated micro handles, thread brake sensor with alarm. So if you've got the robotics especially on it and it's going along and doing its thing, it's going to alert you when the thread breaks. It has the bobbin use estimator, and what that does, so you won't run out of bobbin thread after your first bobbin, it's going to estimate how many stitches, according to what kind of design you're doing, how many stitches you're getting. And that way, from then on, it'll estimate and it'll let you know before you run out of bobbin thread, so you can stop and fill it up. 2 modes of stitch regulation, and that's that precision and that cruise mode. As Kristina demonstrated there at the end. And it's got that handy accessory rail, integrated adjustable laser light for pantograms. So again, if you're wanting to do pantograms from the back, it's got the laser light on it. Included accessories, it comes with bobbins. It's 5-piece plus the bobbin case. The needles are 134 MR size 16. You get an 18 pack of 10. I'm sorry, size 18 pack of 10. You get a laser stylus and clamp. You get a laser stylus bracket and post, thread tray, thread mask. You get a quilt view, video camera, easy pin oiler, open toe handy foot, and the ruler foot's installed. You get a screwdriver, a handlebar lever, power cord, getting started DVD. You get a set of hex wrenches, a user manual, quick reference card, and a Handi Quilter bobbin winder, which that bobbin winder is a standalone bobbin winder on that. And again, guys, great machine. And I think is that Alice says that Infinity 26 needs its own zip code. You are correct, Alice. That thing is huge. And Tony is saying that bobbin estimator is great. It is Bob, that great tool to have on there. And this thing is just loaded up with accessories and things. And that's a great thing about Handi Quilter. They're always leading leading the industry and coming out with innovative things. And so the Infinity, guys, if you've been wanting the Cadillac, this is it. And you throw that Pro Stitcher on there and you have the best of the best with automation and that 12-foot frame. So if you got the room, always go with the 12-foot frame. But again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151 for any of the products you saw on today's show. Make sure if you can't get through on the phone lines, go hit that Google Sheets link. Andrea and Roger have been putting that up in the chat. That'll take you to open up Google Sheets. You just put your name, phone number, and the product you're interested in, and they will give you a call back. But again, we're going to be honoring these prices all week long on anything you've seen on the show all week. And like I told you prior this morning with the Brother products, if we run out of something, out of stock on one of the products, we're going to let you pre-order it, and you're going to get that show's price locked in on it. So that way you'll ensure you get that good price. So again, guys, great show today, and we had some great presenters. We hope you enjoyed it. We're going to be here again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time, and that'll be 10 a.m. Central time. And I think it's time to give some stuff away. So one more time before I give the things away, you still have a chance to get in the 10 for 10 promotion, and that's that $10,000 sewing machine package. And how you can win is right now, if you haven't done so, you have to type in Santa Blaine, all capital letters, in the chat, and you have to go subscribe to the YouTube channel in order to qualify. And then what we're going to do today is we're going to actually pick a qualifier, one of 5 that we're going to pick today. So every day we're going to pick a person to get in the final drawing on Friday, that we're going to draw the names out live on air out of a hat. And that person's going to win a $10,000 Brother Stellar XL or XJ1 sewing and embroidery machine with the luggage that comes with it, the rolling tote. And you're going to get one of the Sewing Machine Plus mats, over $11,000 package. And you're going to get that absolutely free. For just helping us hit our milestone of we wanted 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, and we hit it. And we said if we hit that, we're going to give that away. So you can still get a chance to go do that. Also, right now, we're going to give some stuff away today. So first up, we're going to give some bags, some of our event bags. Everybody loves our event bags. These things, there's 8 of them in a set. They sell for $49.99 on our website or $9.99 individually. We're going to give you the whole set for absolutely free. And our first winner is Erin Potts. And she is looking today watching from YouTube. So congratulations, Erin. And again, if you want to claim your prize, just send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of contest, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Hey, just tell us where you want them shipped to, Erin. As soon as we get that information, we will get it right out to you. So we're going to give another set of bags away. Our second set is going to Penny Carter. So Penny Carter's watching from YouTube today. So congratulations, Penny. And Penny, again, send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, to SewingMachinesPlus.com, and give us your shipping address where you want this bag set sent to, and we'll get that out to you. All right, next up, we're going to give one of our world famous sewing mats. And again, we're going to let the winner pick the color they want and the size they want. They come in 3 sizes, and you see all the 6 colors there. And the winner of our sewing mat is Karen Fox. So Karen Fox is watching from YouTube as well. So congratulations, Karen. And Karen, again, send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Let us know what color you want of those 6 colors you see and what size you want, a medium, large, or extra large. And give us your shipping address, and we'll get that right to you. All right, let's give one more mat away. And Linda Brooks. So congratulations, Linda. So Linda, same thing. You get to pick which color you want of those 6 and what size, medium, large, or extra large. Send us an email to contest, plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Let us know that information along with your shipping address, and we will get that right out to you. All right, guys, next up is we're going to give a sewing machine away. Y'all ready for a sewing machine? This is the Encore 260A. This is our own machine that we have made exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus. And this is a great, great machine. And this is called a 260A. We love this machine. We featured on the show quite often, and it is a really nice sewing machine. And what we're also going to do is we're going to throw in that free extension table. This is a $350 sewing machine with that table. And our winner is Lisa Milan. Malam. So Lisa Milan. That's how you say it. Sorry, Lisa, if I'm saying your last name wrong. So Lisa Milan, congratulations. You are a winner of that sewing machine. And so again, send us an email to contest, plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Just let us know your shipping address, Lisa, and we'll get that right out to you. And so now it is time. We are going to pull our winner. We're going to announce our winner of the finalists for the $10,000 Brother Sewing Machine that we're going to draw on Friday. And then remember, don't be discouraged if you don't get in the final position today, because you can still, tomorrow we're going to if you watch the show tomorrow, we're going to give you a new code word to put in, and that'll get you entered again as well. And then Friday, we're going to pull one name out of a hat of the 5 finalists to get to win the $10,000. And so again, if y'all made this possible, thank everybody for subscribing. We wanted to hit that 10,000 mark, and we did it. So that's why we're giving this away. So our first finalists for the giveaway today is Belinda Breen. So congratulations, Belinda. You are in the finals. You're going to be a finalist for the $10,000 Brother Sewing Machine package. And we will see if she gets it on Friday. We'll draw that name out. But again, congratulations to all of our winners. And thank you all for watching today. And again, I got to thank all of our new viewers today. Everybody that's new today, y'all were chiming in this morning. Hey, welcome to the channel. We sure do appreciate y'all coming on. And again, guys, if you haven't, liked our videos, like them, subscribe, share it to your own channels. And that'll always help us out, helps you win. And again, be here tomorrow. We're going to start the show at 8 a.m., the live broadcast. I'll come on about 8:15. This is Pacific time. It'll be 10 a.m. Central time, 10:15 Central time. I'll come on, and then we'll have a great lineup tomorrow. We have Baby Lock in the house. So the whole first half of the day is going to be Baby Lock. And then we have Grace coming. And y'all all know my buddy Nathan Ears Nosnick's going to be on the show. He's coming from Grace. And we got a great, great show lined up for you tomorrow with a lot of great products and a lot of great pricing. better yet. So anyway, guys, thank y'all so much for joining today. And we hope that everybody can get to join in tomorrow. And but we're going to be here all week from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific time. So hopefully we'll get to see you. So y'all have a great rest of your night. We'll see you tomorrow.